Okay, what's up? Oh gosh, yes, I had to go change this. I almost need. I was like, okay, I won't tell them that this stuff all up here it's all sticky. I had to change my shirt in white. Oh gosh, and it's still oily and sticky. Sorry, I had to do something. I couldn't take it. Couldn't take it no more. Couldn't take it no more. Oh yeah. Hold on one second. Who is this calling me? Okay, I'm dropping the link for anybody that wants to come up here and dance, specifically Jason. I know. Like, I say hello 2 times and they don't say nothing. Don't they know I'm doing some stuff? Okay, so I'm dropping that link and then we'll get to our intro song and then we will get into our day 5 with our melody. I didn't even see that. When did you do that, Dr. Rachel? Wait a minute. I totally missed out that you gifted 5 memberships. Everyone, oh my goodness, I didn't even see that. I'm just now seeing that. Like I'm going back into the old stream. Thank you so much, Dr. Rachel. I'm going back to in the old stream, and I seen that Dr. Rachel had gave she gifted 5 memberships when we was getting off the thing. Can you hear me, Jason?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I
Dr.
didn't even
Rachel.
know that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw she wrote it in the chat.
yeah. Fiance, Sweet Pea, she did it right when you left.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Rachel. Let me see. I don't even know. Can I even see it? Oh, okay. I can see who she gave them to on my other screen. Sarah, Kathleen, Kat, SRN, Christina, and then I don't know what this is. BCHBUR. What is that? Beach bum? I think beach bum. I hope. I hope that's beach bum. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you received the gifted membership from Rachel, please make sure that you say thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Rachel.
Oh, look who back here.
Who's back here? There she goes. She wanted me to get up. See?
But I have to hold my phone with one hand, so I can only do that far.
See?
My arms are short.
You fine? What's up, SD?
Now I'm gonna have to stand up.
I said I would get up there, so I'm here.
What you say? You gotta get up? Oh, Jason standing up.
SD want me to stand up.
Oh yeah, stand up, Jason.
Yeah.
Stand up.
Whenever the theme music come on.
I like your rap opening song. Oh,
the first one?
Yeah, the opening one.
Oh, okay. That's the one we gonna do?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, my hair.
Yo, you looking pretty. Oh, I'm so happy to see you up here. I'll be so excited when y'all get up here. Oh,
hey, my hair's. Did you notice my hair is brown now?
Yeah,
and my eyebrows.
It was purple the last time, wasn't it? Purple.
Yes,
like,
and blonde before, but now I got the brown eyebrows and the brown hair.
If I tried to dye my hair that often, all my hair will fall out.
I don't think dye hurts your hair. I think it's bleach.
But don't you have to bleach it to get it that color?
No, just deposit color, and that doesn't really hurt your hair. The bleach hurt my hair. I've got some frizzies. I'd still. You can't even see my new haircut. It's a mess.
Oh, yeah. Every time I put bleach, well, I have to lift my hair because my hair is so dark.
Yeah, you would. I don't know, but you could probably deposit some colors like black and blue, like chrome blue. My daughter just did that.
Oh, really? Jason don't want to hear about hair talk. Y'all went all the way into hair talk.
I'm already medicated. Y'all fine. I don't know what's.
Oh, I got medicated. That's what's wrong here. Hold on.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on. There, SD.
Let me.
You gotta get medicated now.
Let me find my pen. Because I vape.
So what are you doing? Which one?
Can I vape on YouTube? Is that okay?
I do it. I mean, I just, look away
Backward.
from the camera.
I have no clue. BC said she got that bone.
I hope nobody reports me. You hear that, guys?
It's just a vape.
Yeah, it's just a vape.
Merelda said, I love your dimples.
Thank you, Merelda. Now you're making Merelda. You're making me smile.
Stop. Okay, so we're gonna do our song and we're gonna all dance.
Okay.
Get it together, and then we'll
I'll
go.
just put my arm up so you can see me dance.
Do our burn pile. Do our burn pile.
I've only got one arm to dance with.
You gotta be like, you gotta get creative with it, boo. Take it from the best chair dancer in all the USA.
There you go, right?
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta put it through here so we can all hear it.
Yeah. I want to hear it.
Yeah, because you won't be able to hear it. It wasn't me.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't you. It's because it's StreamYard. I didn't know that.
Take it to.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
So Jason said,
can you play it louder?
Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe to Sweet Peas on the mic with the spicy little got the courtroom streaming in the chat going
louder.
Oh.
Stood up too, Jason.
He's standing up.
Yeah.
When sweet peas in the building, we be learning what pride does. Lines on deck, keep the boom running smooth. Film
Okay, I'm gonna twerk. Can you see it? Oh my God, I fell down. Better not twerk.
Chocolate. Oh, thank you to try.
Jason, that's just a basic shuffle.
You gotta stop judging me.
Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know, Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Expecting jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious.
This is fun. I needed to get up and dance today.
You gotta get up.
I had to get up. Yeah. I've been sitting too long.
The ladies in the chat, man, they all
Fall down. I can't wait to see what the chat is saying about this.
When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark get spicy, no secrets to keep. Tapping topic, big laugh, we be said behave, but we never really do.
Really do.
But we handle it with heart.
Let that drop it low, SD.
Okay. Dropping it. You can't even really see me. Working. Working it.
She's twerking it.
Twerking it and working it. Jason, can you twerk?
I will not do such a thing.
Jason said, you ain't about to be up here twerking.
I'm a geek, okay?
Hey, you be twerking, you twerk. They say Jason got that two-step.
Come on. See?
Yeah.
That's it.
I guess that's it.
God. Oh, wow.
That's all you getting from me.
You say one dip, two dips, I'm done.
That's it.
You know what? I have not twerked in a minute. That was really amazing, except the part where I fell down in my chair.
I didn't get to see it. I'm gonna have to play it back now, SD.
You need some balance for that.
I'm gonna have to play it back.
Not that's why I just stay in the chair. I don't know what y'all do. I stay in the chair.
SD was talking about me. She said I hadn't.
But Jason, I would love to see you like really get down sometime.
That's all you're gonna get. I'm not sweating. There's other ways I could exude energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Come on.
You can use your energy on the Melody trial in the chat.
Yeah,
I will. Thank you, Sweet Pea. Thank you, SD.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
guys.
thank you.
You know, anytime.
That was really fun.
It was.
Yeah, it's Friday. Friday fun day, maybe.
Fun day Friday, yeah.
Yeah, I like fun day Fridays. Anytime that y'all want to come up here. If you want, you can come up here and sit up here and narrate. You want to narrate the Melody drop?
Me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no. All I do is ask questions about that.
Oh, okay.
I just ask question after question and hope the chat knows the answer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So how do I get back in the chat?
Let me hear. I think I can remove you and it should pop you back. Let me remove you. Okay. Thank you so much to SD and Jason for coming up here and hanging out with me. That was so awesome. I hope it put you back in the chat, SD, because I know you will get lost. She will be all the way in a whole nother video. Y'all make sure SD makes it back to the chat safely. Melody. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Let me make sure I'm trying to give me 1 second. I do want to make sure that we do have. Oh, SD. Yeah, SD got everybody. We have everybody. Yeah, we're gonna have all types of people in our Discord. Wait, I need to get Court TV thing up so I can watch this. Okay, so they have been back there deliberating 47 minutes and 54 seconds. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Oh my Lord. Y'all, okay, so I don't know. Have y'all been hearing about this Rebecca Park, the one that got the baby was cut out of her? I don't know what kind of I haven't looked at it much, but I just seen something come across my screen. You know, seeing that in the affidavits that they saying that she was alive as the baby was getting cut out of her. That hurt me. But I could say, yes, it's despicable. You say, Lynn said there were 2 cases. This one is Rebecca Park. Let me see. I'm looking. Let me see if there's something I can show. What the? These people are just evil, 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 evil. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna look and see what I can find on this weekend, guys. So this one that I'm talking about that just came through my feed is I can't really show it because it's on a different screen, but it says court documents revealed that the woman and her husband charged in the redrum of their pregnant biological daughter. Let's get this together. The woman and her husband, so we are talking about a mother and father, are charged with the death of their pregnant biological daughter, pointed the blame at each other during the interviews with police. So they blaming each other. Now, Bradley and Courtney and Bradley are facing multiple charges in the death of 22-year-old Rebecca Park, who was 38 weeks pregnant when she disappeared in November. Her body was found 3 weeks later, but the baby was nowhere to be found, authorities said. Y'all think they sold the baby? Yeah, it says Courtney and Bradley are Rebecca parents. Like it says the woman and her husband are charged in the death of the pregnant their pregnant biological daughter. Okay. Okay, and no, the baby passed away is what you're saying. Okay. Let me see if it say anything about that. Okay, so the affidavits that were obtained by Court TV detail that the park may have been redrummed in an alleged revenge plot with multiple motives involving her fiance. What is going on? Courtney, was Courtney cheating? Okay, it says wait, whoa. Bradley said he was the biological father of Park's child. So her daddy was her baby's daddy. Oh gosh, Barbara said that. Oh gosh, Richard, the baby daughter, was doing the baby mama, sister, and Rebecca. He said he was dropping D off for real. Oh gosh, I hate when stuff like that come through my timeline when we up here on the string. I have no clue what the. I'm gonna have to look at that some more and see if I can find the affidavits. I would like to see what the affidavits say. Courtney says she never stabbed Rebecca. She said she was only responsible for trying to save her grandson. When she asked if she thought she would have tried to save her daughter, Courtney said she couldn't. So she said he did it, but she was just trying to save her grandson. She wasn't stabbing nobody. I mean, these people out here are doing it. These stories is getting crazier and crazier and crazier. You say Courtney is a lying liar who lies a whole lot of meth. Golly. I mean, I remember Rick James saying cocaine was a hell of a drug, but woo. It seemed like this other new, medication of choice is really, 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 really something else. Boy, oh boy. Golly. Okay, so I'm gonna be watching the clock. Hopefully, I don't see no more stories come through my thing because I can almost not take it. Like some of this stuff is just way too much for me. So I got the verdict watch on my one computer going on. So I wanted to make sure we have that all set up. And now we can actually get into our case of hand. Wow. I gotta mute them. They have been back there for 54 minutes and 57 seconds, guys. Just so y'all know. Okay, let me get you over here. I'm gonna show y'all something. Wait a minute. Or maybe I can find it later.
All right, you ready to get started? All right, go ahead and bring it on. guess they got lost, or they're being unruly and don't want to line up in order. I don't know. The burn pile from the kind of the edge of the house. How far a walk is that? On your computer screen there should be aerial 3. And I'm putting the cursor of the hand over. Is this the house there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, what I want to do is I'm going to try your dad's office, those 2 doors, what I call the American doors and the French door on the back side. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if you walked out those doors and turned left, is that you're walking to the burn pile?
Yes, you will be.
And this is aerial 8. Now, do you know, can you give us an estimate how far is it, the burn pile from the kind of the edge of the house? How far a walk is that?
I would probably say maybe 70 to 80 yards, give or take.
And what is the path, like the RTVs and the tractors? You said your dad would grade or rake around the burn pile? Or would he use the tractor to put stuff on the burn pile?
He would use the tractor to put stuff on the burn pile, and couldn't really rake with it because it's such a steep incline. It'd just be hard to maneuver the tractor.
Is there a path that's been made from the RTV or the tractor in that area of the woods?
Yes, there's a path that you could go from the driveway behind the house and go all the way around to be able to gain access to the dam on the pond, or go back there where the burn pile was.
When you look at aerial A, this photograph, so if you come up the driveway into the garage, I think y'all had chickens and birds on a chicken coop over here.
Yes, it was connected to the shed.
And then down by the barn where there's some other areas for birds or whatnot.
Yeah, we had another chicken coop up there.
Okay, so 2 chicken coops on the house, on the property.
Yes.
But you go to get there with like a tractor RTV, would you go around, would you go to the left of the chicken coop or in between the chicken coop and the house?
You would go to the left of it.
So is this a chicken coop? This is Thrasher 61. Is this what we're talking about? You come to the left side of that?
Yes, sir.
This time I'm series evidence, which is we've labeled as S Farris 11. It's a blown up photograph on a pin board. All right. Any objection? No objection. Judge, with your permission, I'd like for Scott to step down and we'll have him in a ode to Jonathan Kessler. I'm going to have him use the prosecutor. All right. All right, Ms. Farris. What I want you to do, I'm going to give you this red push pin. Just kind of, I know you can't see it, but just kind of estimations so the jury can turn just a little bit closer to see. Put that pin about where the fire it would be, the burn pile.
So roughly from this angle, you're kind of right under this tree right here.
So you mark the red push pin kind of just from the house, the line that goes out to the woods. You're estimating that about there is where the burn pile is.
Yes, sir.
Just we'll take a picture of that and put it into the record at some point. I left off yesterday talking about the timeline. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, July 3rd and July 4th. And we talked about where you were at on those days. I want to now turn your attention and start talking about Thursday, July 5th of 2018. About what time do you remember getting up that morning?
It had been somewhere around maybe 8:30 to 9 o'clock. I don't really remember the exact time.
What were your plans that day?
My plans were go ahead and take care of animals, and then I was going to go and get my hair cut, and then meet my buddy Ted at the PGA store.
Did y'all day or so before, or sometime get a connection with somebody at the PGA store?
Yes, I believe it was the weekend prior to all this that we played golf with some friends at the Manor Golf Club, and one of the guys we played with, he works for TaylorMade, and he works out of the PGA store down in Roswell, and he was going to go and have me get into a simulator to get, fitted for clubs my size, because I'm tall guys, I have to have extended clubs.
So where were you actually doing? Where was the store at you're going to drive to?
It's down off of Holcomb Bridge, off of 400 in Roswell.
Who's going to go with you?
Ted was.
And what's Ted's full name?
I'm sorry, I have a hard time actually pronouncing his real name. It's Theodophilus. It's his real name, but we call him Ted.
Okay, what's his last name?
Pierce.
How long have you known Ted?
Going up on close to 10 years.
Good friend?
Yes.
Know anyone else in his family?
His entire family, his mother and sister.
And how close are you today?
I've actually known his sister Randy a lot longer, over 10 years now. And, I met Ted and their mother pretty much the same time. And, they're Alabama fans, and we always watch football together. And they're like my second family.
And did you have their numbers in your phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you labeled his mom's number as?
I believe it's Mom Pierce.
And were they involved with you at the lake and things like that?
Yes, sir.
When you got up at some point that morning, did you leave to go to the PGA store? Did you get in your truck and take off down the driveway?
Yes, after I got done taking care of all the animals and everything was situated for the day, I got in my truck to start heading out. And I happened to notice that my youngest sister, Amanda, her vehicle was over there. So I decided to pull up over there to say hi to her.
Yeah. Did you see her or just her vehicle?
I didn't see her at first until I pulled up into the house driveway, and I saw her sitting with Melody on the front porch.
This is Thrasher 2. When you say front porch, is this what you were talking about?
Yes, right there where the front door is.
Oh, yes. You turn the TV back on. There we go. All right, on Thrasher 2 here, this area where the hand is, where were they sitting? You just have chairs or something, or?
But you see the window right there? Yes, right there.
Right here?
Yes, there's a rocking chair right there, and they were both sitting in that area.
When you saw them, what did you do?
I got out of my truck and walked up to them.
When you walked up, did you notice what they were doing?
And it looked like they're sitting there talking.
What were their demeanors like?
At first glance, before talking to them, I mean, it seemed normal.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, I did not see anything.
When you walked up, what were you planning on doing? Just saying hi, or?
Yeah, just said, hi to my sister. I think I haven't seen her since my dad's birthday party.
Was she there to pick up Cameron?
That I didn't know. I didn't know the kids were there.
When you walked up, did you start talking to them?
Yes, I did.
What y'all talking about?
The very first thing I was asked is, have you seen your father?
Who asked you that?
I want to say it was Melody.
Did you think anything about that at the moment?
I mean, when she asked me that, I was like, well, no. And then she said, well, we can't find him. I go, what do you mean you can't find him? They're like, well, he's not in the house. And I looked and I said, well, his Mercedes is right there in the garage. The RTV is parked right there in the driveway. He's got to be here.
Where was the RTV parked? Do you remember?
It was parked. I know there's like a little parking spot right here where concrete is.
Before you get to the garage?
Yes. So if you're pulling up to the house, it would just been right there to the right.
Just kind of a pull in. Is that what it is?
Yes.
His car's at the house. RTV's there. Why'd you think that was odd if all that was there?
Well, I mean, if they're saying that he's not in the house, there's only going to be two things he's going to either be on or be in, and that was on the RTV or he's gone in his car.
Would your dad just kind of disappear? Was that something normal would happen?
No.
Did he take many business trips or anything?
Not really. I mean, he, would always let me know if he was going to be, going somewhere with clients, or if he was definitely going to be going like overnight, he would have said something to somebody.
When was the last time you had seen your dad?
At Cherokee Ranch on the 3rd.
Once your mom asked that question, did she ask anything else or do anything else?
There was a lot of questions. Once from there, we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
Did you ask her about the CPAP?
Eventually, yes, I did ask. I was like, well, have you checked to see if a CPAP machine is here?
What'd she say to that?
And she said, no, I haven't checked.
Did you ask what all people have, where they went to check for them, or how long they've been looking for them, or anything like that?
If I asked them that,
Yeah.
I really don't remember.
Was there any indication about how long, if she asked, have you seen your father, was there any indication that they had been looking for him, or how long he'd been missing or anything?
Well, to me, it seemed like they were, at some point trying to look for him, because they told me, we can't find your father.
Was this, what time of day would this have been when you're up there with them, this started?
Roughly, I'll probably say around 10 o'clock in the morning.
What'd y'all do after that? Was there more conversation, or what happened?
Yeah, we sat there and, try to figure out where he possibly could be. I know one of them asked if I saw him up at the barn. I was like, no, I was just up there. I didn't see him. And, I said, the RTV's here. He's not going to walk up to the barn. He's going to drive that. I was like, he's got to be here. And, man, all that from that day, that conversation is, I don't remember every single detail of those, what was asked and where,
How do you remember how long y'all stood there and just talked about it before you did anything?
No, I didn't keep time of it, but it seemed like a good 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, trying to figure out where he could have gone.
Was there any panic or any type of high energy, or anybody trying to do something really quick, or what was the mood of everybody at that time?
At that time, I didn't notice anybody panicking. I started to, get worried, because I was worried that, I hope something didn't happen to him, that where he had like a heart attack or something. But I do know I was, after I asked her if the CPAP machine was still here, and she said, I haven't checked. I said, well, let me go down and check. And I went down to the basement and checked to see if the CPAP machine was there, and it was still sitting beside his bed. I think also before I went down, we discussed about if he could have gone, shooting with a client, either skeet shooting or bird hunting.
Did he do that a lot?
He would do that at, not a lot, but at least, once or twice a year.
When it comes to your dad just leaving, going somewhere, not really telling anybody, in the last 6 months, how many times do you think he had done that? Up to the 6 months before this?
Leave and not tell anybody?
Right.
Well, he always told me, especially if Melody wasn't there, if she's gone up in Tennessee, he would, let me know, hey, I'm going to be coming home late, or, I got, this work event or something like that.
How many times in the previous 6 months up to this day did your dad go somewhere like that? I'm trying to get a feel for how many times he would just go somewhere and not be at the house.
I really don't remember, because he didn't leave. He didn't do stuff like that much. He literally went to work all the time and came home every single day. So it wasn't often that he did that.
Would it be less than 5, less than 10, less than 20?
Less than 5 times, if anything.
And how long would he be gone if he did leave?
I know occasionally he went to go, see his mother, who was in a assisted living or, nursing home type deal.
When he left, would he take an Uber?
No, he always drove his own vehicle.
So his vehicle would be with him if he left?
Yes.
Did he exclusively drive that Mercedes and not the Toyota or anything like that?
No, the Mercedes was his vehicle.
And when he left, would he take a CPAP machine?
If he was going to be gone overnight, yes, he would have taken a CPAP.
The one that was beside the bed, that would be missing?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask your mom when the last time she had seen your dad, when you're sitting there on the porch talking?
I believe I did.
Do you remember when she said last time she saw him?
I want to say she would have said on the 3rd.
Okay. Did you ask her whether or not he had come and got something to eat, or she made food for him, or anything like that?
Like I said, I don't remember every single detail of that, but that probably I would have asked that question, because my dad texts me all the time about getting food.
See whether or not your dad had gone one of the previous nights to go get something to eat from somewhere or anything like that.
I don't remember anything of that.
At some point, your dad's wallet appeared. Is that right?
Yes.
And that to you, was that odd?
So I know prior to that, my dad would never leave the house, without his wallet. So I think I asked, at some point, it's like, well, have you seen his wallet? Because it's like a process of elimination. I think the first thing anybody would ask is, well, is the wallet still here? And then she said, no, I haven't seen it. There was only one place my dad ever would have left his wallet.
Where's that?
And that would have been on the dresser in the master bedroom. Because he still used the master bedroom. He slept downstairs, but he showered and changed and everything upstairs in the master bathroom.
Did the defendant ever have his wallet on this day?
So I remember asking if she'd seen his wallet. She said no and all. And then, I started asking about like the CPAP machine. And then I said, I'll go check, see if that's down there. I'll see if the shotgun, the shotgun he would have used to go bird hunting or skeet shooting is, down there. Cause it was both in the same room. And just, I found it odd that she didn't ask, she didn't go check to see if the CPAP machine was there.
Do you remember whether or not she said do you remember whether or not she brought the wallet or had the wallet at all?
So I remember after going down and checking on that, I came back up and she had his wallet in his hand. And I said, where'd you find that? And she said, it was in his console of his Mercedes. And that really struck me odd because my dad never left his wallet in the Mercedes.
Why is that?
Because he just always had it in his pocket. He never, it was a habit of him. He never left it. I had a habit of leaving mine, but he never did.
Your dad's wallet is one we're talking about?
Yes, sir. That's it.
So they either on him or where again?
It would have been on the dresser in the bedroom, right next to the door that leads into the master bathroom.
Was it common for your dad to let your mom have the wallet?
I mean, he would never hand it to her, but he didn't, lock it up and secure it.
Talking about the two cell phones of your mom, did you tell law enforcement about the two cell phones?
Yes.
Did your mom ever mention anything to you about the cell phone was Sherry's cell phone?
I do not ever remember that, no.
Tell the jury, all right, you're on the front porch, this is going on. Do you ever get kind of perturbed or upset with your mom or ask her why she hasn't done certain things? So y'all start talking about, what have you done or why have you done these things?
I mean, I probably would have, said when I asked about the CPAP machine, I go, why wouldn't you go check that? I mean, that's a big thing. If he was going to be gone overnight, he was going to be taking that.
Where all did you go look again? Where'd you start looking? Where'd you go from there? Let's start in the house. Where all in the house did you go?
I believe I went into first the master bedroom to check to see if his wallet was there. And then I think I left from there and went down to the basement and checked for his CPAP machine and see if the shotgun was sitting in the closet.
Did you see any signs of him or anything?
No, sir.
Did anybody start helping you look for your father?
Once, I know Chris arrived at some point. I don't really remember when he did, but after going down into the basement and checking that stuff, I came back up and said, yeah, everything's still down there. I was like, I'll go over here. I'll go back up to the barn and check around there. So I started searching the property because, like I said, at this point, I was worried that, he would have gone out and, had a heart attack or something or fell down, something like that, medical wise.
Do you know where your mom and Amanda, your sister, what they were doing while you were looking for your dad?
I just know they were together pretty much the whole entire time.
Did anybody get on RTV and start running around looking for him?
I know I jumped on it to ride back up to the barn to check, see if he might have been up around there. And, once I checked up around the house and all, I noticed the tractor was parked not where we would have parked it for, overnight. And I actually went down and checked around there because I saw the tractor sitting there and it was right at the manure pile. And so I checked around the manure pile to make sure he wasn't laying down around that.
See on the screen there, Stewart 12, this is photographs already been admitted. Is this where you found the tractor?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, the manure pile, you're talking about this pile right in front of it?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything, was that odd that the tractor was parked there?
Yeah, because it never would have been really left there. The only time we would have brought it down there is to turn over the manure pile because it was, compost.
You mean turn it over, not just push the pile, but actually turn it over?
You mean we'll go scoop it, kind of toss in a salad.
But you wouldn't leave the tractor right there? Would your dad leave the tractor right there?
No.
Would the tractor be parked where I'm pointing up here?
Yes, right behind that blue wheelbarrow.
After you saw the tractor and you were down the barn, where did you go?
So I've continued to, search around there. Didn't see him there or inside the barn. So I hopped back on the RTV and went back around to the house. And once again, I still don't remember if Chris was there or not. and I really don't remember where Amanda and Melody were standing at that moment. But I just started searching, around the other shed where the chicken coop was, looked in the shed, make sure he wasn't in there. I was just, starting my process of checking the property.
How much of the property do you think everyone covered looking for your dad?
I mean, I believe every, square foot of the property was covered.
Did you check the front property too, the fields and pastures and things like that, or where else did you go?
I mean, yeah, I'll look. I mean, it's all wide open, so there's no grass. I always had the grass cut at that time, so it wasn't tall. So if he was laying in the pasture, I would have been able to see him.
When your dad was making the burn pile or stacking it or working on it, where would the RTV usually be if he was out there doing something like that?
Within, 5 to 10 feet of that burn pile.
And where would your dad normally park the RTV in relation to his where he would stay in the basement?
So if he went to his office, it would have been, kind of parked right up there next to the house, or he'd just hop off and only take a few steps to get into his office.
Do you remember your mom saying anything about whether or not she moved the RTV?
No, I don't really remember.
Did you find anything odd about the RTV or anything like that? Or
No, not with the RTV. I mean, like I said, I saw it parked in the driveway when I got there, and that was, one indication. I was like, well, he's got to be here.
talking about your tractor, is it difficult to drive that?
Absolutely not.
How do you make the tractor go forward? How do you make it go backwards?
So that tractor right there, one of the reasons why my dad wanted to purchase that is because it was so easy to drive. You didn't have to shift gears or anything like that. So the pedal on it is like a C. So you would hit on the top part of it and it will go forward, and you hit on the bottom part of it and it will go in reverse.
This is Shaw 259. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Tell the jury how it works. If you put your foot on that pedal there on the right, there, top kind of middle of the photograph, how would that work?
So you can see the bigger, foot pedal right there.
Yes.
Yes, that's where you would push and the tractor will go forward.
And if you want to go backwards,
You hit on that section.
you don't have to change gears or anything like that, or have two transmissions or anything.
No.
Did you know if your mom could drive the tractor?
Oh yeah, she definitely knew how to use it. She was using it just a couple days prior to the 3rd.
In relation to the burn pile where you've marked, did you ever go up that area and look at the trail camera or anything like that?
Yeah, so actually it was Melody who asked me when we were, I don't remember exactly when, but it was still, we were either back on the front porch, but she asked me, she asked if I still had that trail camera down there. I was like, oh yeah, let me, I'll go check it. So I don't remember if I hopped on the RTV or I walked down there, but I went down there and checked the trail camera and saw no indication of my dad being on it.
What did you do with the trail camera while you were there?
I checked whatever pictures were on it. I know there might have been a couple of animals. I want to say I saw a picture of Amanda and Melody walking, but it was mainly animals. But I saw no indication of my dad walking by or anybody who didn't, was in my family.
Did you see anything suspicious on it?
No.
Did you delete the things off the camera?
I did, because it's just, natural habit. This, like I said, this is prior to us discovering my dad's remains. So every single time I ever went to go check my trail camera, I always delete, just kind of free up the SD card, because I use it for deer hunting. And if I have a doe walking by, I'm not going to, want to save it. I want to save, whatever bucks.
And the camera again was pointing down into the woods away from the burn pile?
Yes, it was pointing towards my neighbor's property.
How long, we'll ask you about finding your father's remains. How long do you think you were looking before you went to the burn pile? Did y'all walk by before? Did you get close to it before? Or?
Well, I had to go by it to go down there and check the trail camera. I didn't even think to look at the, the fire. Didn't even cross my mind. And I know I came back up and let them know there was nothing on it. And then I said, well, I'm going to go and, check on the other side of the pond, walk across the dam and go check down over there on that side of the property. Because it was rare if he did, but he did it every once in a while. He would go in that section of the property because it was a little tight to drive the RTV down there.
Now, this is Shaw 2 here, and this is the burn pile we're talking about.
Yes.
At some point, ultimately, you did find the remains of your father. Is that right?
Yes. How I found it, like I said, I was going to check the other side of the pond, across the dam. And I started walking that way, and I believe I got either halfway across the dam or got to the other side, and then Melody called me. And she called me and asked, have you thrown a dead goat on the burn pile? I'm like, no, we haven't had anything to die, and also I wouldn't throw it on the burn pile. And she said, well, come up here and look at this. So I was like, okay. Well, I turned around and started walking, and I see Amanda walking. She was almost kind of like right in front of my dad's office, coming from the burn pile area, walking back up towards the driveway. She was walking there, and Melody was standing over near the burn pile. And I walk up and look, and I can already start seeing bones. And then I look down, and it appeared to me that it was the inside of a skull. The backside was gone. And you can see like the little blood vessels, I think it was, but it didn't look like. So I grabbed a very, very small corner of it, and I lifted it up just enough to where I saw teeth in the eye socket, and I immediately put it right back. And, I was crouched down, and she was standing right there next to me. And I raise up, I put my hand on, across her chest and push her back and go, these are human remains. I am calling 911 right now. Nobody's allowed down here. And at that same time, that's when I noticed Chris was there, and he was coming around the backside of the house with the girls on the RTV. And I walked right up to him, and I said, get those girls out of here right now. I'm calling 911. And I pretty much, my brother would have argued or, with me on anything like that. And I believe just the look on my face and everything, he didn't second question me. He's like, okay. And he turned around and pulled off with the girls, and I called 911.
When you called 911, do you remember what you said to them?
I believe that, they called and they asked, did the normal routine, and said, hey, I was like, it was along the lines of, we've been searching for my dad, and after searching, we came across some remains in a burn pile. And I said, I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen bodies burned up. And it's like, this definitely looks like a burned up body. We need somebody out here now.
Were you thinking it was your dad?
Pretty much by that point, yeah, because there was nobody else who it could have been, and my dad was missing. I mean, my dad didn't have any enemies. There was nobody who, we never really had strangers walking across our property. Never once did I've ever catch anybody on our property. So it was, within an instant, I knew that this was 99% sure this was my dad.
After you called 911, what'd you do?
I remember I got off the phone with them, and I walked up to the driveway. I don't remember if I went on the back side of the house or the pond side of the house, but I came back up to the driveway, and Amanda was standing there in the driveway. And I walked up to her and said, Amanda, this is not good. She's like, what are you talking about? I go, there's human remains in that burn pile. I've called 911. The police are on their way. But I was like, Amanda, this is not good. And she just kept saying, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And that's all I remember telling her that. And then I don't remember who I let know, but I said, I'm going to go meet, who's ever coming up the driveway at the road, so they know where to exactly come to. And I started to walk up towards the road.
What was Amanda like at this time?
At that time, once I told her about finding the remains, that's when she, was somebody who act like, they just found out something bad happened, especially to a loved one. It was kind of like she was shaking, and, like like I said, she's like, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" And like almost in tears.
What was your mom doing?
As in what?
How was she acting? What was she doing? What'd you
Never
see?
saw any kind of emotion out of her.
Did you see
She
what
didn't get
did?
angry with anybody, and she showed no. I didn't notice any of her freaking out or anything like that. The only time that I saw her actually try to kind of show some emotion is after the deputy and the paramedic came back up from the burn pile to say, yes, those are human remains. And then just the way that she started acting, I've seen my mother cry. I mean, hundreds of times throughout my life and all. And it appeared to me to be fake. Like, this wasn't her emotion. Her reaction to finding out her, mom had a heart attack and her dad dying and, anything bad happened like that, it was a complete different reaction to what she reacted to when the paramedic and deputy said, yes, those were human remains.
Up until that point, has she cried or anything?
No.
Did she come up to you and ask you a lot of questions or anything?
When?
Before, after finding the remains and before law enforcement got there, was she asking you questions or saying anything to anybody?
I really don't remember because after, I talked to Amanda, because I was heading in that direction. I knew I was going to meet them at the end of the driveway up at the road. And that's where I saw Amanda, and I let Amanda know. After I let Amanda know, I continued walking down the driveway to go meet the police or paramedics that were coming. So I walked up to the end of the road, and from there, no, I don't remember her ever talking to me during that time.
At some point, did your feelings change or suspicion arise about something's afoot here?
I felt something was very off. There was red flags prior to finding my dad. Her having his wallet. I remember at one point, she said that she had the credit card that the one my dad gave me and said, never, hold on to this like your life depended on it. Because there was a lot of times my dad said, don't ever give her the credit card. And she had it. And I remember asking her, I go, how do you have this? She goes, well, your father gave it to me. And I knew that was a straight up lie. I mean, y'all seen it in the text messages that he, said for me to hold on to that credit card.
Did you start talking about a gun?
So
a pistol?
So prior to all this happening, I want to say it was in June. I don't remember. It was like the first week of June or the second week of June. We had an AT&T guy come out and do some work with the satellites and all. There was an issue or something. And Melody was gone. She was in Tennessee. And my dad had to go to work. He sent me a text one morning and said, hey, the guys are coming today. I want you to come over here and I'll show you what's going on. So when they got there, we were working down in the basement. The TV that's in front of the leather chair and all, because right next to it is a closet that actually had the main satellite box, and a lot of those components in there was the home theater components, but the main box for the satellite was in that closet. But he said he needed the remote to the TV in the basement room right there in front of the bar area. So I started searching the drawers because we only use the satellite remote to turn on and off the TV, but he needed the actual TV remote. So I started searching the drawers and the furniture around in that room. First checked under the TV, didn't see it in there. And then there was a piece of furniture behind the couch, and I opened it and I saw a revolver and a leather holster. And I looked at it and I could tell it was, a 38 special snub nose. I was like, I've never seen that one before, and didn't really think anything of it because, my whole life we've always had guns. So
this was in June of 2018.
Yes, this is like either the middle of June or the beginning of June, somewhere in there. So it was just a few weeks prior to my dad's death.
How much of the gun did you see?
I looked at it enough that that I knew roughly what type of gun it was.
Do you know guns?
I'm fairly knowledgeable. I can't name every single gun that's ever been made, but I know the difference between a rifle, a shotgun, and a semi-automatic handgun and a revolver, and
Describe this gun that you saw.
So I definitely remember it being in like a old leather holster. I can't really remember the type of handle, but it wasn't what you call a blue finish, which is that dark black color. It was more of like, nickel chrome type look.
Do you remember the handle or anything about it?
No, I don't remember the handle. Like I said, I don't remember the color of the handle.
For the jury, if you were standing outside those, what I call, again, the American doors, if you're outside looking into where the couches and the ottoman and everything is, where you're dead, where you would hang out and eat dinner.
Okay.
If you walk into the doors, tell the jury where this drawer or this dresser or whatever it is where you found this.
So if I would have had my back to the door, the couch would have been right in front of me, and that piece of furniture would have been right here to my right.
When you found the gun, what did you do with it?
I didn't do anything with it
Did you
because
touch it, pick it up, move it, or just look at it?
I kind of maybe grabbed it enough to kind of like look at it, but I did not pull it out of the drawer because I had the AT&T guy in the basement with me. I didn't want to freak him out. But no, I never really fully picked it up and, looked at it. So yeah, that would have been the piece of furniture, the lamp there.
Tell me right here, this is Thrasher 226.
Yes, that was the piece of furniture that I saw it in on the top drawer.
So this is the sliding doors coming in on the right.
Yes, sir.
Why did you start thinking about this gun? What made you think about gun, and who did you start telling about this gun?
When?
On the 5th.
On the 5th. So after, talking with her and, the comments that she's made previously, everything was just, I was getting red flags and all. And when I went down to check on the CPAP machine and the shotgun, after I checked the shotgun, I remember seeing that revolver. So I just wanted to go over and look to see if it was still in that drawer.
So on the 5th, did you go to see if that gun was there?
Yes.
And what happened?
So I went and opened that drawer and that gun was not there. And closed the drawer back, didn't look anywhere else. And I went back upstairs. And then on my way back upstairs, I noticed a drop of blood on the floor. It was smaller than a dime. And it was, kind of almost right there before you get to the stairway.
Right by the stairs at the corner there?
So I didn't want to bring anything up at that time because this, like I said, this is prior to finding my dad. And, I didn't want to be like, hey, there was I went to go see if there was a gun down there and it's not there anymore. But, back when I found it, Melody was gone. My dad was at work and I just forgot all about it. But for some reason that day when I went to go check to see if the shotgun was there, it reminded me that gun was in that drawer. And just something told me to go just check to see if it was still there.
Did you, afterwards, on the 5th, when law enforcement came, did you talk to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them about this gun?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the blood?
Yes.
Did you tell them about other things you found unusual?
Yes. Or her behavior and stuff like that. Yes.
And then so you talked to law enforcement on July 5th, I believe, at the scene. Is that with Detective Cockendall in the vehicle?
Yes. So I sat in the passenger seat and I honestly don't remember who all was in the vehicle, but there was somebody in the driver's seat. And then I remember there was either one or two people in the back seat.
And then Detective Hayes is behind me. At some point the next day, I think you went and talked to him again.
I want to say it was him that night because
that night into the next day down at the Freedom Precinct.
Yes, I don't really remember talking to Detective Hayes right there on the property. My memory that I think the first time I remember talking to him was at the Free Home Fire and Police Precinct.
Like one time on the scene, and then talking to the detective at the precinct.
Yes, there was a lot of police officers and detectives and everybody out there, so I can't say exactly who I talked to at all from my knowledge, but I talked to a lot of different police officers.
So this time I attended evidence state's exhibit.
No objection.
It's here now. State 7. So it's S-Farris 7, S-Farris 8, and S-Farris 9.
Right there, man.
Let's start with 9. That's Farris 9. Not 7 and 8. Let's go to 9. On this one here, you see there's some text message between you and your dad on the cell phones.
Yes, I do.
Let's see. Looks like on June 6, 2018, at the first one, 109, 12:07 p.m.
Yes.
This is from you to your dad. Can you read what that says?
Okay, so he called some mix up. He will be there around 2.
And then, okay. Let's start. Let's see the time. Let's start 112. So 6/6/2018, 9/18/36. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's from you to your dad, and then we're gonna go upwards.
Oh,
All right, so let's start.
it looks like it's from my dad to me.
Yeah, to you from your dad, and what is that message?
DirecTV guys coming. Come here and let me show you the ISSR.
All right. Then
So, yeah.
from you to your dad, the next one up. What's that say? Starting with, did they?
Did they give you a time frame on when they will be here?
And then going up to the next one. Okay, looks like to you from your dad.
Yes, he responded before 12.
And then the last one there.
He called and some mix up. He will be there around 2.
He thought it was AT&T. Could it have been DirecTV?
I believe AT&T and DirecTV are the
But this
same
is what you're talking
company.
about.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It was to do with the satellite. So DirecTV is satellite.
This is Farris 7. This is something we've pulled in the case. Can you see the date time here at the top? Can you just tell us what that is?
2018, June 5th. Time is 12:48.
And then the message contents. Just read that for us if you would. He would reply yes.
Reply yes to confirm your DirecTV appointment at 6/6, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Reply no to reschedule. To stop receiving this message, reply stop.
And then Farris 8. This is a June 6, 2018 text from them. And the message contents, what does that say? You can just read
Hello,
that.
we recently completed the DirecTV visit. If you're experiencing service issues, please reply or call 678-971-2219 to guarantee tech within 24 hours.
Were you running around repeatedly saying there's lots of blood down there, there's lots of blood down there, anything like that?
I never once said that.
I want to juxtapose two points on June 5th and June 6th. So one is when you're at the scene and you're talking to law enforcement, and then June 5th going into June 6th at the Freedom Precinct when you talk to law enforcement.
You mean July?
Yes, excuse me, I'm sorry. July 6th, July 5th, and July 6th. The two positions I want to talk about is when you're at the scene and then you're down at the precinct. At what point did you learn that there was actually a bullet was found in your father's rib?
So we were there very, very late at night. I know it was probably close to 11, midnight or so. And they kept us in a kind of a conference room. And they brought us one by one back into another room individually. I don't remember who they brought back first and all, but by the time they brought me back, I believe it was Detective Hayes that was there with me. I don't really remember the details of what all was discussed at first, and then I was informed that they discovered a bullet lodged in the rib bone.
Do you remember Detective Hayes saying, I've got something I got to tell you? You remember how he broached that or told you about it?
I don't remember his exact words on how he did that because, once I was told that that was happening, that happened, my mind just went in a kind of shock, I'll say.
At that point, did you suspect your mom?
Definitely.
Was she there with you at the precinct?
She was there in the room that we were all kept in that.
Who else was there?
Amanda was there. Possibly Chad, Bruce. I don't remember if Chris and Emily were there.
After you were told that, did you go out and talk to others about what you were told?
That night,
Did the other family members, were they told about the bullet?
I don't remember discussing that with them, after I came back out of the room.
What, did you ask your mom anything when you left?
I really don't remember if I did or not.
Afterwards, after July 6th, you couldn't go back to the property?
No, so, you know, they informed us for us to go up to that precinct, and we were all, you know, able to drive up there. We didn't have to ride in any squad cars or anything like that, but they did inform us that we were not allowed to go back to the property. So, from what I remember, Melody went and stayed with Amanda, and, you know, once we were fully released for the night, I left and went back up to the lake house because Ted was there and some other friends. So I knew I had somewhere to go to sleep that night.
Afterwards, was there a splitting of the family afterwards? Like some went one way and the others went the other way.
Oh yeah, I mean, once we found out that, you know, there was a bullet found in the rib bone, that, you know, obviously he's been shot and then burned, and we all, you know, put the pieces together because my dad had no enemies. I never once met anybody in my entire life that hated my dad. So we knew somebody, you know, wouldn't have come there. The house wasn't wrecked. I mean, there was nothing. Everything was adding up to us that it wasn't a robbery, and it wasn't anything like that. And, you know, her history of, you know, having affairs and doing all this shady stuff that she's done, and especially her making the comment, "I can't wait for the day he's dead and I don't have to live with him anymore."
Did Amanda support your mom or support y'all?
So I remember for several weeks, it seemed like Amanda kept saying, "Well, he just had a heart attack and fell in the fire." And I was like, "Amanda, how could he have had a heart attack and fell in the fire when they found a bullet lodged in his rib bone?" And she's like, "Well, they could be lying to us." I was like, "Okay, well, if he had a heart attack and fell in the fire, why was everything gone from the fire pit?" It's like the RTV would have been there, or the tractor would have been there. There would have been something. There was no indication to, especially to me, that he would have had a heart attack and fell into the fire.
So Amanda was not convinced?
She was not convinced on him being shot.
Was she supportive of your mother?
Oh yes. I mean, like I said, she was always glued to her side from the time I showed up over to the house, and even after, and she was always with her.
Now, afterwards, the property, the house, and the contents of the house and things like that. Fair to say that your mother and you and things were having some problems, or some arguments over the disagreements, if you would, over the property in the house and trying to sell it and whatnot.
Afterwards, yes. I mean, it was. She immediately after this was all about trying to get as much money as possible.
Was Amanda being a go-between between you and the defendant at times?
If I remember right, yeah, she was very much involved, and, you know, all of us. I remember all of us getting, you know, hit up about getting, you know, having money handed over to her or something along those lines.
When you and your mom afterwards were trying to figure out what to do with the house, because I guess it went into the probate part, all the property basically was frozen. Is that right?
Yes, everything from, it seemed like the day of the 5th, they froze everything.
So the accounts and things like that?
Yes.
But on the 5th, was your mom going around asking who was on the bank accounts and stuff like that?
No, she was actually asking those questions before finding my dad. That was another, like I said, her behavior. She kept asking all of us, do you have access to the bank account?
At the scene while you're trying to find your dad?
Yes, man, this is like us trying to figure out where he'd be.
Now, was it odd at times that your mom and you would have to talk and communicate after your father's remains were found? You also had to deal with the house and try to deal with that aspect. Did y'all communicate somewhat on that?
Yeah, man, we were, you know, I guess you said we went into kind of a survival mode, you know, trying to figure out how to take care of everything. And because, you know, we had, you know, a lot of animals we still had to feed and you know, keep lights on and stuff like that.
So this time I tuned it as S. Farris 5.
No objection.
This is, again, is a cell bright. What I want to look at is if you can turn to page 2, number 3. So you see how at the top, when you go from and to, so the first category here with the number is from your mother to you. And does that say, how early can you be home to help me get barn cleaned up? People are coming at 6:30. Did you see that?
Yes.
And what is the date of that one? Timestamp there.
4/8/2019.
So y'all were still communicating after the fact of what to do with the house. Is that right?
Yes.
And page 4. Let's go to number 9. From your mom to you. And there's a text message about Godis having a baby. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was in April of 2019.
Yes.
Did you still have to take care of the animals and things like that?
Oh, yes.
Was anybody else there helping you take care of the animals?
No.
Were you still staying in the barn at that time?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to go to page 9. On 28 there, do you see it's a message from your mom to you? That's April 19, 2019. It says, people come to look at the house. Said barn apartment was filthy. Pooping floor smelled so bad. Other realtor took pictures. This is beyond, I think she was trying to say unacceptable. You see that?
Yes.
And then the 29th message we have here on April 19, 2019 at 1:47, you replied to it. And what did you say?
On the 29th.
It's right here.
Oh, yes. That is bullshit. What's unacceptable is our father being murdered.
Did you find that your mom was saying things to you that you believe were not true, or saying to other people things that were not true
Oh, absolutely.
about how you were handling the house,
Yes.
what you were doing?
Yes.
How bad did it get? Did law enforcement get called on you?
There was a lot of times that I was never told, but animal control kept being called. And what I picked up from the deputy who came out from animal control, he kind of acted like it was possibly a neighbor trying to get the animals. So that was the most occurrence of somebody from the Cherokee County coming out.
Did animal control ever come and take the animals away from you, or write you up, lock you up, or anything like that?
No, sir. Every time they came out, they said I showed them their feed and their hay. I walked them around. They looked at all the animals and they're like, yeah, there is nothing wrong. All your animals look healthy. And I mean,
Do you know whether or not it was your mother behind that?
no, I do not know if it was her.
Was it during this time that we see here there was disputes going on?
Yes.
Now, this is page 12. It's number 40 on this extraction. It's from you. You got mother too. I guess she had different numbers. Is that what you put it in?
Yeah, by that time, she had to get a new cell phone because Cherokee County had her other cell phone still.
Did your mother, the defendants, start asking about money and paying things and stuff on the cars and whatnot? If you would, read this message for us that on April 3rd, 2019, from you to your mother. What does it say?
I have been giving Amanda $200 every month for insurance. I have it documented. She sent me a text last week saying she canceled the insurance on the Toyota. The lies need to stop because we are not falling for them. Just how we know you're now going around Tennessee telling everyone that Chris and I will get into fights with Daddy. You won't talk about a disappointment. How about you filing a false police report against me? We are not stupid and we are not falling for your lies.
Got pretty bad between y'all?
Yeah, so the whole police report thing, I believe it was after I came back from my grandmother's funeral. I was contacted about meeting with a detective in Woodstock Police Department. Later to come out, the reason why I had to go to Woodstock is because since Cherokee County was handling the investigation with my dad, they could not get involved with this one. Well, I found out the police officer I talked to, he said that Melody filed a report that I threatened to kill her, just like how I did my daddy.
And this is all after the fact, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to describe that as soon as you were, after finding your father, the family was together for a little bit, and we've heard about the attorney, I'm not going to go into too much of that, but y'all then went and things separated. You, Chris, and Emily went this way, and Amanda went with your mom. Amanda and Chad Bruce went with your mom went that way.
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say that y'all were close together, not pointing fingers or anything like that, but then as time went on, it just branched out.
Yes.
Farther and farther, the gap got wider and wider.
Yes.
But there were still, like on page 18 of support number 64 and 65, kind of an odd setting because you still had the house, and there's a message from you to her, 5:07 on May 21st, 2019. Did you leave the door unlocked? Do you see that message? Number 64 there.
Yes. Did you leave the door unlocked?
She replies and responds by saying the key is under the front row. You see that?
Yes.
So at times it could be, I guess, amicable, but would you describe it as just odd and weird afterwards? That's how y'all had to interact at times?
Yeah, I had to be very careful because I knew with her aggression towards us, because there were several times that, you know, if something happened that she didn't like, she would come up and start yelling at me and threatening me and stuff like that. I believe I talked to Detective Hayes, and he was the one that informed me that, you know, the memo recording on my phone, I'm able to do recording. So if I had, you know, any kind of interactions with her, I can record it, and at least there would be some kind of audio documentation of it.
Now, tell the jury again, who was Chad Bruce?
Chad Bruce, prior to this, was dating my sister Amanda.
Are they now married?
Yes, they're now married.
Is he close to your mom?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Did y'all have a time after this that y'all had an incident in the roadway outside the property?
Yes. So, you know, after all this happened, I knew I had to go find some work. I did mainly kind of like under the table type work. I didn't go get a full-blown job. I was trying to bring in as much cash as possible.
You working in a nursery or something?
Well, that was, you know, I didn't immediately start go working at my friend's nursery. I actually went and worked for somebody who I knew who had a landscaping, cutting, you know, lawns and stuff like that.
Well, at some point you and Chad had an incident in the...
Yeah, so I came home from working all day, and I pull up and I see Amanda and Chad at the driveway. By this time we were locking the gate, and they were standing there. And when I pulled up, Chad started threatening me and cussing at me. So was Amanda. I don't remember exactly what it was about, but I was being yelled at and cussed at.
Is Chad, was he aggressive with you?
He was definitely yelling and all. I stayed in my vehicle, but he never came like charging at me.
Sure, no fisticuffs or anything.
Yeah, nothing like that. But he was yelling and cussing and calling me a piece of shit and all of this stuff. And I was trying, when this was happening, I was trying to hit the record button on my phone. And I somehow, you know, I'm keeping my eye on him and trying to hit the record button on my phone in my lap. And I somehow wound up calling my buddy Justin. And all I hear is hang up, call 911, hang up, call 911. And I was like, okay, so I did that. And I called 911. And by the time 911 got on the phone with me, Amanda and Chad were in their vehicle. And he pulled right up next to me, and he was cussing and yelling at me. So you could definitely, if you have the 911 recording, you'll be able to hear him.
So the tension was spreading to other people too?
Yes, I mean, Chad and Amanda, pretty much within a month after of this happening with my dad, they became fully against us and accusing us of stuff.
Scott, I don't really have much more. I have a couple more topics, and then I'm going to sit down and let the defense ask you some questions. I want to ask you about Rusty.
Okay.
At what point did you learn about Rusty?
It was sometime around not Amanda, but Emily's wedding. I know it was brought up that it was odd that Melody wanted to have him there at the wedding. I don't ever really remember meeting him as a child. I remember meeting his dad and also, you know, Martha Jane. I mean, less than a handful of times we went and saw them through our childhood, so I don't remember Rusty.
And so, Scott, what I want to know is on July 5th of 2018, was Rusty Barton even in your mind when this was going on?
No, not at the moment, no.
Did you learn more stuff after the fact?
Oh, yeah, man, you know,
But
more came out.
But your dad didn't know about Rusty Barton?
Yes.
How do you know he knew about it?
I knew at one point my father sent me a text message saying along the lines of the girlfriend of Rusty Barton that your mother's having an affair with contacted me. I don't remember, what the rest was said in that text message, but I knew by that point he was aware of Rusty.
Your dad got a message about Rusty.
Yes, from what he texted me, he got a message from a woman that he was dating, apparently.
So the girlfriend of Rusty.
Yes.
This is S. 6. I tendered yesterday. It's in evidence, and I want to go to. Do you remember talking or texting with your dad exactly what the language was about Rusty?
I would have to see this kind of recap my mind.
Look at S6, and for the record, I re-tendered it back into evidence, but this is number 23. It's your dad's cell from him to you. It's October 20, 2017 at 9:19 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your dad sent you a text. Read that into the record for us, please.
The girlfriend of her boyfriend, Rusty Barton, sent me several disturbing emails last night. She is spending a dime of my money.
We'll go down to the next message, 24. From your dad to you, October 20, 2017. What is your dad's message to you say?
Things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon.
That was in October 2017, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Scott, I want you to look at the jury and answer this question. Did you murder your father?
I absolutely did not murder my father. Without a doubt, I loved him.
Look at me. Did you have anything to do to help your mother dispose of and burn your father?
Absolutely not.
Tell him, not me.
No. Like I said, I love my father. He was the backbone. He was the glue to our family.
That's a question.
All right, time to take a break.
Take 15 minutes.
Wow, that's definitely some heartbreaking testimony. I don't know. I'm gonna see how he do on this cross, but the Grinch who stole Christmas. I don't know, girl.
We can just quickly move through photos. They awkwardly say.
No objection.
We can do anything to. Keep you from messing it up. It's really more of finding a chair. Yeah, that's
On a chair would be good. I know you'll call.
how everybody was in the family. I mean, the family.
Chick-fil-A sandwich to sit on that pickle for too long. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Scott. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent your mother. I want to start, and a lot of the stuff you talked about yesterday, but I do want to talk. I want to go back in time a long way to your childhood, and I want to kind of go through that and work our way up in time from there. So you were raised where?
From the time we lived in Birmingham or Alabama to
Your first memory. Where did you live?
my very first memory, I vaguely remember living in Tuscaloosa, but majority of my childhood memory is living in Birmingham, over in Hoover.
That's where you, in your mind, that's where you really grew up. Was it?
Yeah, I mean, I was there all through elementary school.
All right. And so I kind of want to talk about how everybody was in the family. I mean, the family has kind of become a critical part of this case, as you know. So I want you to tell the judge or the jury kind of your perspective on everybody. So tell me about your older brother, Chris. Growing up, what was he like?
Growing up, him and I were very much involved in baseball. And we played a lot of spring ball, summer ball, fall ball. I mean, baseball we were consumed with. And, you know, my brother and I will always help my dad do projects around at that house there. I remember helping him build the back deck. And,
So y'all played baseball, so you tall guys. Now, what position did y'all play?
we played a variety of different positions.
Pitcher?
I mean, at one point, I was a pitcher. Played a lot of outfield. I don't really remember what all my brother played because we were never on the same team because he was older than me. But, you know, I've been shortstop, first base, pitcher, outfield.
You played school for the high school teams?
No, I did not play baseball in high school. Once we moved to Georgia, I really didn't want to play anymore because I didn't have my friends anymore that I used to play with.
Lost those connections.
Yeah, in a way.
Also, too, the coaches didn't know you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, we moved to a new town, new neighborhood, didn't know anybody.
Who was better at baseball, you or Chris?
I mean, Chris, maybe. I don't know. I mean, him and I we used to be in our backyard and practice pitching and throwing, and you know, we would do the same with my dad. So I really don't remember, you know, watching him play.
Yeah.
So I mean, if I would have to say, we're probably equal.
And in Birmingham, that was when you guys, I mean, basically through all of your growing up, you guys shared a bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bunk beds, how did that work?
We had 2 twin beds in the room.
Just side by side.
Yeah, one on one side of the room, one on the other.
All right. And that was from your earliest memory to moving to, I believe, the Hampton Hall neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And so tell me about that. Did Chris ever get in trouble? Which one of you two was the mischievous one? Somebody had to be. 2 brothers.
I mean, yeah, we always got in trouble for something. I mean, nothing really stood out to, you know, that will stick in my memory for sure. But I mean, yeah, we got in trouble like any, you know, boys would that were,
Okay.
you know, this is before cell phones and internet and all that. So, you know, we were out, you know, actually playing like, you know, kids did back then.
Old school.
Old
I think
school
that's
way.
the word you use. You're old school.
Yeah.
Okay. Like your dad, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, but of the two of you, I mean, I've got 2 sons, and I got a mischievous son, and then I've got one who's basically always pointing the finger at the other son. But can you say of the 2 of you, which would be the more mischievous of the brothers? Just pick one. How about that? Who was getting in trouble more growing up with your dad?
Well, that would probably be Chris because he was, you know, older than me. Once I got into middle school and he was in high school, we didn't really do things together. He had his own friends and stuff. So him and I weren't hanging out all the time like we would when we were younger in Birmingham. We just, you know, we got older. You know, take for instance, I mean, like right now, my fiance, she has an identical twin sister and they talk every single day. My brother and I don't do that.
But back then, and so your answer would have been Chris got in more trouble than you.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I would have to say that. I mean, it's be kind of, I will get in trouble for one thing and he'll get in trouble for something completely different. I mean,
So would you
we just had a lot, we had, you know, kind of strict rules. And
what do you mean by that? Strict rules?
I mean, our parents weren't soft on us. So if we did something wrong, they let us know.
That was both of you.
Yes.
And the girls too?
Yeah, I mean, the girls younger, but they weren't as hard on Emily and Amanda as they were Chris and I.
Right. So of the two parents, you got to give me some examples. How would they discipline you?
Oh, my dad, he would, fuss at us and, explain what we did wrong and everything like that. I have more memories of Melody hitting me.
Spanking you?
Spanking me with a belt, eventually upgraded to, I've been hit by spatulas and I've had things thrown at me. I do remember we were living in Birmingham in the girls' room.
No. We went into something that happened wherever, whenever, forever ago.
Right. So the girls, growing up, they were raised a little differently than you and Chris?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't treated like how, Chris and I would. I mean, they're girls. I mean, there's a difference between girls and boys do get into more mischief than what girls would.
All right. So we're kind of, not to say that this is the case, but if you could rank for each parent growing up, who do you think was the favorite and who do you think was maybe the least favorite of the children? So for your mom, we'll start there.
So my mom's point of view, who was the most
Who
favorite?
was the favorite? Who was the least favorite?
She definitely favored Amanda more. And then Chris, she favored more. I was middle child. So, Chris was her first baby and then Amanda was the baby. So
That was her top two.
Yes. From my perspective, yes, those were her top two.
So who would have been the least favorite?
I mean, they never treated us like, any of us were like the outcasts or all, but
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just from your perspective as a child.
I just remember, Amanda and Chris kind of got, treated a little bit better than, they got better birthday presents and got more attention in a way. And I'm not saying Emily, didn't get that and all, and I didn't get it because, my dad always made sure that, all of us were treated, kind of equally.
Okay, so on your dad's side of things, who would you say his favorites were?
Both the girls.
A little bit harder on you and Chris?
He was just,
He
put more discipline on us.
Right. Well, you use the word old school multiple times. You've been interviewed for this case about 6 times, and you've been testifying now for about 6 hours. And you use the word old school a lot. What did that mean?
Old school is, he never coddled us. He made sure we got out and did yard work and we got our stuff done. I remember growing up, we couldn't go play with our friends until we got our chores done.
He held you accountable.
That would have been Melody more.
Okay, well, I was saying he held you accountable.
He just, he definitely got us involved on, doing stuff like that. So it wasn't, work came, get work done first before play.
And you mentioned that growing up too, I mean, there kind of was a little different standard with the girls. Amanda got a brand new car, and I believe you got a 1991 Silverado.
Yes.
What color was it?
Black.
Okay. So you moved to Atlanta in 95?
Yes, sir.
Right. What do you remember about that move?
I remember coming over. We stayed a lot at the Renaissance Hotel down in Atlanta, which was right next to my dad's, law firm. That's where they.
Where was the firm back then?
It was like
that was before Atlantic Station was built.
Yes, it was. Catty corner to the Varsity.
Okay.
So it was right there. So you had at the time, I think it was South Trust building, and you had the Renaissance Hotel connected to it. So that's where we stayed at while they were looking for a house.
At the hotel.
Yes, we would stay there.
And were you happy about the move?
I wasn't crazy about it because, like I said, I had all my friends in Birmingham. I had my best friend Kyle that we went fishing every single day in the lake that we had in the neighborhood, and I used to go to hunting camp with him and his dad. So I had all my my friends there, my best friends, and I was moving to an area that I didn't have any friends, didn't know anybody.
So, Emily has been kind of noted as the brain of the family, like of the 4, right? The smart one.
Yeah.
Okay. So, how were your grades growing up?
Oh, I was not the best student. Wish I got my dad's brains on book smart and all, but I always struggled in school, just because I will get very, I'll lose attention. I'll get bored or something and wander off in my mind. And I graduated, but I was nowhere near the top of my class. So I mean, school wasn't my strong suit. I'm more of a hands-on person.
How did that go with your dad? Was he kind of upset with you about your grades and how that went growing up?
No, he always helped me. He tried to help me, with homework and, try to improve my school. I mean, he was always going over homework with me and, grabbing my textbooks and, helping me out, basically kind of tutoring me.
When you moved to Atlanta, did you have any opportunity to ever meet Angela Phillips?
I've pretty much known of Angela my entire life. That was my dad's legal assistant. So as far as I can remember, my dad worked for the law firm. She was the legal assistant.
And when did you find out about the relationship that your dad had with Angela?
I never knew about a relationship with her.
Have you ever heard about it before?
Nope. This is the first time I'm ever hearing this.
So you graduated high school, what, about 2000, 2001, somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
2000, well, it was after 9/11 that I graduated. So it was my senior year of 9/11 happened.
So that would be like 2002.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you joined the infantry in what, 2008, 2009?
Yes, sir. It was, I started out, I went to the recruiting office in the early 2008, I think it was.
Well, let's back up. What did you do between 2002 and about 2008?
So when I was in high school, like I said yesterday, I was on the work program. I worked at Jiffy Lube, so I did oil changes and stuff like that. Once I graduated from high school, then I went and worked for Tires Plus, and then several other mechanic shops for several years. And then,
so you say several. Why were you changing jobs so much?
just trying to make more money and all. I mean, mechanics at mechanic shops is kind of like, barbers and stuff like that. It's rare if one stays at one location for a long period of time. Also, a lot of mechanic shops, they got their master technicians and you can't really go anywhere. So you go in as like a lube tech, which just does oil changes and brake pads and stuff like that. So whenever I found an opportunity to gain, a higher job experience, I would try to take advantage of it and make more money.
Did you ever attempt to go to a trade school or anything like that? Get an extra education?
I thought about trying possibly going to linear tech and going into the automotive. But once I got into working on cars and all, I realized you really didn't need it. It's better just hands-on training. You learn more that way. There's a lot of people who worked in that industry that didn't have a degree hanging on the wall that was making decent money.
So it'd be fair to say during those years, and I think I'm taking your words from one of your interviews, that, prior to your military service, you didn't have purpose at that point in your life.
I didn't really have a career job.
Right.
At that point, no, I didn't have a job that I knew, this is what I'm going to stay at this company for the rest of my life and retire from here. No, I was still young, really didn't know which direction I wanted to lean into. So, and at one point I decided I just, instead of working on cars, I went towards selling cars to see how that would be. And so I started selling cars.
Okay. Where were you selling cars?
My first job was at Gossett Volkswagen, right there, kind of Roswell, Alpharetta, off of Mansell Road. We sold Volkswagens and Bentleys. I then left from there and went to Regal Nissan, which is the next exit down Holcomb Ridge. That was more family owned. Loved working there. Did great there. Sold a lot of cars. Made a lot of money.
About what year was that?
This was around 2005, I want to say, that I was working there. Because when my grandmother had her heart attack and had to have open heart surgery, I was working there.
And that would have been before you went into the military?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what, about 07, 06, somewhere in there?
Yeah, about in that time frame. Right.
So you were living at home with your parents still, correct?
At that time, yes.
At that time? So from 02 to 08, you lived with your parents from graduating high school to 08?
No, I did move out for a little while. I lived with some friends and.
Like how long would you say is a little while?
not even a full year.
Okay. Were you the only one of the 4 siblings that stayed at home after high school? Now, Chris testified he moved to Maine.
I mean, we all kind of stayed home, came back home a little bit. I think Emily was the only one who really, stay as long under our parents' roof as, the rest of us. But we all kind of, once we graduated high school and we were in and out of the house.
But of those 6 years, you spent 5 of them at home between going to the military and graduating high school.
Yeah, majority of it, yes. I was living under the roof.
So tell me about what was the status of your parents' marriage back then? Actually, what was it like when you were growing up? Were they loving?
To me, it seemed like a very happy, normal family. I mean, I don't have any, especially don't have any memories of us living in Birmingham of any conflict whatsoever. And even after we moved to Atlanta or Alpharetta, it was several years and didn't notice anything until I started hearing rumors from kids in the neighborhoods about my parents.
Okay. But prior to that, no issues?
No, not that I remember.
So after high school, you're living at home. Were you noticing any issues, or was it still just normal?
It still kind of seemed normal. I mean, there was nothing that stood out to me.
All right. Did you ever, how about during those years, which one of the parents did you spend the most time with, your mom or your dad?
I mean, obviously it would be my mother because she was a stay-at-home mother, so she was there. My dad was always at the office Monday through Friday. So, but
is that when y'all started kind of? It seems like you guys both had an affinity and affection for yard work, and working with your hands.
Yeah, that's always been. It seemed like my entire life.
So back then, even would you and your mom do stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, we all got out and worked in the yard.
All right. And it sounded like when your grandmother, Miss Walker, had her heart surgery, that you went over there with your mom.
Yes.
And stayed for a long time.
Yes, there was quite a period of time that we were up there.
So of the 2 parents, and I know everybody always gets on ask a lot of questions. This is a serious case, so I have to ask a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
But back then, and even through, I would say, 2018, I'm just asking, which one of the 2 parents did you spend the most time with?
Well, it still would have been her because my dad was working. So I helped her with the situation of my grandmother. So I believe, Emily was in college. Amanda, at the time, I think she was in college too. Chris was doing his thing. So, I was the one that, was really able to help her, with the whole ordeal of my grandmother. So, I was around her the most out of the 2.
Y'all close?
I mean, we weren't best buddies, but yeah, I mean, she was my mother and I was there to, help her out with everything that was going on.
Right. I mean, you now refer to her exclusively as Melody.
Yes.
And you started doing that in 2019, and you've been doing it ever since 2019 into 2020. But even when you talk about her past tense, you use the word "my mother," talking about her back then.
Yeah, I mean, she acted like a mother. She was my mother. And the reason why I don't like calling her my mother now is because the way she treated me after all this started, and then once it came out that my father was murdered and her actions prior to him being murdered, yeah, and she tore our family apart.
So why did you decide to go into the Army?
So once I noticed things were happening between her and Ted, and that was going on, my father actually told me, you might want to pursue another job because I was in sales. I sold cars. The recession was coming on, the housing market crashing. He also did bankruptcy as well too. So he kind of said, hey, you might want to find a different job because things are about to get bad. So I knew I've always wanted to serve. I've always been an outdoors guy. I don't obsess over sports like my brother does. I'm more hunting and fishing and going out, being in the woods and everything like that. So I decided that I wanted to go and join the Army and just kind of restart my life over, get away from.
That's the word, restart. That's the word I think you've used previously.
Yeah, just, I knew going into the Army, I'll be able to, get away from the situation that was starting to brew up.
What was that?
That Melody was having an affair with Ted Wiley.
What does that have to do with your situation starting to brew up? in your life? What does that have to do with your life?
I didn't want to see the drama and turmoil going on between my parents and this, and you know, I had my grandmother.
So
in the hospital.
you're telling this jury that you joined the Army because you believed your mother was maybe starting to have an affair with Ted Wiley, and so you're going to join the Army. And it's not because you're bouncing from job to job to job in the mid 2000s and you don't have your own home. It's not, that wouldn't be why you joined the Army?
There's a lot of different factors of the reason why I joined the Army. I mean, the stuff going on between, you know, in my parents' relationship, and then also my dad telling me about, you know, the economy going, and I started to see it. I wasn't selling as many cars and stuff like that. And, you know, I just wanted to, it was my way of kind of going into how someone would go to college. They're getting away from the family and also I chose, you know, the Army path.
So you were born in 1983.
Yes, sir.
And then you joined in 2008. So that would have made you about 25.
I was about 24 around then.
So a little older than the average person coming into the Army at that point.
Yeah, I mean, when I actually went through basic training, there was actually several people who were older than me, and some the same age, but yes, majority of them were, you know, 19, 20 years old, fresh out of high school.
And where did you said yesterday where you did your basic? I didn't write that down.
Down at Fort Benning in Columbus, Georgia.
And when did, what was your report day on that?
My report?
Your first day of report. The date.
I don't remember the exact date. I remember my dad dropping me off at the recruiting office, and the recruiters took me by the car and took me down to MEPS down in Atlanta. I don't really remember the exact date.
And you testified yesterday that you actually remembered your mother crying when you were leaving.
That was when they dropped me off at the airport when I was flying back to El Paso to deploy to Iraq within 24 to 48 hours.
And that was in 2009, correct?
Yes.
And your tour in Iraq, do you remember when that started?
It was in April of 2009.
Mm-hmm. How long were you on tour over there?
It was we didn't hit a full exact 12 months, but it was like 10 and a half months or so. Because I came back, I believe it was in May of 2000 I want to say March of 2010. So we were just shy of the year mark. I know we were close enough to the year mark that, you know, we were allowed to put the 2 marks on our dress uniforms of a full year deployment.
And I've got to ask you some questions about that tour. And I know that I don't like to ask anybody about this, but in this case, you've mentioned some things that you saw. You mentioned that you knew what burned bodies looked like. So I need to know, you refer to yourself as a bullet catcher. So I need to know kind of some idea for this jury what you experienced in Iraq.
So on that deployment, I was part of a specialized group. It's called PSD, Personnel Security Detachment. And we escorted high-ranking officers, any celebrities who came out on the USO tour, because the base I was at, we had a building, the ziggurat. It's from the Bible, home of Abraham. So anybody who came out to entertain us and all, they wanted to go out and see it. So we would provide security for them. But majority of the time, we were going out and providing security for high-ranking officers, meeting with local leaders in Iraq, and escorting officers from base to base, make sure they were okay. We also escorted EOD and the bomb sniffing dogs. And we did a lot of security for different stuff. We even did prisoner transport. You know, we would go and pick up prisoners off, you know, Chinook helicopters and transport them to the jails that we had. And we just did a wide variety of security, and we also did patrols too as well.
So it would have been during the patrols that you saw the burned bodies? Yeah,
I mean, it's a third world country. I mean, I've always said to the people here who complain about this country, it's like, go to those countries. It makes you sick on the stuff you see. But yeah, man, I've seen bodies. I witnessed a dump truck flip over and crush a vehicle with 5 people in it and pancaked it.
Did it flip over because of an IED?
No, it flipped over because we were on a mission. We were transporting some top secret information, and a vehicle came up from behind. So the gunner on the last vehicle, he always pulled the 6 o'clock type, you know, position. He got, you know, whatever was coming up behind. So there was a car coming up. He flagged them to stop or whatever. Well, they got over onto the other side of the road, and so be it. A dump truck was coming up, and they both turned the same direction. The dump truck flipped over and landed right on top of the vehicle. And there was about 4 or 5 occupants in that vehicle, and it pancaked the vehicle. And it happened literally right in front of my truck. I had to slam on the brakes, and it was inches between the front of my truck and the dump truck that flipped over. That's how close it came from us wrecking. And of course, you know, I had to pull around to pull security, and my PC, the guy who sits next to me, he asked, he goes, "Do you see anybody alive in there?" And I looked down, and it was a gruesome scene. And I was like, I highly doubt anybody's alive in that. So, you know, we saw stuff like that. I mean, you see burning vehicles with people inside them. I mean, it's, my platoon got blown up by IED one night. And we've been rocketed, mortars coming in. I experienced a lot.
Did you ever have to move any of those bodies?
No.
And in this action, did you have to take any kind of tactical training out in the field, or any tactical movements out in the field, and wherein you actually killed somebody in Iraq?
I can't confirm, you know, that I had somebody in my sights and I saw them go down, but there was some. It's hard to describe. Talk to people who've never been in that situation. So I could say one thing, but y'all could think something different. You're not there. It's not what it's on the movies. It's completely different.
And you've experienced some PTSD since that time, correct?
For a while, I didn't like being in crowded places. I just felt uncomfortable. But no, I never really had nightmares and, you know, nothing like that. The only problems I ever had was being in a very crowded area. I didn't like that. I didn't feel comfortable. And also loud noises. If like something big fell and made a loud noise, yeah, y'all might get scared, but my heart rate goes up a little bit more, because it brings back the, you know, the time we got blown up. Because after that, it's still to this day, it still does it.
Did you seek any treatment?
No.
Did you ever think maybe you should have?
No, because it never controlled my life. You know, when all that stuff happens, I just, you know, especially like loud noise or something, I just take a couple of deep breaths and just calm down and go about my day. Don't really think about it anymore. Now I've gotten, you know, it's been a long time since I didn't, you know, I feel more comfortable now being in, you know, very crowded areas. That all went away, you know, once I was kind of back home. So.
And that was in 2010, correct? Is when you got back home?
Yeah, I got back from deployment in
Right.
2010.
And then you went to Texas after that, right? Or did I get?
I was still stationed in Texas, so that was where I lived. And like I said, when I was deployed, I re-enlisted. It came up on time for my contract to be, you know, extended, and I took the choice of getting duty station and re-enlisted. And I chose to go to Fort Benning with 3rd ID. That was the unit that was there. And then within a year, it was just a few months after getting back from deployment, I started the process of PCSing to Fort Benning.
Okay. What PCS? What does that mean?
Permanent change of duty station.
Okay.
Were
you planning on doing a career in the military?
Yes, I was.
I think I heard you say that in a previous interview. You were that was the plan.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I probably wouldn't have stayed in the infantry. I would have gone with a different job, because it's very hard on your body being in infantry. And I was getting older. So matter of fact, when I joined the Army, they begged me to be a helicopter mechanic because I scored so high on the ASVABs on the mechanical side, and they were really needing helicopter mechanics. But I didn't want to turn wrenches. I wanted to be infantry. So, you know, I didn't choose that route. So I was thinking about, you know, going into that side once, you know, came up for re-enlistment again. And then we had a meeting with our first sergeant, and then we had a meeting with battalion commander, and then it came out that they were going to be releasing a lot of people, and I was one of the people. And on my DD 214, it says reduction in force. It's the reason why I was separated from the Army.
And you were frustrated by that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I had a contract. That's what I wanted to do. I had no choice in the matter. You know, I volunteered to join the Army, and then they're just going to let us go. They gave us insurance for 180 days and said, if you got any other issues, just take it up to the VA.
So how long did you hang out in Columbus after being discharged before moving back in with your parents? Because you were married at the time, right? What was her name again?
Gina.
Gina.
I was married, but we were not together. She was living up here in Atlanta. And no, about the time that when I was getting released from the Army, the two guys I lived with, one other one was getting out as well too, and the other guy was being restationed at another base. So we were all moving out, and I was also coming back up home and trying to join Milton Police Department.
What year was that?
That was 2012. So I had quite a bit of time to the out processing. When you start getting out of the Army, it's not
right.
a one day thing. It's several months. So they prep you for going back in the civilian world and allow you to go and seek other jobs and stuff like that. So I came up and started the process of joining Milton Police Department, and I did their PT test and I did their written.
Why Milton specifically?
Because I knew the area. I went to Milton High School. I knew, it was my town, my hometown that I grew up and went through school to. So, I was more comfortable doing it there. I wanted to do it there, if anywhere. So I just knew the area. It was my home. So, I was able to provide service, for my country. Now I can provide it for my hometown.
You feel like that was what your life was meant to be, right, Scott?
To serve, yes.
Yeah, to be in service, whether law enforcement, military, that was what you were meant to do.
Yes, I was happy doing that. I enjoyed it.
And why? Why do you think?
Because I've always liked helping people. I mean, look at it. I mean, when you're working on a car, you're helping somebody out. You're helping them fix their vehicle. They don't know. I mean,
well, that's service. But that's a different type of service.
But yeah, it's kind of the same thing. I just, like being there for people and help out and, do what I can. I enjoyed it.
Do you think that also you enjoyed people coming to you for help too?
Yeah. I mean,
So-
I have to do as much as I can. If somebody came up to me, if I'm able to do it, I'm going to help them out.
You go to law enforcement for help, right?
Yeah.
That's what. Okay. And did you apply anywhere else?
No, because I started there, and once I got through the one-on-one interviews, so I first did the PT test, then I did the written exam, and once
How'd you do on that?
Well, I passed because they said if you didn't pass, you wouldn't be called in for the one-on-one interview. So obviously I passed. I got called in. It was like another week or two later that I got called in for an interview, and I was in there with them for quite a bit of time. And the gentleman who was walking me out, he made the comment to me, he goes, "You have the GI Bill, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "If you can, try to get your post certification." I was like, "Okay." And
So would that mean that the GI Bill would have even paid for your post certification?
he said that to me. I didn't know if it
Go down
would
to
or not.
Jipstick, which back then was down near Macon.
I don't know where it would have been at.
Okay.
So,
Precise? No, they didn't tell you that.
no, sir.
Go ahead. Just keep telling me about that.
So, he made that comment, and then it was a couple days later, I got a letter, and it pretty much said, "Thank you for your time and all," but it was along the lines as we don't have the funding to be able to send somebody to the academy. We're more looking for somebody who's already post certified, but in the future, reach back out and apply again. So that's what I got. And then I started looking at, I went around to Roswell and stuff. I asked police officers there. I was, kind of seeing if it was the same thing. And everywhere I went, they were like, yeah, they're not hiring rookies. They're wanting already people who've already been police officers. And this was, towards the end of the recession. Now, a lot of counties had money and, our economy was not the greatest, kind of almost what we're in now. But so that's why that got put on hold. And at the same time, we purchased the farm and,
So we'll slow down there real quick. So did you apply to anywhere in Cherokee County? Holly Springs, any of those?
at that time, no. So, once we were at the farm and, it was getting to where, things were getting better. I started seeing a lot of commercials about counties hiring and everything like that. I started researching into Cherokee County.
Okay.
And, I was about to put my application in and start the process over again of doing that. And all this started. And then.
All this meaning the barn? Or, meaning the farm?
No, I'm meaning as my father being murdered.
Okay, so that would have been the gap. Let's go back. I'm back in 2012. You're still living at Hampton Hall, yes?
Well, during that time, I was in the process of processing from the Army and moving back.
But when you're applying to Milton and all those things, you've moved back in with your parents, correct?
I was still living down at Fort Benning, but I was coming up, staying on the weekends and doing that stuff. But by the time that I was able to, I was finished out processing down at Fort Benning. Yes, I moved back home to the Hampton Hall neighborhood.
Okay. And do you remember what, like, specifically time of year that was in 2012?
Kind of a springtime, I want to say. I don't remember the exact date, but it was, you know, if I remember right, somewhere probably around there, spring, summer.
Okay. So speaking of, you know, restarts, you kind of did a restart by going into the military. Tell me, did you ever hear your parents talk about their kind of their own restart around that time?
No.
Restarting, and that was kind of why they bought the farm.
So at the time, everything seemed fine. I mean, they seemed like their normal selves again. So I never felt comfortable, you know, talking to either one of them about, you know, the drama that they had between them. But to me, it seemed like everything was back to normal, a happy life. And, you know, they talked about putting the house up for sale and buying the property. And so everything seemed normal to me.
Tell me about the purchase of the farm. How did they find it? Why did they get it? What do you know about that?
So, you know, if I remember right, you know, we kind of started looking out at properties around the Milton area. And we looked at several different properties. And
you were going with them?
Yes.
All right.
And we, you know.
Why were you going with them? Had they already determined that you'll be kind of the property manager if they get a property, or?
No, not at that time. No, I was just, you know, there. I was, you know, one of the children who was, you know, I was living back with them and all. And
how were you making a living at that time? Did you have a job?
So at the time I started working for, I got back into selling cars again. So when, you know, when the police department thing didn't work out, I went back into selling cars. I worked for Nally Acura out by Dobbins Air Force Base.
Okay.
And I worked there until Nally opened up a Toyota dealership on Highway 9 in Roswell. They remodeled and built a whole new one. So once that opened, I put in a transfer to go from Acura to Nally Toyota, because it was a much shorter drive from Alpharetta to Marietta.
And how long were you there?
It seemed like over a year. So, and my dad they came in and bought the Toyota Sequoia from me. So I was there for a little while.
About when did you start running the farm?
So I left Toyota, and then I started working at the warehouse. Was working there. That was when they decided to sell the house and buy the farm. So I was, you know, working there and in the process of help moving and everything there. So, and then I lost my job. Probably.
You lost your job in 13?
Around there, yeah.
Right around middle of 13?
We were already on the farm.
Okay.
It already became winter because the snow apocalypse happened.
Okay. So maybe even into 14.
Yes. Yeah, so I do definitely know I was still working for the company when that snowstorm came in and got so many people stranded on the highways and everything. Because I actually had to help Melody get home from that.
Okay. And so that would have been sometime in 14, and then you lost your job. What happened there?
So they used to have, the company I worked for, they imported furniture pieces from Europe. The company was called Europe to You. So
Wait, I thought you were working at a car place.
No, I left Toyota and started working at
I missed that. All right.
Yeah.
Another job at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was working at the warehouse, you know, doing that. So, but there's a building down in downtown Atlanta. It's the marketplace or something. It's where, you know, everybody goes and sells to different companies and all. So everybody has their own like studios set up and stuff. Well, they asked me to go. They sent me down there a lot to pick up furniture and stuff like that. And they asked me to go down there, and they told me what, you know, needed to be getting. My manager told me, and I told him, I was like, I need some help because I know that piece I can't pick up by myself. He told me, okay, take such, you know, I don't remember the guy's name, take him with you. So we go down there. Well, a couple of days later, I come into work, and the owners were like, we told you to go down there by yourself. I was like, I never got told to go by myself. I was told to ask, and then I asked, you know, the manager if I'm able to take somebody because there was some furniture I couldn't get by myself. And they're like, well, we didn't authorize that. I was like, well, he did. So, you know, they've already pretty much made up their mind they were going to let me go. And I think it's, you know.
And so what you were just doing right there, and I'm sorry, I even got lost a little bit. You were explaining why you got terminated, correct?
Yes.
That's what that was.
Yeah, that's the reason why I lost my job there.
Okay, but you were terminated, and that was your explanation of why.
Yeah, that's the reason why. That was the reason why they told me that I was being let go, is because I wasn't authorized to take that employee with me to help out move the furniture.
And so, was it at that point that your dad basically finally said, "Just come on back, run the farm. You can't hold a job. Come run the farm"?
No, he never said that.
He never said that. How did he say it then?
So
I wasn't there.
You know, after I lost my job, I let my dad know what happened and all. And I, you know, once again, I sat and talked with my dad. I said, "Look, I really want to join, you know, the police force." And he knew exactly why I was let go from the Army, and you know, he knew about the economy and everything. And we came on agreements that I would, you know, manage the farm until people started hiring more in law enforcement.
So let's talk about that agreement. How did that work? I mean, where were y'all sitting on the farm when y'all came up with that agreement?
I don't remember exactly where we were sitting at when we came out. Most likely probably would have been down there by his office, because I mean, we would sit out there and talk sometimes.
And were you were living in the barn, or were you living in the house back in 2004?
I never lived in the house. I always lived above the barn.
Right. And had y'all got any animals by that point?
At that time, we definitely had the goats, and we started adding on more to the farm. You know, we got our first horse, and then we got.
Was that your idea? Where did these ideas come from? How did we create this farm? Because you guys lived, you know, y'all live in Birmingham for years and years, and you said it's kind of a smaller house, similar to the size that you live in now. Then you moved to Atlanta or Alpharetta, and then y'all said it's this huge house, biggest house you'd ever imagined. Obviously, until you get to the house at Purcell Lane. But how did this come to pass? How did you guys decide to become farmers? I didn't really get a good answer for that yesterday.
I mean, my dad wanted something else that he could do more projects on. He ran out of projects at the old house. That's kind of why he wanted it more. I mean, I assume, if I remember right, they wanted something different. They wanted something bigger. He deserved it. I mean, he worked his tail off and he could afford it. And, you know, he grew up with his, you know, grandparents and everybody having cattle. And I mean, I remember going to my great grandparents, Mama Parsons, and they had cows and chickens and all that. So, you know, he wasn't opposed to it. Nobody was opposed to it.
Well, nobody was opposed to it, but who really wanted to do it? That's where I'm trying to get you guys to explain that to the jury.
My dad wanted property, and I would say, you know, Melody and we all like having the animals. My dad didn't really care.
He didn't care about animals.
He didn't care about, you know, really having all the horses and everything like that.
So it was you and your mother that loved the animals. That was primarily the two people in this family that loved
that, and, you know, my brother's kids, they were excited about the horses, and no, everybody enjoyed the animals.
But the primary care of the animals was you and your mom.
The primary care was me.
Okay, so it was you. You were the primary care. So how much would you say your mother cared for the animals and the property?
Like I said, she would do a little bit, but no, not on a regular, every single day basis. She would get out and feed and clean stalls and stuff like that. It was me who did all that.
All right. So where did your paychecks go? Where'd you get?
I never got paychecks. I never, you know, like I said earlier, you know, my dad gave me a credit card and he's giving me a debit card, and you know, that's what it. There was no agreement on, you know, oh, you're going to get such and such each.
So you didn't have a set amount of money that you could live off of?
No, because he knew that I wasn't, you know, I wouldn't go out and try to buy a car or anything, stuff like that. You know, everything that I got was either for the farm or anything, but, you know, I could go out and have lunch, or I go out, you know, and go play golf with my buddies and, you know, do stuff like that. But, you know, I never really went on vacations anywhere. I didn't do any of that. And, you know,
like Chris.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, I went without ever seeing a beach. I mean, it was, you know, the last time I saw a beach, we went on a beach trip right after I got back from deployment. I was in the process of changing from Fort Bliss to Fort Benning, and we all took a beach trip down the Gulf Shores.
And that's the last time, even to this day, that you've seen the beach?
No, I've seen the beach since then.
Okay. Back during these years?
Yes.
So you would, on a day-to-day basis, if you needed money, you would have to get the credit card from your dad, correct?
Depending if he asked for it back. So
and he would?
Yeah. So, I mean, I had it majority of the time. He gave me a card, and Say, look, this is all the stuff you know, buy all the feed and everything like that on this, and this is your card. So that's how my paychecks work. I mean, I was able to pay my cell phone bill, and
You would pay your cell phone bill?
yeah, with the credit card.
And on the card, did it say, you know, multiple people within a family can have a card, right, on the same account? Did it ever say Scott Farris on the card?
No, it never had my name on it.
Okay. Why not?
Because it was in my dad's name.
Right. Well, let's talk about that. Why do you think your dad never gave you a card in your own name?
I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's,
He never told you?
no.
Okay.
I didn't care to have one with my own name on it. It never really struck my mind.
So, and we're going to get into probably this afternoon. I have a number of exhibits and a number of texts and a number of things that we're probably going to talk about today. But I want to know how your dad felt about your spending money. In your words. Because you were at
He
that.
never had a problem because, like I said, I never went out and did extravagant things.
Well, here's what I'm trying to ask you. You were, in the year 2013, you were a 30-year-old man. Yes?
Yes.
Right, roughly a 30-year-old man.
Yes.
So you're a 30-year-old man, you're living at home, and you don't have your own debit card, even though you're working for the family and you're not getting paid. He keeps taking it back from you. Almost daily, weekly. You have to take it back. His card. Why do you think he kept you on such a financial tight leash?
He didn't keep me on that, and we didn't take it. He anytime that he needed his card, is because he needed it for something. So I didn't question on that. So whenever he sent me a text message saying, "Hey, bring me my credit card," I mean, that was the time that he needed it, and I would wind up getting it back either the next day or a couple days later to give it back to me. But no, he never once cut me off from money.
So text messages that you've seen in this case. I mean, you've had your phone. You've gone through this many times with the district attorney's office. You even, I believe we saw one earlier today where, I mean, he wants you to get other jobs, do other things. Can you talk about that for the jury?
So you're talking about the instance where it showed earlier that it's time for you to pursue another job? Because at that time,
Well, as a matter of fact, Judge, can you switch that back up? It's still pulled up. It's right here. Thanks, Judge. Right here. 2017. I believe it was October 20th. From your dad to you, things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon.
Yeah.
You got to tell me what was going on around that time, Scott.
she was disappearing off to Tennessee. And
What does that have to do with you, Scott?
Judge, I'm Judge. If he asks a question, the minute should be allowed under 611, 623 to answer. You can't cut him off.
Let him finish his answer. Try to stay in the realm of the question. Go ahead.
So that question right there, at that time, there was stuff going on between Melody and Rusty, and my dad was finding out. That's, earlier what you saw on, that the girlfriend of Rusty emailed him and all. That was about the same time period. And that was his way of saying that, he was going to sell the place. I mean, if he was going to file for divorce, he's going to sell the place, and that I needed to find work elsewhere. It wasn't referring to me as, he was putting it on me that I was freeloading off of him. No, that was him saying, hey, things are going to change.
Sorry, I'm going to let him answer. Did you feel like you were freeloading off of your dad?
No, because I put in a lot of work for him. I worked my butt off there at the farm, and I didn't ask for money and not do anything for him.
But you didn't really seem to get that much money. I mean, you would take out little amounts of money here and there, $100 here, $100 there to go play golf with Ted and do things like that. But you didn't have stuff. You didn't buy much stuff.
I didn't need it.
Okay. So you don't think it's unusual that you didn't ask for at least, $500 a week, something like that?
No, because everything I did wasn't, require that much money. I mean, I knew that I wasn't, having my own career and all. He was helping me out, and at the same time, I was helping him. So I wasn't going to go and, spend his money and not do work around the farm and help him out. I'm just not that. He raised me that way. So that's
Old school.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a hard worker. I'm still to this day.
I'm starting with Scott, 88. So I'm going to show you some text messages. We can switch back, Judge. What was your phone number at the time?
It should be the same as now. It's always been the same. It's 404.
So you can see in these, we use kind of a format that's not as good as the one the district attorney's office uses, but we all got it from them. And so source address, what phone number was that? The 678.
5.
That was your dad's cell phone. All right. So I've got a text message here that looks like it was on 2018 629. What does it say?
The very top one.
Very top one.
Bring me the credit card.
All right. Then kind of working back in time, what does the next one say?
Come down here.
All right. Is it from your dad to you?
Yes.
All right. What would that have meant? Do you have any idea?
So that would have been. So that would have meant I was upstairs in my apartment. He pulled up to the barn, and so he was texting me for to come down. Come down.
Right. So this message right here, the next one, which is about 5 days before, 612. The 9032. That's your dad, and that's to you. And what does it say?
The credit card better be in my wallet before I leave tomorrow.
Then I think earlier that day, what does the next message say?
Bring me the credit card now.
All right. And then what does the next one say?
I grabbed the credit card because I needed to get Luke and Leroy flea stuff from the vet today.
So that would have meant you, this is earlier, this is about a week before, I guess, 6/7, it looks like it says, of 2018. But you had to tell him what you would spend money on, yes?
Yeah, I mean, in that instance, I told him why I was grabbing the credit card to go buy flea stuff for him. I always let my dad know what I was spending his money on.
Right, and it was in his wallet. That was where the credit card went.
Depending on the time, yeah.
Right,
If
so-
I didn't have it, he had it, and it would have been in his wallet.
Right, so what I'm saying is if this is your dad's wallet, wherever it was in the house, but you seem to act like you knew where it was. It was always in one of two places, is what you would say, right? In the car or on the dresser.
No, I never said it was in the car. I never once found my dad's. I never had to go get my dad's wallet out of his car. It was always on the dresser in the master bedroom.
It would never be downstairs with him.
I mean, it could have been at one if he was down in the office working.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it'll be in his pocket if he had it. But if it was not on his person, 99% of the time it was laying on the dresser in the master bedroom.
So if this is the wallet, this is the credit card, you literally would have for every single purchase, you would go to your dad, get it out of his wallet, take it, use it, and then he would almost always be texting you asking for it back.
No, that's not what happened.
Well, why do these text messages read that way, Scott?
Because you're not showing the other ones that came along with them.
Like what?
I
we're
mean,
gonna put all this in evidence for the jury to see. We're just picking out him asking you for that credit card over and over and over.
like I said, if I had it and he needed it for something, he would text me for bring me the credit card. And, we were just exchanging it back and forth.
I'm going to show you Scott 90. Read this message that's on the top of the screen. Oh, sorry. Can you see it now? You tell me when.
It keeps getting fuzzy whenever it moves. So, okay. She went to Alabama, put money in the account so I could get stuff to make dinner. What do you want for dinner?
Right. And you and your dad, that would be the vast majority of the conversations that I've seen that you and your dad would have is you would talk about dinner and that credit card. Wouldn't you agree with that? Y'all didn't talk about the Crimson Tide, which obviously you like Tide.
Yeah, we always talk about football in person.
In person?
Yeah.
But in text, this is your conversations. Dinner, credit card.
Yeah, we were short and sweet. I mean, that's how we would communicate a lot of times. Send a text to each other.
All right, so the next message going down sometime around in May of 2018. I think this one, your 2667 to your dad. Read it to me.
Put more money in the account so I could go get something to fix dinner. Any recommendations on what you want?
So explain to me. So you got to help me understand how this account is working. You keep asking to put money in the account. Was there a separate account that you would use essentially for the barn and for yourself from your dad's other primary account?
So my dad, once things started getting really bad, things started occurring a lot more, Melody disappearing to Tennessee, she was spending a lot of money, and also my dad set it up. I really don't know if he opened a different account or what he did, but he gave me a card and he's like, look, this is to, account. I'm only going to put so much money into it. And if you need more, just let me know and I'll put more money. Because there was a time, you haven't shown the text message, that he was asking me, I do remember that, I had to explain that she kept taking the credit card from me and going and buying stuff. So he didn't want her spending the money like she was. So he kind of managed to, get that other account. He gave me the card. And so if I need to go get fertilizer or anything like that, or, get stuff to make dinner, I just send him a text, say, hey, put money in the account and, I'll go do this. And, like, you're not showing the other text messages that went along with it. Like the last one, it would have said, hamburgers or something like that.
And everybody knows I'm pretty slow, but if we sat here and went through every text message between you and your dad for 5 or 6 years, we'd be here for a really long time. So we're trying to move this along as quickly as we can, but I'm going to give the jury every bit of those text messages. Here's what I need to know right now. He says to you in this text message, again, bring me my credit card now. Is that what it says?
Yeah, so bring down my card now.
All right. That's
Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me put us in this courtroom. I don't think they have a verdict, but I see the judge on the bench, y'all.
What were you calling it? What kind of paper? Bench?
Bench paper.
That term is used throughout. So what is it that term is used in other numbers? So is it something about that particular photo that is problematic with that description?
Oh, I just don't like it, but.
I know you don't like it, but I'm trying to distinguish between, I think there was one witness who used that term butcher paper as opposed to bench paper. And I don't think it was the witness that was associated with that. This is just the old-fashioned terminology that people often use to describe that paper. I think I used it at the side of the bench one time. Not in front of the jury, but just with you. But I think that is there's a more neutral characterization that would be appropriate and more in line with what the witnesses actually testified to. But as to the other language in 189, it seems to me that that's what the witness testified to, right?
That's right. Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody? Let's all take a moment to look through the list right now and see if there's anything. I'm going to do that right now. The answer to their question is 97, by the way.
Yes.
Let me just take the time to look through these, and you do the same.
Yeah. Other than that, that's the only 189. Blood clots.
Is that question, guys? And if y'all want, I don't even know what the jury question is, trying to get it over here. I can
Everybody saw the question?
Yes, Your Honor.
My suggestion is that there are 265 exhibits, and I ordinarily have sent in an exhibit list that the parties have.
So they didn't air exactly what the question was. Maybe somebody will tweet out what the exact question was and I can get it and put it in the chat. Right now, it looks like we're waiting for them to decide what they are going to say. I did hear the judge mention something in regards to the way something was described. Butcher paper versus to bench paper, I heard. So they saying they kind of use those words, that phrase, interchangeably. Yeah, I guess they got something going on with the paper. I don't know. Oh, they didn't say butcher paper, huh? Considering that he is accused of, using those tools that were purchased at Home Depot and Lowe's to possibly chop her up.
Aside from that one suggestion, the change.
Okay.
Oh, doing this one? 182.
All right, so I'm going to write back to the jurors and I will give them the name of, or the number of the photo, which is, I'll answer it as exhibit number 97. And here's an exhibit list to assist you.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, so it's exhibit number 97, and she's going to send the list. Yeah, almost 3 hours. Okay, so she's writing her letter back to them. As I stated before, I am keeping an eye on everything. I think that they should, well,
Here you go, Madam Clerk.
normally their
If
date.
you want to look at it, you're welcome to. It's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
So I don't know if they get to deliberating till they done and they tired of deliberating or how that works, but typically their day would end about 2:00. And maybe it's almost close to 3 hours. Maybe they went to lunch before they started. But I'll put us back into our current case with our MelodyFarris. We have her son, Scott, that's on the stand. He is the one that Melody said unalived his own dad. So let's see what his testimony states, and he is on cross.
That's a very affirmative, firm statement now. It's not, please, could you bring me my credit card? When you get a chance, could you bring me the credit card? I know you're busy, son. It doesn't say that. It says, bring me my credit card now. Every one of these are now, or put it back in my wallet. I haven't heard the word please. Did your dad use the word please a lot with you?
In person, yeah, but not in text message.
But not in text message.
Yeah.
So again, this is just your word with no proof of that. But when we actually look at the way that he would communicate with you about the money, it clearly shows that he's telling you what to do and when to do it. Yes?
No, I know exactly when he would send a text like that. He'd be pulling up, he had to get to work. So he's like, I need it now, I gotta go.
That's your explanation?
That text message like that, that's what comes to my memory of, when he would send a text like that. He'll be in his Mercedes down below the barn. I'll be upstairs and he'd say, bring me my credit card now. And so I would, leave my apartment, walk down and hand him the credit card.
Oh, I want to come down here. It's still in what looks like May of 2018. This is your dad to you. And I guess it's right around Mother's Day of 2018. Can you read that to me, please?
Since you have my credit card again, you need to order some flowers for me. My mom's birthday is today.
Okay. So that was for his mother?
Yes.
Okay. But hey, since you have my credit card again, you wouldn't tell him sometimes you'd go get it?
No, he knew when I would get it.
Okay. but sometimes he wouldn't, right?
No, I always pretty much, he knew when he would have,
He
would have it or I would get it.
Right. He knew that when you would have it because he controls when you would have it. Yes.
He didn't control it. It was communication. He knew what I let him know, hey, I'm going to be grabbing a credit card. And, that's just him way saying, since I had it, where's some flowers?
Sorry, finish. You got anything else on that?
No, it's just saying.
May 8th. Did you read that text message from your dad to you?
Sorry, the top one, bring me the credit card.
Bring me the credit card. Next one down, 428. What's that about?
Where's the truck?
And that's your dad to you.
Yep.
Right. All right. So these text messages, again, everybody's relationship with their parents is always very different, but y'all seems to be very businesslike and cold. Wouldn't you agree?
No,
At least in messages.
No.
You disagree with that?
Yeah, I mean, we were always short on text messages. I mean, I still catch crap about, from friends of my fiance. They ask me a question and I'll be like, okay.
But you don't remember the way that you would communicate with your mother back during this time?
I mean, yeah, I remember.
Well, tell me about it. What do you remember?
I mean, there's a lot of different stuff that you're communicating on. You have to be more specific on, what you're kind of referring to.
Okay, I will. I'm just thinking this message. I'm tendering Scott's 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and so far also 91, Scott 91, Scott 90, Scott 88. Yeah, I think I did. All right. So you would talk a lot more to your mother. So it actually you don't really talk to your dad much on these cell phones. I got to zoom this one in. This was supposed to have been Adrian's job, but I've taken it. I've got it, Adrian. All right, so
Zoom in.
Any more?
You follow the guide I gave you on the Elmo. It's the top half of document tape and bottom half of document tape. Well, look at the thing.
Top half. I'm on top half. I'm good. I've got it. Can everyone see it? Scott, can you see it?
It's a little fuzzy, right? But yes, I can make it out.
Why don't you bring your assistant?
Adrian, can you come help? Thank you.
Since I gave her directions during the break, and she'll probably follow my
She
directions
does.
better than
She's
you.
the best, Judge. She's the best. All right. So these are messages that appear to be between your mother and you. Y'all are also talking about the credit cards, right? Can you see that?
It appears so, yeah.
All right. So can you read it?
But the top one, need credit card.
Okay. About to head out. Why?
Yeah, and then leave me the credit card.
All right. Keep going. Adrian, if you could.
Looks like he's staying home. Great. I'm going to sit out here for about another hour. Let's go to Hobby Lobby so we can get bows for the wreaths for the barn. They are rough and rough. Oh, sorry, that's real fuzzy up there. They're in rough shape. Focus on.
Yeah, it's like focusing and then going out.
How about now?
Okay, they didn't have any the other day. May have gotten more. He went to work.
This is in 2017, around November 2017. Yes?
Yes, the dates on them, yes.
Okay. This is between you and your mom.
Yeah.
And keep reading, please. And say who it's from. So just like Scott Farris.
I mean, it's not really showing me who's sending it and who's receiving it. I don't see that. I see my name and my number, but I don't see her.
Do you see that right there?
Yes,
Is
I
that
see
your name?
that. But
That's you, right? That's your phone number?
Yes, that's my
Okay.
phone number.
So that means it's coming from you to your mother.
Okay, I'm going off your words that that's what's.
Well, we got
going
this from
on.
the district attorney's office, so this is off of y'all's phones.
Okay.
Okay,
I just know out from the other text messages it showed, 2 phones and back and forth. So I'm just going off of what you're saying. And so yeah, he went to work and we're somewhere because he just left. Want to go to Hobby Lobby with me? They are closed on Sundays.
That's from your mom. All right, so right there, you mentioned he went to work or somewhere because he just left. would you and your mom talk a lot about where your dad was?
I mean, if she would ask what he was doing, or I would ask her what he was doing if he was home, or if a lot of times if she was gone up in Tennessee, she would ask where my dad was. So text messages like that. I mean, from reading those are different times, different parts of conversations.
Okay, so moving forward to December of 2017. Okay, can you see that, Scott?
Yes, I can make it
All right,
out.
so that'd be, it looks like December 28th, 2017. Could you read it?
Did you feed him? Because I haven't heard from him.
Melody says, nope. And you ask.
Is he home?
And she says,
just came in.
All right. Back around Christmas. Go ahead, read it.
Did he go up there?
She says no idea. Then I believe other text message from one. Actually, that was January 25th. I can see it a little better over here in 2018. January 28th. Did he ever come home? That's you, Scott. Melody says yes. All right, that text message is right there.
So top one, my buddy is about to pick me up, and we're going to be shooting in competition today.
Okay. You going to be home for dinner? Yeah, shooting last rounds now. Do you remember that conversation at all? Well, you remember a lot. You remember a lot of context. You've talked to this jury about a lot of context and a lot of the things that you and your father. You can remember all these things. When we start talking about these conversations that you had with your mother, it seems like you can't remember any of them. That's what I'm saying.
Objection form is not a question. He's testifying.
Why can't you remember these conversations?
Because there's all these right here. They're different, sections of the conversation. I don't have the full.
Well, I've got a theory. I have a theory. So I'm not good at math, but I had somebody in my office do some math. Would you disagree that in the 6 months from January the 1st to June the 1st of 2018, that you called your mother 134 times and that she called you 235 times on the phone? That sound about right?
I wouldn't argue with it.
Okay. And in that same period of time, that you called your dad 14 times.
Yeah.
And he called you 16 times.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So to me, tell me if you disagree. I'm going to put this in the phrase of a question. Tell me if you disagree. It seems that at that time period, around the time of your father's passing, you were far closer to your mother than to your father.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then explain.
I mean, you're asking why there was more communication between her and I, because my dad was at work. I didn't call my dad up all day long every day and disturb him at work. It was, she was there at the farm too, and we were the ones. My dad did projects on the weekend, but we were the ones doing stuff around the farm, throughout the week. So yeah, there's a lot more communication between her and I, and versus my dad and I. He was a busy man. He's a lawyer just like you, and he's got to work.
Now, it sounds like he was a much better lawyer than me, but I want to keep going on these conversations with your mother. Again, moving forward to February of 2018, similar types of conversations that you guys keep having, wanting to know where Gary is all the time. Why? Read it. Just read it, please, for the record.
Is he going to work today? Is he gone? Why?
He says he's gone. Why?
He's gone. Why?
That's your mother asking you why. Why? You say.
Didn't know if he was or wasn't for President's Day.
Okay.
And let me guess, he is staying home.
And your mother said?
Don't know. I'm at Walmart.
So it seems, and tell me again if you disagree with this, but it seems that you and your mother were constantly communicating with each other about where your father was. Yes?
I mean, yeah, we're trying to figure out what, he was doing.
Right? Because I think you've made a statement that when he was on the farm, I mean, you've said this, that he would break things and he would mess things up.
He would start projects and, not finish them, and I would have to end up finishing them. And I mean, like I've always said about my dad, he was incredibly book smart, but he didn't have as much common sense.
He didn't have as good common sense as you and Melody.
Yeah, I mean, it's either you're going to have be really great at book smarts, or
you can't have both.
You can have both, but in my dad's case, I don't even know if he knew how to turn on the dishwasher. I mean, but he can give you every history of World War II. It's just that type of person.
But it appears from the messages and from the finances about he controlled his pocketbook with you. And you said what you said about your mother, but he also controlled it with you with an iron fist.
No, he didn't.
You just you'll never agree. Despite the words on the page, his control, you had no free association, no free power over your own money.
What are you meaning by free power over my own money?
Exactly what I mean. You had no ability without asking or going and literally taking the credit card from your father's wallet. You had no access to funds without first asking permission or going and getting it. And then when you did go get it, it was clear within the text.
He's got a question at the end. We'll get there. Go ahead.
When you did go get it, he would immediately ask for it back. Yes?
Not immediately. No.
He kept tabs on his money.
Well, yeah, because, a lot of his money was being spent elsewhere, not by me.
Not because he didn't trust you.
No, he trusted me. That's why he gave me a credit card, and and when he set up the other account, it was so he could keep more control of keeping her from spending all the money up in Tennessee.
And that's your testimony.
That's why I know for a fact why my dad set up the account and he only put so much money in there, was so he's able to keep more control of his money. It's not for the fact that he was being restricted on me, because you can see in all the text messages when I asked him to put more money in, he did it. He didn't argue with me. He did it. And it's just respect out of my dad. I'm not going to sit there and go and blow all his money. I'll let him know what was going on. Yes, there was times that, he would see bank statements of Melody spending money and stuff like that. And he would, get, pissed off and then send me a text saying, stop spending, so much money. But it wasn't referring as to me doing it. He was frustrated that his money was being spent up in Tennessee.
I want to talk real quick before I ask you about these text messages on the screen right here. I do want, you keep referring to the money, though, as his money. You're aware that when people are married, that money is an equal amount your mother's money as his money. It's their money, right?
Yes.
Right. You refer to it as his, but it's theirs. It's marital property.
Yes. Legally, yes.
Absolutely. And in reality, because that is what the bonds of marriage mean. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So your mother would show frustration as well and say, never mind, I won't go because all we do is work. That's you, right? In uppercase. What are you talking about right there? Do you remember?
That, it doesn't ring a bell, but that could have been, me wanting to either could have been going to hang out with friends or go play golf or something like that. But, that was just me saying, never mind, I won't go do it and I'll do the work.
And then she says to you, don't like it, get a job and move out, right?
Yes.
Did she say that a lot to you?
Yes, she did.
Because she thought you were a mooch.
I guess in her eyes, yeah.
Right? And because you were a mooch.
No, I wasn't.
And your father saw you as the exact same way, and he kept a very tight rein over you and your mooching off of him.
No, that was never the case.
Well, also your mother would say this, my patience with you is gone. I promise you things are going to change. I'm not continuing to live like this. Your life is not going to continue like this. What does that mean? That was in May of 2018.
So you wanted my opinion on why she would say something
I
like
asked
that?
you, and I'm going to tell you what I think, but I'm asking you.
You know, in my opinion on that, because at that time she was disappearing to Tennessee to be with, lo and behold, came out to be Rusty.
Can you tell me how that has anything to do with the fact that you were taking money from the family and you were not working? You wouldn't do any work. You would go golf. How many times a week would you go golfing?
It varied. I mean, I could play golf 1 time a week or 2 times a week, but we always played twilight. Do you play golf?
I play golf.
So you know what twilight is.
But any
it's the end of the day golf.
You asked me a question. I'm going to answer the question.
I was just asking if you knew what if you play golf.
I wish I could play as much golf as you did, because I only get to play 3 to 4 times a year, and I'm terrible at it. But you play golf how many times a year?
I couldn't give you an exact number on that.
More than 3 or 4 times a year, right?
But yeah, at that time, yes.
Okay, but you call it twilight golf. It's a little bit cheaper, right? How much around?
It was like at the time $20-something. It was like 22, 23, somewhere in there, between $20 and $30 to play a full 18-hole of golf.
Right, and you get a 6-pack of beer too.
Yeah, not a lot of times we drank. And
Cart girl come around, give you a drink.
they didn't have a cart girl during the weekday at twilight, so no.
But you go on the weekend too, right?
Nah, it very, very rarely did we go because it costs so much more to go play golf on the weekend.
And holidays, right?
Yes.
Because certainly on July the 4th of 2018, you were out playing golf.
Yeah, we try to make it a tradition between us to play 4th of July.
Going to the lake,
Yeah.
right? You had a lot of buddies over all the time. Y'all had some grilling out. Y'all did some grilling. They testified to that.
Yeah.
Shooting on the property.
Yeah.
Right. What I'm getting at, and this might be getting close to the 12:30 time that I believe the judge said we would be having a lunch. I'm just waiting for my stopping point.
Message from the administrator. If you get to places.
I'm getting close. That's why. Okay. But what I'm getting at is that you, instead of doing your required job at that farm, you'd be gone a lot of times. And you wanted to know where your father was, texting your mother all the time. Where's Dad? Where's he at? What's he doing? So that you could sneak
There's not
on.
an objection to the form. He's testifying. He's not asking a question. It's not a compound question. It's pure up, and Mr. Weaver likes to do it. He's testifying.
Try to rephrase this.
I'll try to rephrase. You wanted to know where your daddy was so that you could go play golf and just not do what he wanted you to do. Yes?
No.
You felt essentially, and you were treated essentially by your father, you were a 35-year-old man in 2018, but you were treated like a teenager. Yes?
No.
Why not?
He didn't treat me like a teenager. He treated me like an adult, but I work for him. I work there to maintain it. Pull up all the other text messages about us talking about projects and measuring out stuff, and him asking my opinion on stuff that needed to be done around the farm and equipment being bought and stuff like that. Those text messages are in there too. I honestly do not feel like he treated me like a teenager. No.
You would agree with me that this lifestyle that you were leading in 2018 wasn't going to be feasible for much longer. Yes, you would agree with that.
What do you mean by feasible?
This way of getting money from your father and living on the farm without having an actual job off of the farm, that wasn't going to be feasible for much longer, was it?
No, eventually at the point I was going to get to where I was going to go and pursue a job in law enforcement, and they would have to take care of the property themselves.
Right, because you told Melody, your mother, on the 5th, I believe, or the 4th. I think you said it was on the 4th. If this conversation happened, that you said, I'm going to be getting a job soon, and y'all are going to have to figure out how to run this place. That's what you said. You said it to the jury yesterday.
Yeah, I said it to her. She was laying in bed with the dogs. I definitely 100% remember that conversation.
So in your own words, you would agree with me that your lifestyle was coming to an end at that barn, yes?
Things were going to be changing, yes. I was going to be pursuing a career in law enforcement, and I would not be able to be there all the time to take care of the farm.
That would probably be a good breaking point.
All right, we'll break. Let's be here shortly. All right, let's step out.
her about what was going on, because his answer is going to be the way she was treating me and how she was doing that was why I ended it and what was in that context. And that's the prejudicial effect, because there's really no way to unring that bell. It's not relevant because it's not stipulated to. And what's going to do is going to open up the door to something.
Yeah, we're not talking about the results. He still made the statements.
Right, but
So
what
we're talking
role
about his statements that he made to someone on interview, whether it was let's presume, say it was, he's being interviewed by the police, and we were trying to get in either.
And we have created transcripts of that interview.
Again, it has to be probative under 401 and 402. It's not probative to whether or not he decides to voluntarily go and do an interview and voluntarily end an interview. It's not relevant. They are just trying to get into something to say, to lead to that polygraph. He's hoping, and we're going to have to go take a break, go meet with Scott and say, if you get asked this question, you cannot talk about these things. And if he doesn't, it's just like if a defendant takes a stand or says something and slips into something about his character.
They all know everybody was interviewed by the police and the sheriff's office and everybody. Everybody was interviewed multiple times. So that's not an issue.
No, the issue is he's walking up, and Mr. Weaver is a very good attorney. He's walking up to that polygraph. That's what he's trying to do.
He's not going to say the word polygraph.
Well, then why is he asking if he just ended an interview that's not come in? It's not relevant.
Well,
The court previously told us to talk about this before I get into it in court.
what questions do you want to inquire about? What do you want to ask?
I'm going to ask, there are a number of questions that Pamela Rushton asked him regarding questions he did or did not ask his mother in the year following the alleged murder by Melody.
Are you trying to contradict something else that he has testified to?
But I might have to, is what I'm saying,
No,
Judge.
what would be the point of the testimony? What are you trying to elicit?
I'm trying to elicit. I'm going to ask these questions, even though Pamela Rushton asked these questions. But he was interviewed and he was a suspect. The district attorney's office had made him a suspect as of 2019.
Well, you can ask him. Did you do X? Did you do Y? Did you do Z? Did you tell Pamela Rushton that you did X? Did you do that? You did Y? That you did Z?
And we've got a transcript of that. Okay. So,
and the problem is trying to come back and answer that and say why he stopped the interview. He stopped the interview because of the way he was being treated.
Well,
that's the GBI's job.
That's the GBI's technique, and that's every other cop's technique in every other case I've ever heard here. So what's the issue with that?
The issue, Judge, that's not in the context of a polygraph. That's the issue.
We're not going to use the word polygraph, period.
Well, then I would ask that we know the exact question he's going to ask, and we have to instruct our witness not to go down that. It's not going to be a situation where it's like with the character.
We're going to say he was being interviewed by Miss Whatever at the GBI, period. That's the only reference to it we're going to make.
I know the trials are not that simple, Your Honor, where they come out and Mr. Weaver's going to walk that up. If we can't tell our witness,
I'm going to tell the witness that he's not to mention it. I'm going to tell the witness exactly what I just said we're going to talk about, and that he was interviewed by Miss Rushton at the GBI.
And if he needs time to talk and prepare,
absolutely, I need time. I can't just come in here and start doing it like this. We told him not to mention it, and now we're completely changing it.
No. What? We said it from the beginning, and what I said from the beginning when we talked about it was we would not refer to it being a polygraph. If the interview, if the same questions, if you want to ask the same questions that he was asked by the person who conducted the interview, you can ask those questions. And if those responses are different and there's a reason to get the interview statements in, you can ask them, didn't you tell Miss So-and-so at the GBI when you were interviewed this X, Y, or Z? So again, I'm not sure what the issue is.
So, Judge, Frank just made a really good point. The defense counsel is trying to say that he was a suspect by the district attorney's office, not in the sense of he's a suspect as in the one that committed murder or something along those lines. So I don't think it's proper for the defense just to get up and say, you're a suspect, and just leave it hanging at that. I don't think you can go into the district attorney's office did this or district attorney's office did that. First of all, that prosecutor's not prosecuting this case. And second of all, that's not a situation where he can just say, you're a suspect, because that polygraph dealt with very specific questions. Not only questions about, did you kill your father, or what do you know about it? And so the answers, and we know what those answers are to that, and it's not just as simple as say, you're a suspect, or you're a suspect of the one that did the murder. And I don't believe that's the position of the DA's office at the time, that he was the one that committed the murder. And so if Mr. Weaver's presenting to the court, proffering to the court that our position was that he was the murderer, I do not believe that's ever been the position of the DA's office, not the position of these prosecutors.
I don't know. Y'all are going way far off of
that's not what I'm getting into. At the end of the day, the jury does get to see the fact that he was under investigation. He was interviewed several times. They can glean from that as they wish. I will not be talking about a polygraph test. The court simply asked at previous hearings that I bring up before I get into it, the issue. And I brought it up. And that's all I'm doing, Judge.
And I would ask the court to have defense counsel proffer what his exact questions on. Clearly, he's got.
Mr. Bogus,
I'd like to be able to.
Yes, sir.
If I can do, thank you, Mr. Weaver. I would like the court to have the defense proffer the exact questions because he is tendentious in what he's doing right at the moment. He knows that he is trying to get to a certain spot with Scott Farris on these questions. I think it's only fair for the court to, under 104, to make him actually give a proffer what his questions can be. Because we can't, under 103, he can't even put prejudicial information to the jury in the form of a question. And Mr. Weaver is very good at his job, and he likes to load it up on the questioning and then do it.
Y'all let the witnesses wander all over the place and talk about all kinds of things that I don't think are relevant to the case so far. So that's a whole, the fact that your witness is going to wander is because that's what you've trained them to do, not specifically by conduct, but by action, not by telling them what to do on the front end, but by not controlling them at all while y'all been asking them questions. And no one objecting to anything, which is fine. If y'all want it to go and get out, I don't care. But
Judge, I think the remedy is that the court tells the witness not to talk about the polygraph, and I'm not going to talk about the polygraph, and that's all.
And we need time to go tell our witness what can.
I will tell him here, what areas are you wanting to go into with him about that we need to talk about the interview at all?
That he was interviewed for over 4 hours. Right. And in that interview, there were multiple times when he didn't ask questions of his mother. He was questioned upon him as to why he did not ask his mother, why wouldn't you look, instead of walking into a house, Scott Farris is the first person to say, where is a gun? No proof that any shooting had occurred was anywhere in the world, but why did he not ask, well, there's a fire, where are the accelerants? Well, my father is dead, are there any missing knives? He didn't ask his mother anything about what happened in over a year. And the questioning around that from Pamela Rushton is relevant to this case. That has nothing to do with the polygraph. That was after the polygraph results. The failed results were revealed to him.
Well, you can ask him you can ask him those questions directly. And only if he says something different would it be.
Right.
Pam Rushton doesn't have, I'm sorry.
Sorry. And that's great, Judge. I may not even say the word Pam Rushton, but if he contradicts anything he said in that interview, I should have the ability to go into that interview. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah, Judge, I agree that topic and those issues, you didn't ask these questions, you didn't do this, you didn't say this, you didn't inquire into this. He can ask all those questions. He doesn't have to then bootstrap it to a polygraph and talk about failed. He did pass on lots of those questions too. He doesn't want that in. Because he opens the door to that, there is an answer that he does not want in this trial polygraph.
Again, so you can ask all those questions, and only if he answers something different would the interview be relevant to those questions. If you want to ask him, was he interviewed for 4.5 hours by the GBI? I think that's fair. If you want to say, and then you abruptly end the interview, that's sure. Fair. And then y'all can argue about what that means and why or whatever. But again, I think we don't need to go there. It's not rehashing, and the interview itself is not otherwise admissible.
And I do stipulate to the admissibility of that polygraph, by the way.
They're not going to agree. So,
Judge, I just need to recess to talk to our witness. This is
we will bring the witness in a second and give him some direction if y'all need to talk to him specifically. But
we do, Judge.
All right. Let's again. What else are you going to want to go into in this topic? Because there's no reason for you to talk about specific details of the interview that are hearsay until they're otherwise admissible. So what else about the interview are you going to want to ask them?
That's essentially it.
Okay. Well then, all right.
Judge, there may be a point.
If we have to object and take it up, I get it.
I know. If he opens the door to the other answers that we want in, then we're going to have to take this up again outside President's jury. There are answers we like in too.
We'll stipulate the admissibility polygraph right now.
That's not how it works. We didn't stipulate to it.
I know, but I will. Judge, I understand my instructions.
All right. Just need recess.
Okay. So I'll talk to your witness, and I'll give him some direction when he comes in.
Just do whatever y'all need to do. Just don't say that word polygraph, and we good out here in these streets. The judge is like, I don't know what y'all letting them do. Y'all letting all these questions go all over the place. Nobody's objecting. Nobody's saying nothing. Now y'all want to be saying something. Man, if y'all don't get somewhere.
I gotta wait on him. We must have passed each other in the.
Did he fail the polygraph, y'all? Do anybody know? Because this is a sore spot with the prosecution team. Oh, he failed. Oh, wait. Oh, but I could say he failed it. Only says shit, he failed in life, period. Living on a farm up on top of the barn. Daddy, can I use the credit card every other day?
Instructions by the.
Do anybody stay in Oregon?
What? Something is what we're going to call the interview. I think Mr. Weaver's going to ask you some questions about you being interviewed probably by various agencies, but specifically the GBI. We're only going to reference it as an interview, not as a polygraph, not as a whatever else y'all would characterize it at. It's just going to be called as a interview, and that it was conducted by Agent. Okay, and that's all. You're not going to characterize it any other way. And if the state needs to make an objection as we go along, we will. Are you understand those instructions?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Anything else?
That's all, Judge.
All right, let's bring them back in.
No, I just appreciate it. You did that.
All right, before we get started, we've been going since I told y'all to report back. So we've been in here for the last 30 minutes doing stuff. Need to talk to y'all about, so we have to be very careful about where y'all, I know some of y'all wanted to wander apparently. And I gave certain parameters about where y'all need to be. And that's specifically because we have cameras out front. So I don't want y'all wandering. If there's an area y'all would like to go to, if y'all want to go walk through the cemetery behind the art center, that's fine, but I probably need to have someone go with you. So that's why I kind of designated the paver path where the benches and the sculpture thing is. So anyway, if y'all have other suggestions, write them out for me and I'll talk to y'all about that after talking with security about it. But there's a camera crew out front, so I don't want y'all to really get too close to that because then they'll say, oh, there's a large group of people being escorted by a deputy. I wonder who they are. Okay. All right, go ahead.
I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
One follow-up on the issue of the debit card. I'm showing you a message between your mother and your father, and it says, who has the debit card, correct?
Yes.
Right. And is that from your dad to your mom?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And then your mom responds back, Scott, why, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then your dad says, and this is on 5/22/2018, because he's spending a lot. And then your mother asks own, and then 2 fuel charges of $50 each plus other things. Do you remember that at all?
No, I don't remember it because it wasn't on my phone.
Okay. Did your dad, did he ever confront you verbally about that?
No, I do not ever remember a conversation of that.
All right. And Your Honor, that was defense Scott 92. And also for a housekeeping matter, we're going to move to admit Scott 94, which was the 6 months of phone records that I referred to earlier.
Okay.
Okay, so that's me pausing it. I thought that y'all may want to see this, so I am going to show it to you guys. A lot of people were asking in regards to the jury's question, what was it about? I am following on Twitter, so let me get it up, okay? Oh, let me get it. I wonder why it seems like it's my Twitter feed is different on my phone than on here. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, so it's Lisbeth. Okay, and let me show y'all this. Shout out to Lisbeth, who I've been getting a lot of the Twitter feeds from. Can y'all see that pretty good? So wait a minute. Are they saying they stopped the clock again? Wait a minute. Yeah, it stopped the clock again. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to share this tab instead. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to stay where we at. It does say they stopped the clock, movement in the courtroom. I don't know what that movement in the courtroom is. So in regards to the question, the judge answered the question is Exhibit 97 on day 7. Tipton asked for Exhibit 97 to be shown on the screen. And this was the photo of Anna on a rug. So this is what the jury wanted to see again. Right here, this photo of Anna on the rug. It does say the clock has stopped, so I'm going to put us back in here. I have no clue why the clock has stopped. I don't know if they're about to be released, going home. I don't see any new tweets, so yeah, there we are. So we are kind of waiting to see what they have, but that's the one that they were looking for. Here, I got another tweet coming through. Let's see. Okay, it's a jury could be going home. So let's see. We'll see if the jury's going home or what we're doing. But the verdict clock has stopped. It has stopped at 3 hours, 31 minutes. 3 hours and 31 minutes. We trying to see, Stan. I don't know just yet. We're kind of seeing. I don't know if they have a verdict or I don't know. I just know the clock has stopped. There's movement in the courtroom. And when I was trying to show y'all, what exhibit they wanted, which is the exhibit where she was laying on the rug, during that period of time when I was switching screens, I actually seen that the clock had stopped. See, that's all it say. It say stop the clock. Movement in the courtroom. I have no clue what that means. says he could Walsh could spend the rest of his life in prison without parole if he's found guilty of first-degree redrum. Okay, so I still got a question. Okay, so I'm assuming nobody stays in Oregon. Nah, it's too early for it to be a hung jury, I think, SD. Yeah, I don't see that. No, it's early for you, boo. It's a good day for them. It's 4:15. It's after 4. They've been going home every day at 4. Here we go.
This is Wild West. Court's in session, may be seated.
Your Honor, we're back on the record in Commonwealth versus Walsh.
Thank you. As is my custom, at 4 o'clock, I send in a note on every day the jury's deliberating, asking if they want to stay until 4:30. That note will be marked as the next exhibit for identification. And it gives them the option of staying until 4:30 or suspending and coming back on Monday in this instance, and they've elected to do the latter. So we'll bring them in, send them on their way.
For
No
ID
verdict.
so marked.
That's a stupid note.
Thank you.
Sorry, Judge. I think that's stupid. So her note went back at 4 o'clock saying, do y'all want to deliberate for 30 more minutes or do y'all want to go home? And of course they sent it back and it was like, no, we not that close. We want to go home.
All rise in the court. Jurors entering.
Hear ye, hear ye. Sweet Pea Diamonds is entering the courtroom.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
No, it's after 4, SD.
Welcome back, jurors, to the courtroom. Again, thank you for your work today. And I'm going to send you on your way for the weekend. I remind you, jurors, that the rules still apply. They will apply until you reach your unanimous verdict. I remind you of those rules now, jurors. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Continue to have open minds as you evaluate the case and as you wait to see if you are going to evaluate the case. Don't access any social media or any news media over the weekend. Hope you have a good weekend, get some rest, and we'll see you back here ready to work on Monday morning. Thank you, jurors. Thank you.
All rise in the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will not have a verdict today. We will have maybe a verdict Monday.
Just as short as council, make sure you're back here a few minutes before 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Hear ye, hear ye. Court is adjourned for today. See you back in the courtroom and take it to trial on Monday at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Okay, back to the case at hand. Yeah, that's gonna be my new intro, y'all. It's gonna be like, hear ye, hear ye. The host of Take It to Trial, Sweet Pea Diamonds, has entered the room. That really sounds very, very fascinating, guys. Don't y'all think so? Hear ye, hear ye. And then I need like a big, like a horn or something, a big megaphone. Hear ye, hear ye. Sweet Pea Diamonds has entered the courtroom. No. Hear ye, hear ye. Sweet Pea Diamonds has entered the chat. Yeah, something like that. We're going to start doing that. We're going to start doing that, guys. You got it? Hear ye, hear ye. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, let's go in here to our case that we have currently going on. He's back on the stand. We have just argued. They better not say this word polygraph, or I think my judge is going to lose his shit. He might lose it up here on this stand. So, do not say the word polygraph. And if you're going to say the word polygraph, it's going to be some problems. All right, let's go back in. Hear ye, hear ye. Yep, that's what I want. I'm going to be doing that now. That's what you want.
I want to turn now. And Judge, would you mind?
I think this defense, on the side note, y'all, I think this defense attorney is so cute. I love the way he sounds. Oh my gosh, I'm getting a kick out of his voice. Oh goodness.
Switching back over to the computer. Thank you.
I wish. I had to wait for you to do it down there. And every time you ask me to, I prefer that. And then maybe someone will watch TV and fix.
Judge, I'm going to stay out of the way of you and the county commissioners. So I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Thrasher 229. And do you remember this picture, this location?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell me about this location.
This was down in the basement, kind of right out in front of the bar area, TV hanging up on the wall, just a lounging area.
Lounging area. And in fact, this is an area, there was a TV right there.
Yes, sir.
This is the area where you said you come eat your dinner.
I would eat dinner and sometimes lunch there.
Sometimes, but this was kind of like maybe a place you would hang out in the house, yes?
Yes, when I came over to eat, typically I'll go down there to watch TV and eat dinner.
Why down there? Why not upstairs at the kitchen bar?
Because I like watching TV when I eat.
Okay. But your dad, he would sit at the kitchen bar and read books, correct?
Yes.
So where would your mom eat?
I really don't know, probably in her bedroom, because a lot of times she wasn't there to eat. If any time I was over there to eat, it was me who fixed dinner for my dad or get us food, and he would eat at the bar and read his book, and I'll go downstairs and eat.
Oh, look at this, y'all. He lying. She can't even take it. I gotta stop here because my girl like, nah, he is lying. Look at this. She can't believe this bullshit. Like, they gonna have me cussing this Friday too, and they doing this. I know, Melody. I know. His lying. He just gotta take lying to the 5th degree. Now he want to make her out like she wasn't cooking dinner for this man every night. Oh, she wasn't even home to eat. Man, if he don't stop it. You say Scott laughed too. Like, if he don't stop it, oh my. She can't even take this lie he coming up with. Yeah, he lying. Like, I mean, some stuff you just like, come on. Like, come on, son. I mean, I know you mad at me. You want to sit up there and call me Melody, but what you not going to do is act like I didn't ever eat there. Like, I was just out here giving this box up all day that I couldn't eat at home. Dang. Scott, now I was rocking with you until you got to get a little extra. All people always got to get extra. Dang, just say your truth and stop doing all this extra stuff. I be trying to let us get through the testimony and not say nothing, but certain stuff I'm just going to have to say. I don't know, Dandy. It sounds like unless he about to come back and say that she ate in the room. Right now, he just said he don't know where she ate. Maybe in her room, but he was like she don't barely eat. You know, he had to feed his dad because she wasn't feeding him. Man, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That's just me. Okay, let's see what else now. I'm starting to think Scott is capping up here on this stand now. He can't be doing all this capping. I know Melody sitting up there calling you Melody. Man, objection. He is directed to call her mom until further due notice.
Watch TV.
But speaking of eating, you guys, y'all go to Cherokee Ranch a lot.
Yes, sir.
And that's not there anymore, right?
No, it's not.
I remember it was up on 20, right? As you're
Yes.
heading out towards Cumming.
Yes.
Okay. And it was there for many years. It was a buffet style.
Cafeteria style, yes.
Cafeteria. Once upon a time, they had some pretty good crab legs there. Do you ever remember that?
Don't ever remember crab legs.
Might have been before you moved to Cherokee. But anyway, y'all, how often would you and your mother go to Cherokee Ranch?
Quite often. A lot.
Best guess. Times a week.
Minimum 3-4 times a week.
Sometimes more.
Yeah.
And your dad, but he would go separately?
On the weekends, we would go and eat lunch there. When he was home, or if he stayed home from the office, we would go there. Almost every Friday, every Friday night, my dad and I will go there and have catfish.
Catfish on Friday nights.
Yes,
that
sir.
was you and Dad.
Oh, that's
but
what
otherwise,
I had tonight.
you would go with your mother about
That sounds good.
Yes, for lunchtime. Yes.
Not dinner?
Tonight.
Right. Just always, just kind of regimented. You're going to lunch.
Yeah, because it was so close and it was always a different menu every day.
All right, so back to the house where you would eat right here on this couch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now going to, and that the exhibit has already been admitted, I believe. I'm going to go to the state's exhibits. This is a conversation with you and your father about the DirecTV guy coming, and that was in early June of 2018. Yes.
Yes.
Right. And the appointment appeared to be scheduled, and I believe it was the 12th of June.
I believe it was.
It was
I think
the
I saw
6th.
early. It's the 6th.
It was the 6th. So you say you were there, and that is when, going back to the Thrasher photo, you say you saw a firearm in this drawer right here.
Yes, sir.
Where the marker is?
Yes, sir. Top drawer of that piece of furniture.
And the gun you saw was a, let me see if I'm, you tell me. Say it, tell me one more time. What kind of gun was it?
It appeared to me to be a 38 snub nose. It was in a leather holster.
So snub nose means?
It wasn't a long barrel.
Wasn't a long barrel. And it was in a what kind of holster?
A leather holster, an old looking leather holster.
All right. And what did the handle of the gun look like?
That I do not remember.
All right. So did the gun look like this?
No, not like that. It was similar of the actual material of the gun, the nickel looking chrome, but it wasn't rusted like that is.
Okay. So it was a newer looking gun.
Yes.
And the handle, was it a dark handle like this?
I presume so, but I don't remember the color of the handle.
Okay. Did you pull it out of the case?
No, I did not.
Did you pick up the case at all?
No, I didn't pick up the gun entirely. I just kind of barely lifted up, and that was all. I never pulled it out because I had the guy in the room with me, and I didn't want to scare him.
Did the gun look like this gun?
No, because I'd say what is called a blue finish.
How about this gun?
It looked very similar to that right there.
That gun right there? Are you aware that your brother's ex-wife saw a gun in the basement, allegedly, as well, roughly around that time?
No, I did not.
All right. And are you aware that she identified a gun to this jury yesterday that looked like this in the basement?
Okay.
but not in the drawer where you said in this drawer. Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Now, but you saw a snub nose gun.
Yes, I did.
Right. And you said you didn't pull it out of the holster, correct? That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right. So how can you tell that it was a snub nose gun if you did not pull it out of the holster?
Because it wasn't a type of holster that covered up the barrel tip, and you could see it was wrapped around the gun, but the bottom section of the gun you could see just a little bit. So it was a clear indication it wasn't a long barrel gun like the other picture you showed me. To my knowledge, it was definitely a snub nose type looking one.
And you never pulled it out, which, I mean, you're trained with guns, obviously, from being in the military. So you know that you have to act like every firearm is loaded. So you just opened the drawer, picked it up. Did you check to see if the gun was loaded at all, making sure to not point it towards anybody or anything?
Like I said, I never picked it up. And no, I did not check to see if it was loaded because I never picked it up. I didn't want to pull it out of the drawer and scare the guy that was in the room with me.
Well, this is an interesting question. I want to ask you this. You just left a loaded gun possibly in a drawer where because there's kids there all the time, yes?
Periodically. I mean, no kids lived at the house. My nieces were not there every single day of the week because they lived in Maine.
Okay. What about any of the other kids, Cameron or anybody?
I don't know what to say on that. I mean, my entire life, I've grown up, there are always guns around, but I was well educated on don't mess with them. So we never had gun cases when I was growing up. So it's just nothing out of the ordinary for me. As long as it wasn't laying out in the clear open, I mean, no, I didn't think to do anything like that.
And you didn't tell anybody about that gun? You didn't talk to your dad about it?
No, because I completely kind of forgot about it.
You didn't talk to your mother about it?
No, because she wasn't in town.
Well, she was obviously in town at some point.
I remember at that time that might have been where she was gone at least a minimum of a week.
But see, your excuse for not talking to your mom, you acted like, and we've shown it, you call her, you texted her all the time, you went to lunch with her 3 times a week. So you act like you didn't talk to her, but the reality of the situation is you did. So you could have immediately picked up the phone and maybe at some point after the Hobby Lobby message, like, hey, you want to go to Hobby Lobby? Why is there a gun in the basement? Why didn't you do that?
I mean, I saw the gun and didn't mess with it. So it was just brief. And I ended up finding a remote. And like I said, I did not want to pull the gun out and scare the guy. And, my dad was at work and she was gone. And I just had, trying to help the guy out with that. I just forgot about it for several weeks. It's always just been a kind of common for our household to always have firearms in it. It didn't trigger me to be freaking out and asking a whole bunch of questions to everybody. And we had several guns in the household.
Where were other guns in access in the main house?
They were scattered throughout. Some were in closets. Some, for instance, in the picture, you can see one hanging above the sliding doors down in the basement.
Obviously, that one was not loaded.
No. And they were tucked under beds and in closets. So we just, we didn't have a gun safe.
Do you think that there were a number of guns taken into evidence in this house?
Possibly if they took shotguns and...
Well, think if you've got them tucked in here and there. I mean, were there lots of guns pulled from this house?
I don't know how many guns were pulled from the house.
I want to talk about your dad's spells. Let's go back and talk about the spells. He would have them how often?
Well, like I said earlier, it varied. He could have 1, maybe 2 a week, or he could go, he could have one and go, a month or 2 without having one. They were not on a set schedule.
Now, it's something of note that I think you've noted in a previous interview because the 3 of you were always at Purcell Lane at some point, right? I mean, sure, your mom would go see Rusty from time to time. It was not a secret that she had a relationship, correct?
She tried to make it a secret, yes.
But everybody knew about it.
We all had our speculations, yes.
But everybody obviously knew about it. Your dad included.
I mean, at some point, I think we all found out that, we all knew, but we all, for a long period of time, we had our speculations.
Did your dad ever talk to you about any, email relationship he was attempting to have with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
Would that surprise you that there's emails between her and him
Yeah, it would surprise me.
trying to have a relationship, maybe?
Yeah, because my dad, I've never known my dad to do anything like that.
Because he didn't talk to you about it.
No, he didn't talk to me about it, so I didn't know anything about it.
But you would agree that, though maybe odd to most, that two people can remain married but have other partners. Yes? An open marriage. Have you heard of these things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know anybody like that?
No.
Not saying to name anybody, but
No, I did not.
okay. But you've heard of it.
Yes, I've heard of it.
And your mother and your father essentially lived that way, correct? They had different lives,
Not in that way, no.
different parts of the house.
They slept in different bedrooms because of his sleep habits, but and that was for the longest portion of my life. But they still used the same bathroom, and their closets were, right next to each other. So they just, slept in different beds because of his sleep habits.
You've been married before, and I believe you said you had a fiance, so you're about to be married again.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that marriage can be complex, very complicated.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, though you might not agree with the way that your parents lived, you could agree with me that two people could live that way and coexist and be perfectly fine.
Yes, but that was not how they were.
So back to the spells. He would have them. And there was some time around April that he went into the hospital. You remember that? April 2018.
Yeah, when we took him to the emergency room?
Yes. And I want to say this. He would have spells, obviously, when your mother was out of town.
Yes, he would.
Okay. So how could your mother have been poisoning him with some form of poison if she was out of town and he was having these spells?
I never accused her of her trying to poison him. So that I don't, I can't say anything on that behalf, but with the spells, I know he went to the doctor for quite some time and them trying to figure out what was causing these spells.
But your brother Chris did accuse your mother of poisoning him.
Okay, that's his opinion.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the birthday weekend of your dad. That weekend, you guys came up. Who all was at the house?
No, my dad. The day that we actually celebrated, it probably would have been my dad, Emily, her husband, Amanda, her boyfriend, Chad. Don't remember if Ella and Addie were there. I don't think they were. Off the top of my head, that's all I really mean. It was always us who did something like that for my dad's birthday. So.
And you grilled out?
Yes, I smoked chicken for that.
All right. So tell me about you. How much did you smoke? Like what? Like you smoked chicken. There's a lot of parts of a chicken one could smoke.
I believe we bought a couple whole chickens and I, cut them in half and, arrange them in the smoker that way.
Okay. The reason I asked that, I smoke wings a lot. So that's why I was asking. You just did the whole chicken, cut it in half.
Yeah, cut it in half, cut it in sections. And
you have like an egg or what kind of smoker were you using?
I just got one of those electric smokers, like the big upright box. And you just open the little drawer at the bottom, put wood chips in.
So one of the high smokers?
Yes.
Okay. So you did that, and your mom, she cooked the sides?
I believe so, yes.
And what about the cake?
I honestly don't remember if there's cake or not, but she might have baked one or went and bought one if there was cake. I don't remember a cake.
All right. That weekend, was it a good weekend?
I don't know, man.
Nobody got into any arguments?
Not that I remember.
Everything was normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Good family weekend?
Yep.
Because y'all had a lot of good times up there. I mean, you've said a lot of things about your mother, and you call her Melody now, but she is your mom. But y'all had a lot of great Christmases up there too, didn't you?
Oh, yes, man.
Tell me about the Christmas spread that would go on.
Spread as in like in food?
Food and decorations and just the general scene, because from what I've heard, it was amazing.
Like I said, every Christmas was great. When even at the old house in Hampton Hall, she always did the interior decorations. She, without a doubt, does an amazing job at, decorating Christmas trees and everything like that. I was the one who did the outside of the house, put lights on the bushes and, the wreaths on the windows and stuff like that. And then when we moved to the farm, she decorated inside of the house. We didn't decorate the outside of the house, but I decorated the horse barn.
Decorated the what now?
The barn.
Okay, what'd you do for that?
Put lights on the bushes, put icicle lights along the roof line, hang the wreaths. It was actually very pretty. You know, all the neighbors loved it.
Would like neighbors come drive through? I mean, I know it was your driveway, but did you let them drive through and look at it?
Well, they're able to see it from the road.
From the road.
Yeah, so.
Out on Purcell, not all the way up on Birmingham, certainly, but just down
No,
on
just on
Purcell.
Purcell.
Okay. Sounds great. Sounds amazing. And your mother had like trees all over the house, from what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, we had more than one tree.
Okay. So what I'm getting at, and the jury has seen countless pictures of this house, and it is ornately decorated, and it is beautiful, and that wouldn't make any sense. See, you've made it out that your dad was this. It appears he was certainly controlling your money and your spending, but your mother has furnished this house with the most beautiful things, and you are aware that she had access to the bank account at any time she wanted with $11,000 in it on 7/3. Did you have that kind of bank access?
If the card I had was to that bank account, yes, I guess I would. But once again, I don't know how many bank accounts my dad had.
But because you weren't married, obviously they're a married couple, so she had financial access to the marital assets. When you would take out money, you didn't have the ability to say, I have an available balance of $11,046.85. That didn't just come out when you did that. You didn't see how much they had in the bank.
No, I mean, anytime that I, went to the ATM to get cash, whatever he put into that bank account that I had the card access to, and I saw the total amount, I saw it, and it fluctuated. It was different limits and all.
But he had specifically set aside an account for you, or do you even know?
All I know is at one point he handed me a debit card and said, "Here, just use this card, and if I need to put more money into the account, I will do so." And that was everything that was told to me about that.
So I want to show you some more text messages between you and your mother. We need to switch back over, Judge. I'm sorry. I know, button. A text message between you and your mother on 7/2/2018. So I believe that would have been, and if I could, is the calendar still up there?
It is. It's fine.
You mind if I move your push pins?
Never, sorry.
Don't want to fall out. Okay. So, and there's a calendar right here if you need to see it. On Monday, this text is from Monday of that week, the 2nd, okay?
Yep.
All right. Do you remember being bitten? You got it on there. Being bitten by a rat snake.
Yes, I did.
All right, tell me about that. Where were you? What were you doing that day?
Remember I found the snake. It was, I don't remember the exact location. I want to say it was possibly around the chicken coop up by the barn or something. I don't remember exactly where I found that snake at,
but it got you. It sounds like the snake found you and you didn't find the snake.
Oh yeah, I picked the snake up, and I knew it wasn't a poisonous snake, so I wasn't grabbing. I picked it up.
Okay, and your mom says, "What kind is it?" And you said, "A rat snake." I already relocated him, but it doesn't say but. You say he got me while trying to get him out, right? And then you sent a picture, and I've got a bigger version of it, of what appears to be. Nope. So you got bit by a rat snake, and
yes.
that's your hand, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how many times did the snake bite you? Just once?
Yeah, it was just that one time.
Just that one time. Okay. Can you put that back? Your mother says, "Wash that good and come get iodine." Sound about right? Did you wash it good?
I'm sure I did.
Can you go get iodine?
I don't remember going to get iodine.
You just don't remember?
I don't remember putting iodine on it, no, but I'm pretty sure I would have washed it.
Okay. But you told your mother about it?
Yes.
And she said to go get iodine? Yes?
Yes.
And iodine was in the house, yes?
I believe so. I didn't have any, and I don't ever remember using any.
Okay. It's been 6 years. Yes?
Yes.
And you haven't thought about being bitten by a rat snake in 6 years?
No, I haven't.
But you had gotten iodine out of the house before when you were cut.
I don't remember using iodine until the last time I had a serious cut, and that was a long time ago.
Your Honor, at this time, I would admit Scott 87 and Scott 86, which is the text message regarding the rat snake bite and the picture of the rat snake bite.
All right, objection. All right, admitted.
So what did you do the rest of the day on the 2nd? Did you play any golf that day? Monday.
I might have. I don't really remember that day particularly, but there's possibly a good chance I played golf. I know I played golf prior to that weekend. That might have been the day I played at Manor Golf Course with my buddies. But I do know I played within a week period of time before that 4th of July weekend.
Do you remember what your mom was doing that day?
No, I do not.
All right. Let's move on to the 3rd. You remember what you did all day of the 3rd, right?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
Got up, took care of the animals, and planted the bushes that we just recently bought at Scottsdale Farms behind the back side of the house. It was like some holly bushes. And then once that was done, it was about lunchtime, and
that's you and your mom did that? Because y'all went to Scottsdale Farms, right?
Yeah, I planted the stuff, and I remember her being on the tractor going around picking up branches and stuff like that, throwing them into the bucket. So yeah, we planted those, and then we decided to go up to Cherokee Ranch to get lunch before I left to go up to the lake house.
What was your dad doing that morning?
I don't remember exactly what he was doing that morning, but he was already at Cherokee Ranch when we got there.
Okay. So he wasn't helping you guys move the, what kind of plant was it?
It was like some holly bushes.
Holly bushes?
Yeah.
Boxwoods or anything like that?
I don't think, no, those weren't boxwoods or some hollies.
Just hollies. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So your dad was already up there. Was that the first time you saw him that day, according to your testimony?
I believe that's right. I think that, as I remember, yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him any on the 2nd?
I might have. I don't recall.
How about this? So, I mean, the last time you saw that you've alleged that you saw your dad alive was at Cherokee Ranch. Do you remember the last time you saw your dad before that?
I remember he went with us to Scottsdale Farms to buy those bushes.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he was with us when we went there to buy those bushes.
All right. How about before that? Because you just said you didn't know what he did that morning. But y'all went the day before to Scottsdale Farms?
I believe we did. I'm not 100% sure on which day, but I know he went with us to buy the bushes.
Did you see him any before that?
I'm sure I have. It was the weekend.
Well, okay, that would have been his birthday. So you remember his birthday, maybe Scottsdale Farms, Cherokee Ranch. That was it.
To my memory for right now, yes.
So you left Cherokee Ranch. Where was your mother going that you knew of?
I have no clue.
Did you know anything about going to the dog groomers up in Ball Ground?
Don't recall that.
Don't recall. Did y'all talk at lunch where, everybody was going?
I don't remember the conversations that we had at that lunch that day.
So your dad was at lunch. Did he talk to you when he was leaving, or did he just get up and walk out?
He was still there when I left.
Okay. But did he talk to you?
I remember saying, "Hey, I'm going up to the lake house. I'll see you later."
That's what you said?
I said to him.
Okay. Did he say anything back to you?
He would have said, "Okay."
But you don't know. Did he say anything to the effect of, "Why are you going to the lake house? We're doing work at the farm day. Why aren't you doing your job?"
No, he never made that comment to me.
Okay. You went, where was that lake house? You referred to, I believe it was in Dawson County?
Yes, sir. It's, I can't give you the name of the road and all. I mean, I travel there so much. It's up where the outlets are, that section of the lake. You get to it by, instead of turning left.
Is it near War Hill?
I believe so. I think the park was kind of.
War Hill Park?
kind of across the way of the cove and all that. Possibly might have been the name of that cove.
And that would be like where you would put the boat in, or was the lake house like right there?
They had their own dock, so we wouldn't put boats in the
Okay.
water. But their lake house was in a much slimmer cove. I would say if I knew, don't remember the name of the park, but there was definitely a park over there, and I would say that's about 200-300 yards away from their dock. So,
How many times have you been to their lake house?
Quite a bit.
What'd you do the rest of the day? I mean, you were there from what, about 2 till 10? According to your testimony?
But the day of the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I got there, had lunch, drove up there, and we went out on the lake and came back, and we were just hanging out.
How about this? So, yeah, how many beers did you have to drink that day?
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I probably only had like maybe 1 or 2 beers.
All my DUI clients say that. That's all they ever had was 1 or 2 beers. Did you have any shots?
I don't remember having any.
Okay. But you've had shots up there before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Fireball?
Yeah, a couple times.
Typically what y'all do? You have shots of Fireball?
Fireball, Jack Fire. I mean, it's just what we decided.
Crown Maple? Any of that?
I don't ever Crown. I know we done Crown Peach before and all, but.
But y'all would have shots. That wasn't unusual.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could have happened that day, obviously.
It could have, but I don't remember, because it was, July 3rd. We weren't really partying like we would
on the 4th.
On the 4th.
The warm-up party.
Yeah, it was just all of us hanging out.
Okay. So, what did y'all eat?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. I find this really interesting, Scott. I just want to note this. You remember, you spent all morning in very thorough detail, remembering things about how you were terminated from this job, or all these very long ago events. You go into so much detail about all that. But when we're talking about the day that your father was murdered, you don't remember very much at all. Would you agree that that's odd? I'll put it in a question.
No, I don't find it odd. I'm sorry if I don't remember what I ate that day. I remember the basics of the event. To me, at that time, there was nothing wrong.
So, how did you wind up leaving the lake house that night?
Melody called me. It had been around 10 o'clock or so, and she asked me, "When are you going to be home?" And I said, "I don't know. Haven't really decided, but what's going on?" She said, "Well, the horses are out." I said, "What do you mean? How the horses get out?" And she said, "Your father left the gate open." And she was like, "You need to come home and get the horses up." And I said, "Okay, well, I'll be on my way in just a few minutes."
How long did it take you to get home?
It's about a 35 to 45 minute drive, roughly. I wasn't driving right down the road.
So you would have left right about 10, you think?
Whenever she called me, I left, pretty shortly after that. So, like I said, I remember the phone call coming in. It was definitely dark. It could have been anywhere from like 10 to 11, somewhat, but it was around that time frame. I do remember it was dark.
I want to show you some pictures. You would have came home and went to your barn, right?
Yes.
Your barn apartment.
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you some pictures of your barn apartment as it was searched, I believe, on July the 5th. And I kind of want to get a general idea. And this first picture is very dark. But what is it a picture of?
Here's the bedroom.
That's your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Scott's 2. Still your bedroom?
Yes.
Scott's 3. Tell me what this is. We're not scanning it. All right. What is that?
It's a dog kennel, dog crate.
Okay. Let's try turning off the light. Just maybe. See, now the color is, there we go. That's much better. Okay, so this is your dog kennel next to your bed?
Yeah, it was one of them.
Okay. How many dogs did you have?
For to use a kennel like that, too.
What kind of dogs were they?
They're English Labs.
Okay. Were they on the property during this time period?
Yes, sir.
And this is another part of your room. So this would have been looking back towards the door or just straight away from the bed?
Straight away from the bed.
All right. And this is a dresser drawer, but did you have other things within the drawer?
Yeah, I had clothes and just kind of all mixed matching stuff in like one drawer. So yeah, there's random stuff in there.
I've got one other picture that kind of gives a better idea about the location of the dresser drawer. So that's your door right here. I mean, none of these pictures are very light, but a lot of that's because it's very dark in your.
Yes, it was darker.
It's a dark place. None of the walls are painted. It's stained. It's kind of like a hunting cabin. Yes.
Yeah, it was all live edge wood paneling doors, walls and doors.
And you had some deer on the wall, and you had cowboy hats. Yes.
Yes.
And this is your closet. And I'm not trying to pick on you or anything. I mean, I am. You're on cross-examination in a murder trial, but your room's kind of dirty, right?
It's not. I wouldn't say. There's nowhere looking like how my parents' house was.
But I mean, it's kind of dirty. Yeah, there was dog feces in the floor in that picture. You saw that, yes? I can put it back.
Oh yes, man. I have a little teacup Chihuahua, and I was not there to be able, to clean up because we weren't allowed to be around.
There's your closet, and you go back, and you still have your military uniform, yes? Was that just more of a keepsake, or did you still wear that?
If that appears to be, my field jacket, and I occasionally wear that time to time.
Okay. Still wear it today?
Every blue moon, yeah. It depends on how cold it gets outside.
Okay. Another picture of your closet. The top part of the closet. Just kind of packed. It's just not very clean in your room, is all I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to pick on your overall cleanliness, but I am a little. And this is your nightstand, or what is that? Just a table?
There's a table with some fabric draped over it.
Just put these over there, please. This is on top of your dresser. Yes?
Yes.
And that's that laptop right there. What would you use that laptop?
At that time, no. I was mainly using that when I was in the military.
So you had it for a long time.
So my dad bought it for me in 2008 for Christmas because back then I knew I was deploying, so I knew I'd be able to communicate with them and do at the time it was Skype calls and stuff like that. So he bought me the laptop for Christmas to be able to do that.
Okay. So had that laptop been searched, when was the last time you had used that laptop?
I do not remember.
Would you have potentially used it that week?
No, I highly doubt it. I really don't remember last time.
Okay. What computer device were you using the most at the time?
My cell phone.
That's what you would search things on?
Yeah.
Now, is that the passwords for your laptop? Did you give that to the police? I know.
It's going to be the light.
We'll have the light on for this one. All right, how about that? Was that the password for that?
Possibly. I really don't remember the password for that computer. It's been that long since I've used it.
Okay. Where did that come from? Farris 813836.
I honestly do not remember.
Okay. That is a sufficient answer. Put that over there. All right. This is your washroom, yes?
Yeah, bathroom / laundry room.
All right. So that's also in your bathroom.
Yes.
That's your bathroom sink. Yes?
Yes.
You're my expert on that. I'm going to have you do that. There we go. What works better? All right, that's your bathroom sink. Here's your shower. I'm going to try to move as quickly as I can. That's your shower, yes?
Yes.
And what is that?
Looks like to be a sponge or some sort.
Okay. And this is the bottom of your shower, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, the jury, everybody's sitting here wondering, I've got all these pictures of your shower. But here's what I've noticed, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. And I've got pictures, and we're going to just kind of quickly go through a few pictures of your kitchen and the general rest of your apartment. Please just put those over there. But your apartment's kind of a bachelor pad. It's kind of a mess. Yes?
I mean, it wasn't picture perfect, but yeah, I wasn't bringing, ladies up there, so I wasn't worried about having it spotless.
But your shower was. Isn't that odd?
No, I always clean my bathroom.
But your shower was spotless. I mean, compared to you got feces in the floor and other parts of the house and just very disheveled.
Well,
but your bathroom is very clean. Why is that?
Well, the dog droppings is because I wasn't able to go in and take care of my dog. So yeah, she was up in the apartment locked up. So I wasn't able to clean up the dog stool.
Is that the door to your, kind of from the outside porch into your apartment?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Here's just the last picture. Here's the general, the island. Is this the island in your kitchen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, not super clean, kind of just the general bachelor pad. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
And so, just for the purposes of the record, all of these pictures for publishing to the jury, I think that gets us to Scott 66. So that would be, what was the first number there, Adrian? How many pictures? No. Scott 3 through Scott 66. No, and you can, Adrian, you can go. I'm going to show you, Scott, some pictures that have been previously marked in this case. We looked at your bedroom, and you had a drawer. I believe it was a dresser drawer. Would this have been your dresser drawer?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, so you got a card from the sheriff's office, a Sergeant Ballard. What was that about? Why did you have a card in there when your room was being searched?
I believe that might have been one of the times that like I said earlier, that I would talk to people in other counties and get an idea of, how stuff was going on about being hired on. So that might have been one of somebody I ran into and talked to him. He gave me his card. So that's probably why I would have had it.
And Scott, have you noticed here that you have some loose bullets?
Yes.
Right. What kind of bullets are those?
Without looking at them, I mean, I really don't know the caliber, but it appears those to be the ones that would have came from my grandparents' house. There was a box that my grandfather had some coins, and he had a whole bunch of different stuff. He even had his dog tags in there from when he served, and I think that those are just the drawer that this got put into.
And just for a closer picture for identification purposes, can you, and I can zoom in, I believe. Can you make out what it says on this bullet? Right there.
Well, the one on the right I can make out, and it's, 38 special.
Okay. So does that refresh your memory that those were 38 special bullets?
If that's what it says on them, then yes.
Right. And, in this case, there were a number of bullets in your barn apartment, yes? In the barn, yes?
In the barn, yes.
All right. I need stickers. I think just to keep things clean, I'm going to call this Scott 201. May I approach this? Do I need to close, guys? Are we good?
You're fine. Forward,
Okay. I'm going to set these right here for you to identify if you wouldn't mind.
Just make a record of the other unit, what you're doing.
For the record, I have opened the box, partially opened it, set in front of Scott Farris, this box for identification of the bullets inside. What kind of bullets are those?
It says on the caliper 38 special.
Oh. Could you please read the brand name?
It says American Eagle Federal.
Where did these bullets come from?
Where were they found?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you, sir. Where were they in your barn?
Well, any ammunition like that would have been downstairs, possibly either in the feed room or the tool room. And I remembered that I had a friend that came out. There was a group of friends that came out, and one of the persons that came out had some ammunition that they left. And because I remember them, Detective Page asking me about that, and I gave the name of what we called him, his name and what number I had of him, but I haven't been in contact with that guy in a long time.
Before you pull that out, let's do some of the other ones and put
Oh,
them back
no,
in.
absolutely. I was just moving things along while he was talking.
Let's put get back in the other box back in the bag before you open the other box. And
Got it. Okay, go ahead with what you were saying about the bullets.
But yes, there was some ammunition that was left from somebody who came out and did some shooting, and I left them. They were left in the tool shed, so they should have been with some 16 gauge shotgun shells.
I marked it as 201, and I would move to admit these as Scott 201.
No objection.
Next one. So this will be Scott 202.
No objection.
the fence is introducing it. You are going to maintain it.
We will.
All right. You want them to mark the box or the bag or both or what?
And we keep up. We'll
All
mark
right,
it
I'll put it on the back.
Okay.
and then we'll mark the thoughts afterward.
May I approach, Your Honor? What are these cartridges?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time reading these. I need new contacts. Looks like 280, but you typically they say on the side of the box.
Can you see where on the side of the box?
Am I able to pull one out to get a closer look?
I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in for you.
I don't care. See that on that. I'll see like where they say the bullets up. Just find out.
I believe it's a 380. Would that be a refresher memory?
Yeah.
To the letter.
Oh, very clear there now.
Miracle of modern technology. When I say modern, I mean 12 years ago.
Okay. And if I haven't tendered that, I would ask to admit as Scott 202. Okay. Sometimes trials are obviously slow and monotonous, but there's something that I do want to talk to you about, and it is previously. No, not yet. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted in this case as Stewart Defense 1. What is this room?
That is the wash stall. That's where we give our horses baths, and we would also wash the dogs there too.
Okay. Would you say that this is generally the area you were in charge of this area? Yes?
Yeah, this is down in the barn where all the horse stalls are.
Okay. All right, now I want to go back to the night of the 3rd. You talked to your mom. What'd your mom say? What she called you?
When I was at the lake house?
When you were at the lake house?
She called me and she asked me, when are you going to be home? And I said, I don't know why, what's going on. And she said, the horses were out. And I asked her how the horses get out. And she said, your father left the gate open. And she said, you need to get home and help get them up. And I said, well, I'll be on my way shortly.
Scott, you did it again. And I noticed this. And do you notice this? You didn't remember anything about your dad. Very little conversation-wise. You don't remember what you said to your dad. You don't remember what your dad said to you. You don't remember any of those things, but you remember every word, allegedly, from that conversation with your mom on that night. Word for word. Is that not odd? That's the question.
To me, no. That was, a major event that it was eventually to come of this situation. So.
Nicole, do we have those phone calls? So you drove back and there was another phone call. Yes?
Yes, when I got back to the property, once I made it up to the barn, I tried calling her.
You tried calling her?
Yes, and she did not answer.
All right. Do you have the picture? Yes, ma'am. I do. Would you agree? Okay, that's fine. We've agreed to take a brief break, Your Honor. I need to get a demonstrative together.
All right. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess. We'll try to keep it 10 minutes. Although if they need to do something, it may take 15. Charged my watch last night. what I'm trying to address before y'all confuse everybody.
Okay. Mr. Farris, I was talking to you before we took a brief break about this phone call at 10:52 p.m. on July the 3rd, but I'm not talking about these phone calls that would have happened earlier in the day. I'm just talking about this one right now.
Okay.
Okay? And that would have been when you were leaving the lake, yes?
That seems about right, yes.
Yes? Okay. So then you call your mother at 11:30 p.m. and cancel the call?
I didn't cancel it. I remember when I got to the farm, I tried calling her and it went to voicemail.
Okay.
So, and then she called me back a short time afterwards.
At 11:34 p.m.
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
So when she finally called me back, I noticed when I pulled into the farm, the horses were in the pasture. So I pulled up to the barn and tried calling her.
Meaning the horses were put up. They were
on the property. They were in the pastures.
right. So, but everything you didn't have to go put the horses up.
No, I did not have to go retrieve them. Like when she called me and said the horses were out, they were not in a pasture. They were either running around the property or they made it off the property.
They could make it off the property?
Yes.
How
They've
would
done
they
it
do that?
before. They go up the driveway and
Get out herself?
yes.
So they're in the pasture.
Yes.
Call mom. All right, go ahead.
So I tried calling her. She didn't answer. I proceeded to go up and I made sure the gates were closed and, everything seemed all right. And she called me back and I said, what the hell? You said the horses were out.
You said to your mom, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I probably along those lines. I was like, you said, what the hell? You said the horses were out. I might not said a hell, but I made the reference and said, you called me and said the horses were out. And she said, well, I was able to get them back up.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. And I noticed the fire burning when I was pulling up to the barn at the burn pile. And I said, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile because he did talk about burning it prior to that day. And she said, yes, he did. I was like, okay, well, y'all need to keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't spread. And she was like, okay, we will. And then I informed her, it's like, hey, I'm waking up very early in the morning. I'm going to play golf with Ted and Phillip, but I'm going to come over and get the debit card and run and get some cash out before I go. And she said, okay, just let me know when you're coming over to the house. And that was all that was said in that conversation. And then I just went into my apartment and eventually fell asleep.
And you did like a check you mentioned, right?
I checked the gates where the horses were at, make sure they were closed so they wouldn't get out again if they were out.
Other animals you said earlier you checked on some other things.
Yeah, I made sure the goats were in the actual goat pen and the chicken coop door was closed. So
Which chicken coop?
The one there at the barn.
So you didn't go over to the house?
No, I never went over to the house that night.
You mentioned earlier for the first time that you went and checked the chicken coop. You never mentioned that in any of your other interviews.
Okay. I mean, I checked everything in vicinity of the barn.
So, you just kind of did a brief rundown of this 4-minute phone call. That's 4 minutes. That's a rather long time. Almost 5 minutes. It's 4 minutes. Do you remember anything else that you talked about in this 4-minute phone call at 11:34 p.m.?
No, I don't remember anything else.
But you remember what you said earlier?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we switch back over to the I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I meant we stipulate to the admissibility of Kuykendall 10, which was the picture of the phone that said contact mother. All right. All right, so that's actually the debit card you went to go get the next morning?
That's not a debit card. That's a credit card.
Of your dad's?
Yes, that would have been my father's.
And the background of that photo, what is that? It looks like it's your bedstand or whatever we would call that. You're not.
I see a golf tee, and that fabric looks like the fabric on the table next to my bed.
Right. So that would be your father's credit card next to your bed.
One of them at one point, yes.
One of them at one point. Well, this was the picture of the search. This has been previously admitted in this case of your room on July the 5th/6th. So that would have been in your room, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get that credit card?
I mean, that was I mean, one of the many cards that we used, that might have been the one at one point that I had that my dad got a new credit card, so it was no longer operable. So I guess I never disposed of it.
But it's valid through 0420?
Yes, the date on it.
Right. But he would have kept it in his wallet, yes?
If it was in use, yeah, either I would have had it or he would have had it.
Well, here's my thing, Scott, and I want you to help me figure this out. You are the only individual who has placed wallets in hands of your mother, but you have a credit card of your dad's after his death, and we have seen all of these text messages that your dad always said, give it back, give it back. Why'd you have that card?
I mean, like I said, I don't remember when that card was used because, you know, sometimes he would get new cards and, you know, when you get a new card, they cancel out the other one or, but, you know, with him asking for the card back, that's, you know, I would have had it and he needed it back for something else.
See, I think this is where you made a mistake, Scott. Don't you?
No.
See, the next morning you went to go get the card from your mother. Yes?
I said I was going to come over and get a debit card.
But you knew that you couldn't get the debit card, but you're not supposed to have this card. But you knew that you could not have gotten the credit card or the debit card from your dad because you knew your dad was dead at that point.
No, I did not know my dad was dead at that point.
But you got up that morning and you had to go keep your story together. And you went and played golf. And you went and played with who?
Ted and Phillip.
And y'all went over to what golf course?
Hampton Golf Course up on 400.
And you played till about 11:30.
Yeah, right around there.
Would it, now your friend, he came to testify yesterday. He mentioned that you looked tired. Then he said everybody looked tired. So do you think you looked tired that morning when you went to go play golf?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we had a very early tee time. I mean,
so then how did you get over to the lake?
I drove the truck from the golf course up to the lake house.
And you, how long were you at the lake?
Several hours until Ted and I decided to go to another friend of ours' pool party at our apartment complex.
And at this point, I imagine you were very nervous, were you not?
That day, no, I wasn't nervous.
And you came back that evening at some point, what time?
Back to the farm?
The farm.
Yeah, I came home to, you know, take care of animals. It was still daylight. So if I remember right, it was maybe somewhere around 8 o'clock-ish. I mean, it was still daylight outside.
Did you, you saw Ella? I mean Addison, I'm sorry. You saw Addison and Cameron, yes?
Not on the day
of the 4th?
No, I did not.
Because they were there by that time.
I never saw them.
They'd been on the property. You knew that. And you knew they'd been outside. They'd been all over your property. And it's your property. That's the words that you would use to refer it pretty regularly in interviews. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I might have said, you know, sometimes when I talk to people, I say, you know, my farm, my family farm. But no, I never once said, yeah, this is my farm, I bought.
And so you saw Addison and Cameron, and you began to panic a bit. Did you not?
No, because I never saw them.
All right. And when did you go to bed that night, or did you?
I did go to bed that night. You know, once I took care of, you know, all the animals and everything, I went over and walked in and talked to Melody. And
that was on the 4th.
Yes.
All right. So you put yourself in the house, in her bedroom, and on that day, you told her at that time. What'd you say earlier? Something about things are about to change. Tell me about that.
So I walked in after, you know, taking care of all the animals. The goats were out when I pulled in, got them back up. Everybody was squared away. I went over to the house. Didn't see anybody in the kitchen and all. Noticed, you know, the master bedroom TV was on. Walked in there and Melody was laying in the bed with the dogs. And
did you storm in your mother's room on a regular basis?
Storming?
You just walk in what time of night was that?
I mean, this was just right after I got done taking care of everybody. So
Everybody, you mean?
all the animals. I
The
mean.
animals, okay.
So man, the door was open. As you walk up, you can see she was just laying there watching TV.
And you said?
And I walked in. I go, "Why were all the goats out in the pasture?" And she said, "Your father let them out." And I was like, "Well, okay. Well, why weren't they put back up if nobody's out there?" And she's just like, I don't know. I said, "Well, y'all are going to have to start doing this because at some point I'm going to be pursuing a job in law enforcement, and I'm not going to be able to be here to do this kind of stuff. So y'all got to start taking some responsibility of the animals." And she's like, "Okay."
Did anybody else ever hear this conversation besides you and your mother, allegedly?
No, because she was the only one in the room.
Right. So you told law enforcement this conversation?
Yes, because that was the conversation that happened.
You've told the jury this conversation?
Yes, because that was the conversation that was had.
But that's the time you told. That's the time you decided to tell your mother that I'm pursuing law enforcement. I'm getting out of here, guys.
No, they knew that prior to it. I've always, said it. I've always made comments here every once in a while that y'all got to learn how to take care of these animals.
And I think that's another mistake you made.
I'm going to object. Again, he can't make comments.
I'll rephrase.
103C, he's got to quit making statements and his questions is improper.
Do you think that was a mistake? Do you think that was a mistake you made?
No.
Okay. And then you went back to your apartment. That's your testimony that evening.
Yes.
What did you do over at your apartment?
Laid on my couch and watched some TV and kind of relaxed, and then went to bed.
Do you remember what time?
No, I did not.
Were you beginning to panic at that point?
No, I was never panicking.
Because no one had looked for your father.
At that time, I was unaware that anything happened to my father. There was no reason to panic for anything.
And the next morning, you woke up, and what did you do?
So the next morning, woke up, had my morning coffee, took care of the animals. I was planning on going to get my hair cut and was going to meet Ted at the...
Get some golf clubs made.
I was going to get into a simulator, computer simulator, and swing clubs, and they would have been able to give me a printout of what type of clubs I needed to get and stuff like that. I wasn't going to purchase golf clubs then, but I was just getting into the simulator. That was the plan. But when I was leaving out to go do that, I saw Amanda's vehicle up at the house, so I decided to go say hey to her really quick.
And she was there to get Cameron?
I believe so.
Chad's daughter?
Yes.
And you'd met Cameron before, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you walked up. I mean, surely, were you not terrified that no one had realized yet that your father was missing?
And once again, I had no clue anything happened to my father.
That was not part of your plan, correct?
I never had a plan.
You walked over and saw them sitting there talking. And what did you say?
I walked up and immediately I was asked if I knew where my father was.
Okay. And what did you say?
I said, "No, I haven't seen him." "Well, what do you mean?" They're like, "Well, we can't find him." And then there's the window into the garage. I was like, "Well, there's his RTV sitting right there. He's got to be here."
All right. Where'd you go next? Back to the barn?
No, not at that moment. Eventually, I had to go back up there to try to start searching for him. But we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
And you testified earlier that you went down towards the burn pile, yes?
At one point, I went to go check the trail camera after she asked me to go check it.
You already know where I'm going with this. Is that a picture of you going towards the trail camera?
That would have been, yes.
All right. And that was at 12, roughly, yes?
Time stamp on it, yes.
All right. And is that a picture of you going towards it or backing away from the trail camera?
I would be walking towards it.
All right. So is that the moment when you looked at the trail camera by your testimony?
Yes, I was going to check the SD card on it.
And then you deleted it at that point, right? I think your word was had it, yes?
I checked what pictures were on there, and then, yes, I had to have it. I deleted it. I didn't see anything out of the, normal. I went to go, the sole purpose of me going to look to see if my dad might have walked in front of it to see if, if he could have walked down that way. That's why she asked me to go check it to see if there was anything on it.
But you deleted it at that time? And
Yes.
did anybody else ever hear you? I mean, again, did anybody else hear this conversation between you and your mother?
Amanda was there. I know that for sure.
Okay. And then, and at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit Scott 73.
Okay.
And, you know, this was a picture taken right around that time by the trail camera. Who's that?
That would be Amanda.
All right. And what does she appear to be doing?
Walking.
All right. And then this would be a picture of who?
That'd be Melody.
All right. And can you see the time on that?
Yes.
All right. So that's 12:06, and she appears to be doing what?
Walking.
What's up next to her head?
Her phone.
So that's 12:06. Going back to the other picture, and I would ask you to admit that is Scott 72 and Scott 71.
All right, objection.
No objection.
Now go back to this picture, you walking up at 12:12. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you checked it. And had you forgotten it was there? The trail camera?
No, I knew it was still down there.
But you would have, that was another mistake you made that day. Wouldn't you agree?
What mistake?
That you deleted the trail camera.
I mean, I don't think it's a mistake because once again, anytime I check the trail camera, I always delete it to free up that. But at that time, we still hadn't even discovered my dad. So I checked it because to see if maybe my dad walked by to see if he could have been walking down the property edge because we were trying to figure out where he could have been.
At this point, had you told anybody about the missing gun?
No, I have not brought that up.
Okay. You bring that up for the first time after your father is found?
Yes, I brought it up to the detectives.
And so how long after that picture would you say you found your father?
It wouldn't have been much longer because I think the 911 call was, what, 12:30, somewhere before 1 o'clock, I know. So, you know, we were still in the process of trying to locate him.
And I'm going to play you what has been previously been marked as 911. And this is your 911 call. Have you ever heard it?
Have I ever heard it?
Is it up, Judge?
My father has come up missing, and we just searched the property. It's a small farm, and I just found something near a farm that doesn't. There was a huge burning brush, and I was just thinking about that. It could be him. I don't know.
Okay. All right, sir. What's Purcell Lane on?
It's right off of Birmingham Road.
You said 2155 Purcell Lane, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your name?
Scott Farris, Farris.
What's the callback number for you, Scott?
404-861-2667.
How old is you said your father?
Yes, sir.
How old is
he just turned on the 68. Yeah.
68, okay.
Now I'm calling you to say that we've been walking around looking for him, and I went where the fire is still smoldering. And I'm ex-military. I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen what burned up bodies look like, and this looks like a body.
Okay. All right, sir. I've got him on the way out there for you. I'm going to send the police and the fire department out there. Just try and leave everything that you can, the way you found it down there, and we've got him on the way out there for you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
No, that'll be it.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
A member of the fire department EMT testified that she was the first on the scene and that you met her at the end of the driveway. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
And you, after you did that, you looked up at Chris and you told him get those kids the F out of here. I believe that's what he testified to. You just said, get those kids the F out of here, right?
Yes, along those lines, I told him to get those girls away from there.
And you testified earlier that when you were there, everybody was there. Your mother was right here above you. as y'all were
She
looking.
was literally right next to me.
Yeah, well, I believe you said right here above your shoulder, somewhere in there.
I don't recall
She was
that.
next to you. Okay. All right. She said she was right next to you. What was she doing when you reached down and grabbed your dad's skull?
She was looking at the same thing I was looking at.
You testified to something earlier that caught me off guard. You said you saw blood vessels. Do you remember that?
Yeah, when I vividly remember seeing it, and I mean, what appeared to be like little lines. I don't know if they were blood vessels or what, but it didn't look like a rock to me. So it made me, you know, I grabbed a very small corner of it and turned it over and saw the teeth and eye sockets and immediately put it back to confirm.
And you went and met the EMT, and you told the EMT over and over again that you knew what burned bodies looked like because you'd been in Iraq. Just what you said on the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. And did you pass Amanda on the way?
From after I called 911 and started heading up to go meet them, yes, Amanda was standing in the driveway.
Okay. And is that when you told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
I never told them.
You never told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
Amanda, no.
You told Chad, didn't you?
No, I never told Chad.
And eventually, what appears to be every member of, at some point, I mean, we got a witness list in this case that covered essentially Cherokee County shows up, right? All of Cherokee County law enforcement, EMTs, fire department, everybody shows up on this scene.
Sure.
And within minutes, you went and spoke to Detective Cockingdall, yes? You remember him? Tall guy, nice guy.
Yeah.
Always would apologize before he had to ask you a question, or anybody a question for that matter. Remember him? Not him, the other guy, tall guy.
Yeah, I mean,
you got in the car with him.
Yes, I got in a vehicle with 3 other people. 1 person was in the driver, 2 in the back, I believe.
Okay. And is that the first time you decided to tell? That was the moment you chose. You got a hold of Cockingdall and you told him about your immediate suspicions of your mother and that a gun was missing. Do you remember that?
Yes, I told him that I found a gun several weeks prior, and for them to search that house and try to find it, because I didn't try to continue finding it. I only checked that 1 drawer. So I told them to search the rest of the property.
So when did you search? Oh, sorry, I missed that. When did you say you searched the house looking for that missing gun? Because you were looking for the missing gun before you talked to Cockingdall.
No, when I went down to go check to see if my dad's CPAP machine was there and if the shotgun was there, that's when I remember that gun being in that drawer. So I just went over there to check to see if it was still there. It was not there.
And that was before you told Cockingdall? Or
Yeah, that was before we even found my father.
Before you found him?
Yes.
You were looking for a missing gun?
Because I remember that gun being there, and I just wanted to make sure if that gun was still there or not.
Okay. So you told Detective Cockingdall, and you love law enforcement, yes? Like you want to be law enforcement. You
Yes,
said you tried even after this to be law enforcement. Yes?
After what?
After your father's death, you tried to get into law enforcement. You testified to that earlier. Yes?
Not after all this happened with my father, because I was told that I wouldn't be able to do anything because I was considered as a suspect in an investigation.
Who told you that?
I don't remember who told me that, but I was just kind of informed on that, and I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer if I'm going through such a traumatic event and all. I mean, I don't see how law enforcement will hire me on and when I'm being investigated for this.
That's valid. So you then told Cockingdall, from that moment on, they were looking for a gun. Now, when you went into the basement, did you see any blood?
Yes, I noticed 1 drop of blood.
Where was that drop of blood?
It was heading towards the stairway, kind of a small narrow point between a wall and the bar.
Was it one of these drops of blood?
It would have been number 4.
You saw that one?
I saw that drop.
Is that where you would come in the house, typically, always? You said that's where you would eat your dinner.
I would come down from the stairs and go sit in the chair over there and eat.
The chair with the ottoman?
Yes.
This chair?
Yes.
Where that bullet is? Do you see that bullet? Have you ever seen that bullet before?
No, I've never seen that bullet before.
That's a bullet. And you've never seen that in the basement?
No.
So you say you saw this droplet of blood. And I do want to go back and note, you, days before, you were bit by a snake. And it sounds that you enter and exit through the basement door, or the American doors, as Mr. Fogus puts it. Would it not have made sense that you entered through the basement and gone up the stairs to get the iodine there?
I never would have entered through the basement. If I ever came over to the house, I came in through the garage or the front door.
That's a better picture of the bullet. I'm sorry I couldn't show you earlier. Do you know what kind of bullet that is, sir? I know you do.
There's different types of like rounds and how they expand and all, but I've seen something similar to that with it.
What is that part right there?
It appears to me the plastic, because I know I've seen rounds that have like a reddish or green plastic in the bullet, and that could be range from 9mm to 45 caliber and so forth.
Right, and 38s.
Possibly, yes.
Sure. And so, in your experience, what is the purpose of these this plastic in the bullet? Do you know?
That I do not know.
Okay. Like hollow points. Do you know the difference between things like that?
Yes, I know the difference between a hollow point and target practice type stuff.
So, what would be the purpose of that plastic in that bullet?
I really
don't know.
Don't
okay.
know.
That's fine. But as you walked up the stairs, you saw no other blood, yes?
No, I saw no other blood.
So, and at the top of the stairs, you saw no blood in the dining room. I'm trying to find the picture of the dining room. Here we go. Up here, you saw no blood?
No, sir, I did not.
No blood here?
No, sir.
No blood on this chair?
No, sir.
Anywhere on this rug?
No.
No splatter on the walls?
No.
And you then continued to tell the story of this gun. Who else did you tell the story of the gun to?
That day?
That day.
I only remember talking to detectives and all. So
here's something interesting that I would like to ask you. So you've just found out that your father, we just allegedly found out, that your father has been burned to death on a burn pile. Yes?
I knew there was human remains in the burn pile. My father was missing, and it had to be a very good percentage chance that it was going to be him.
But your instant thoughts, you go downstairs, you're looking for an alleged gun that was somewhere in the basement that only you saw. Your father's burned to death. You don't think, well, we should probably look to see what accelerants might have been used. You don't go looking for gasoline, do you? Or anything for that matter. You immediately went to a gun. You went and looked for a gun. Yes?
No, I went to try to figure out where my father was, and when I went to go check the shotgun, I remember that gun being there. It just, something wanted me to go make sure that it was still there or not. I didn't know if it was anywhere else in the house. Where I last saw it, that's where I went to go check, because of her behavior and everything. It was very fishy about the whole situation.
Right, and that is what you've told everyone for 6 years. But you didn't go look for a missing knife. Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. You have a property that is a farm property. And on that farm property, I imagine there's some kind of poisons. Yes?
Sure, there's some kind of chemical that if somebody drank it, it would cause harm.
Okay. But in all of this, and you've testified that you had no idea that there was a bullet in your father until about midnight. And I mean, we've had previous witnesses come into this case and say when they found the bullet in your father's rib. But 10 hours, 12 hours before this bullet is found, you have set them off looking for things. You have been controlling where they go and what they do, have you not?
No, not controlling. I just asked them to search the house to see if they could find that gun because I knew something bad had happened.
That's right, you did. And I know you knew that. But wouldn't it make more sense? And I think that's where you made a mistake again. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You didn't go looking for anything else that possibly could have caused the death of your father. Correct?
No.
You were interviewed many times in this case. Yes?
Oh, yes.
How many times do you remember?
I've lost count. Over couple of years, there was multiple times.
And you would agree some of them were very lengthy interviews, yes?
Oh, yes.
You would agree that Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall believed you. Wouldn't you agree with that? That they liked you. You liked them and they liked you.
I mean, no, they were doing their job and I was trying to help them out on the information. And whatever questions they asked me, I gave, my answers to and all. I mean, I was trying to help find out what happened to my father.
Earlier, you stated that your mother, in the year following this, I mean, she was trying to constantly make things up about you. Have you arrested or something to that effect? But isn't it true that you called 911 multiple times on your mother that year? Do you remember that? I have the recordings if you'd like to listen to them.
I do not remember calling 911 on her. I know there's a couple times I've had to call 911. When one, the trailer came up missing, and two, when Chad started harassing me that day at the driveway.
Do you remember calling 911 saying that your mother had gone through your apartment?
So on my apartment, when I called 911 for that, she actually called me and told me that my apartment was ransacked. Someone broke into my apartment. So I was working for my friend Justin at the nursery at that time. So I ran up to him and was like, dude, I gotta go. Somebody broke into my house. So I went home and my apartment was ransacked. So I called 911.
And there was accusations at one point that you threatened your mother over that year. You remember that? 2019. After we moved on from the 5th. Do you remember that?
That I threatened my mother?
You were under investigation by the city of Woodstock because Cherokee could not investigate you. The kind of as a impartial third party, Woodstock investigated that. Yes? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember having to go out to Woodstock Police Department and talk with them. They said I threatened her, but that never happened.
So initially, you were not. Michael, can we get it so that I can play the video? The Facebook video. Plug it in right here. These are the Facebook videos, Jeff. There we gave you, yes. Do you have any objection?
No.
Yes. You testified and have made multiple statements that you did not have handguns. Yes? On the property?
I told what handguns were, and you've shown a picture of the one I knew of.
I'm going to show you some Facebook videos, and Judge, we will have to mark these, I think, later following this as far as Scott exhibit, but I'm just...
Okay.
Jeff and AR-15, here's some tactical shit.
God, I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
I think we established in that video Jeff's not a very good shot. Who is Jeff?
He's one of my friends that I've known for quite a while.
Okay. think there's another. Oh, I'll pause right there. Where is this on your property?
That would have been down in the very bottom right-hand corner of the property. So if you,
Let's see if I can pull up the area. Where was the aerial, Jeff? The board? I don't know that that's going to show.
I mean, I could pinpoint on the area.
Right, I can. I would like to do that. Michael, could you help me? How about this? So where?
Okay, move the mouse, go to the dam on the pond.
Okay.
Keep going up towards that corner. No, the other way. So yeah, you would have to gain access there. And then if you go left, keep going left, keep going left.
Along this fence line?
Yes, sir. That's the edge of the property. So eventually right.
But doesn't it turn and come back up this way?
Yeah, because so down right in there is where the two property lines meet.
So up in this corner somewhere.
Yeah, so it's now going downhill into a creek. And it starts going back uphill. So you have trees and everything. No houses back there.
Now, this is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same day?
Yes.
This is your Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing you another video. So those videos, the second one you would say that you were just using would that have been an AR-15?
Yes.
And the first video you had an AR-15 and what appeared to be a handgun. What type of gun was that?
That was Jeff's gun. I really want to say that was a 9mm. I'm not 100% certain on what caliber it was, but both those guns were his.
And that would be a form of shooting, tactical shooting.
Yeah, I mean, the way I was doing it, yeah, that had a lot of, my training on how I would shoot. Just the terrain that we had and what I was wearing, I wouldn't call it very tactical, but yes.
You were interviewed with Scott in one interview, or with Chris. I'm sorry, Scott. It's been a long day, as you know. You were interviewed with Chris together. Do you remember that at one point?
There was a couple times, yes.
Y'all were interviewed at the same time, and y'all were interviewed apart. You remember that?
Yes.
And you were interviewed one time, much later, by the GBI. Do you remember that? At the district attorney's office in 2019.
I believe so. There was a lot of interviews. So.
And do you remember in that interview that after about 3.5 hours, you stopped the interview. You brought it to an end. You said you weren't taking this anymore. Do you remember that?
I don't remember saying those exact words and all, but.
That was a general idea?
Yeah, I remember one day I was there all day long and I had nothing to eat and I was exhausted and I mean, I said everything that I could think of. I mean,
did you consider yourself a suspect at that point?
If I consider myself?
Did you consider yourself a suspect at that point?
I didn't think myself as a suspect, but they, treated me like a suspect, and I fully understand why they would.
And it was a different investigator. You'd always dealt with Detective Hayes.
Yes, I've dealt with a lot of different people during this whole situation.
Would you say that the most person you've dealt with is Detective Hayes?
Majority of them, yes, would be with him.
And Detective Hayes, the first year in 2018, seemed to be going with everything you had to say, yes?
I mean, I gave him what information I knew, yes.
Didn't ask you about your guns and your bullets.
Yes, I mean, I think I remember him asking me about what type of guns I had and everything like that.
And I'll get to talk to Detective Hayes about that a number of days. But you remember in 2019, well over a year after July the 3rd, 2018. You remember then, that's when they started. Yes, you remember that. Talking about the bullets. That's when they went back out to the property and combed it for your bullets. Yes?
They asked me if I ever did any shooting, and I said yes. I always had friends over, and they asked, well, can you show us where that area was? I said, yeah, babe, more than happy to. So I took them to the area that we always did shooting. And I think they might have asked if they've ever seen Melody down there. And I, told them I don't ever really remember her being down there. But yeah, I told them where we used to go shooting at. And they asked if we ever did it anywhere else. And I said, no, that was majority of it right there. It was the safest place to shoot.
And then ultimately the GBI did interview you months after that Hayes interview. Totally separate and aside from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. You remember?
Yeah, I remember there's some point, like I said, there was a lot of different people who interviewed me.
Are you're aware that a 357 can shoot a 38? I said that right. 357 can shoot a 38.
No, I'm not aware of
You're
that.
not aware of that. Multiple times you've testified made statements through the year. You didn't have revolvers, but you did have a revolver once upon a time, did you not?
I had my grandfather's revolver at one point. It was a 357 revolver.
Right.
Long barrel, Yes, I took it with me down to Fort Benning because I did deer hunting and hog hunting down there, and I wanted to use it to hunt hogs with.
And I believe you told Detective Hayes in 2020 that it was stolen from you when you were down in Columbus, when you lived in Columbus.
Yes.
Would it shock you, and that was been about 2012, but would it shock you that my office, and I believe the state has agreed to admit these, that my office
He's
conducted
sure
a
reaching.
request of the Muskogee
He's
County
doing
Sheriff's
everything
Office,
that he possibly can.
as well as the Columbus Police Department.
Wow.
So at this time, I would ask to admit Scott 100, Scott 99, Scott 98, Scott 97.
Scott? That's how they name the exhibit? Scott? It's not S99, S100?
Detective Hayes that you had a 357 stolen. And he was asking you all this information, and I don't believe it was followed up on, but I did it. And here's what I found. After we requested from both law enforcement institutions down there, Columbus Police, from the date range of 2008 to 2015, specifically, we are looking into an incident where a 357 Magnum or other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports, 911 recordings, transcripts, CAD reports, any and all records is what we asked for. I signed it at some point. We sent it off back in September when we received an email within days. But there are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. Gave him your date of birth at all. So we doubled up and we looked with Muskogee County. And would you believe they found no records either? And they told us to contact the Columbus Police Department. So I'm going to ask you this right now, Scott Farris. That gun was never stolen, was it? You made no report, did you?
No, I called so we came back from the field. I lived with two other guys. We came back from the field and our house was ransacked and we called 911. And at the time he said, have you noticed anything missing? I was like, I don't know. We have to go through the house. And once I was able to, put my house back together, he gave us his number and all. And he said, if you find anything missing, let me know. And so I called him and told him that I had a 9mm and that 357. I don't have any bins on them or anything, but I can't find them now. And then my roommates told him about some of their stuff that was taken as well too.
You say all that. There's obviously no record of it. And you know a 357 can shoot a 38 special. And that gun was not stolen, was it, Scott?
I do not know that a 357 can shoot a 38. I don't see how that's even possible. And I did file a report. I called the police when our house was ransacked and they came out and, did their part. I
Scott,
have people who witnessed that were a part of it.
And Scott, you know that there was no gun in that basement in your mom's house she was ever allowed to be around those children. You know that. Yes.
I saw a gun down there.
But in fact, you did still have a 357. Yes. That gun that was clearly not stolen. There's no record of that. You lied to Detective Hayes. You're lying now to that jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh!
It's purely argument.
Oh, wow.
No, Judge, I object. It's purely
Object.
I was gonna let him answer.
Well, then answer the question.
Wow.
How about I do this? You used that 357 to shoot your father, did you not?
Oh!
I never shot my father.
And that 357, I don't know where it is, but you went to Lake Lanier the day after you shot your father, did you not?
I gotta stop there. Y'all, he said, let's stop bullshit. Let's stop the BS. You use that weapon to shoot, to pew your daddy. Oh my goodness, did he just ask him that? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. You're right. You're gonna be like, are you serious? Let me just ask you, since you just sit up here just lying, you lied about this gun, you lied about this. I'm just gonna ask you, just plain out and simple. What up? Oh boy. Oh boy. I like this attorney. I don't care what nobody say. That's my guy.
You went to the lake, yes?
Yes, we went to the lake after playing golf.
Did you throw that 357 into Lake Lanier after you shot your father?
No, because I have not seen that 357 since 2012, I think it was, when my house was broken into.
And did your father, in fact, confront you that evening about being out again? Because through the text messages, we clearly have seen that you're constantly hiding from your father to go play golf, to go hang with your friends and not do your job. And he was always controlling your money, yes?
No, he wasn't controlling my money.
I didn't have any money.
Did you shoot him at the barn, Scott?
I never shot my father.
Did you take that bullet and put that bullet in the floor in your mother's house?
I never knew of that bullet.
You would agree with me that it's absurd that there is no blood of any serious measure of your father's in that house consistent with being shot in the house.
Ooh, Melody
Yes.
gonna cry.
I haven't seen the evidence amount of the only picture of blood that I've seen is what you've come across the screen. I haven't been told about how much blood was found in the house. All I know is the one drop of blood that I
Oh my
noticed,
gosh, he about to break
but I don't
down.
know.
You knew how to work a
I
fire.
think he did. Oh gosh.
You worked fires with your dad. You put one out. Remember? You went in there and you stuck your hand through the wall and you were trying to put the fire out in the wall years before. You remember that, yes?
Yes.
Were the hairs on your hands singed? Can you hold your hands up? Were they singed at all from that evening?
I don't remember. On some of the evening of what? You talking about the fire that I was trying to put out in the house?
Yes, that one.
So during the daytime when fire department came and I saved my parents' house from fully burning down, I don't remember the hair on my hands being singed.
How about on July the 3rd?
There's no way I could do that because I was never around a fire on July the 3rd.
Did anybody from law enforcement ask you if it was? Your hands were singed.
No, I don't ever remember.
They only ever did an accelerant test, yes?
They did some kind of test. They swabbed my hands there in the driveway of the house. I do remember that. I don't know what it was for, but they asked if they could swab my hands, and I was like, yes.
Lynn say she set him up good. No. She is.
Could you stand for the jury, please? And how much do you weigh?
Currently about 280.
Those is tears coming down her eyes, y'all. Those real tears. She ain't do it.
You understand that you are the only person on the property who could have physically pulled off what the district attorney's office and the state has alleged that your mother did. You're aware you're the only person. You even said so in your own interviews that she would have had to have had help. Didn't you say that?
There's a possibility, a chance of that she could have needed help, but yes, it just came across me many a times because of my size and the size of my father. Yes, I was going to be looked at like that, but I had nothing to do with it. But I've also seen, you always see people on the news being able to do stuff under, how would you say it? When their adrenaline's rushing and stuff, they're able to do things that they thought they'll never be able to do.
That's
I'm
not
asking you,
true.
this is my question, and I'll sit down. It's your proposal to this jury that something that's strange and odd on the news about these stories of adrenaline and picking up cars and all these very odd things, that would be somehow how your mother pulled off moving a 300-pound man in the house instead of the very obvious solution, which is that the one person on the property who could move him did move him, and that's you. That's all I have.
Just not redirect. I'm gonna be fast.
All right, we'll see. Go ahead.
Oh my.
For the record, these videos that we're gonna mark, do you mind if I just say the date on them? Is that okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
These are in August, I believe, of 2015. Is that right, Scott? Judge, if we can switch. You're fine.
They always do good on direct. Y'all, I don't know.
Go ahead, I want you to.
Yeah, no objection.
Judge, at this time, I'm continuing it into evidence S. Farris 12 through S. Farris 15.
Here comes Shorty Doo-Wop. He said, no, 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 no. Here he come. Oh, I like the defense attorney. Go on, Melody.
Scott, this is S. Farris 12. These are text messages between yourself and the defendant. Do you see these on the screen here?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then we're going down March 12, 2018 through March, beginning at 9:47 a.m. and going through 12:57 p.m. First one says, bring Hex key set to take a shower park, going to Ferguson's. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one at about 2 minutes later says, it's incoming to your phone, says, then get a job and move off my property. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one says, I have had enough of this place. I promise you I'm at the end of my rope with you and Gary. Do you see those?
Yes.
S. Farris 13, this is between yourself and your mother on your phone, and May 13, 2018, and looks like it's incoming from your mother and says, Gary, ? You see that?
Yes.
Then on down and says hello. Then the next one says, I don't know where he is. Have not seen him all day. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
And then you have incoming. You might make sure he's alive. See that one?
Yes, sir.
Then at the bottom on May 13, 2018, 5:49. Outgoing. It looks like you sent one. He is back and he is in his office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Okay, because I know we want to listen to this testimony, and I do got some things to say. Now, granted, this is from May, right? How y'all know the son didn't set the mama up? I mean, remember, Big Daddy, as they call him, aka Gary, was funding really all of his lifestyle, right? He didn't really want to go out and get a real job. Talk about this whole cop stuff. Boy, bye. I don't care what COVID, I don't care what was going on in regards to the decline, the depression, whatever he's trying to claim that was happening. Look, no, I ain't buying it. He was there. You say because the mom is a horrible person, drunk. I don't see it. I mean, she looked like the meanest person on earth, guys. But God, okay, let's do this. Are we able to say the defense is creating some reasonable doubt in some type of way, even if she's not guilty? Is the state really proving their case? Because this is not that great of a witness for me. You say, put my seatbelt on. Capri say, sit back. Chill out. I mean, I don't know when the daddy went missing. All I know is somehow this big, I don't care what nobody's saying, and I know Barbara would disagree with me, that when people get their adrenaline and they need to do something, they get all the strength in the world. I don't care what is going on, y'all. My womanly strength is only going so far. Gary seemed like he was a big dude. You say it's only day 5? How many days we got, drunky? I have no clue how many days we got. Remember, this is my first time watching it. Yeah, that's where I'm at, Kirby. What does she gain? Right. What does she gain? I mean, she wasn't hiding her boyfriend. They was dancing at the wedding. Who cares? I know I have not heard all the evidence, Baca, but y'all know how I am. I am all pro defense. If y'all have not heard anything from me throughout this time of us spending together, I am really pro defense, and I know that there's people that's guilty, right? But the state, these people that arrest people, these people that want to prosecute people, they better make sure they're getting it right. Like, they better make sure they're getting it right, in my mind. Like, I don't have no problem with her being guilty, but they better get it right. Lynn said, you better stop it. She said, Bill, stop it. Don't be coming over here with that mess. She said, stop. She had a lot to gain. Melody was going to get hers regardless. Like, she was having her cake and eating it too. It seemed like he was having his cake and eating it too. Like, it amazes me. And I'm like almost mad at the police all the time. Why we always got to be looking at the wife? Like, Melody over there crying. She upset. It's only a couple times that I've seen her really upset in this. One, when they talked about her daddy, I seen her upset. When Chris got up on the stand and was talking about her dad. 2, when this old Scott guy got up here and talking about he had to cook for his daddy because she wasn't never on. What the fuck? Like, she like, Dad, well, Dad, put me just in the, sail me up the river. Like, Dad, you ain't gonna give me no credit. And this last statement in regards to, like, can you imagine? Come on, guys. Outside of the box. Can you imagine being absolutely innocent and your child then did something and sitting up there on the stand and throwing you right up under the bus? Capri said, take her phone. I mean, this is wild to me. This is like, I don't even know how I missed this trial. But damn it, we are in it. We in the thick of it. And I'm like looking at these messages. Don't tell me nothing from May 13th, 2018. Don't show me nothing. Talk about you might want to make sure he alive. She might have not liked him that day. It's many a days that I may not like my significant other. But Scott found him. He back in his office. He good. She ain't did nothing to him. And why they bringing that in? I don't see no point. All right. Well, I'm gonna take us back into this testimony. It looked like we got about 10 minutes left for day 5. Y'all can I'll put a chat in here to see.
So times your mother would actually look for your father, right?
Yes, she would text me to figure out where he would be at.
So she had the ability to go and look for him when he's missing.
Yes.
And then here's a S. Farris 14. This is between Amanda's your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
Amanda Farris, and then phone calls between Amanda Farris and the defendant. Text message. Thank you. These text messages here.
And this is from between Amanda and Melody?
Right. So
Okay.
February 5th, 2018. Do you see the one here with Amanda Farris and it says they have plenty of money?
Yes, I do.
Next one says, but Gary was going to do that wedding to spite me. So here's Tama. 2016. Who was getting married in your family?
That, well, I guess what?
Well, excuse me. 2000. This has been 2018. 2016. Did Emily get married?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, because Chris and Jenna got married before Chris and Emily.
And February 6, 2018, this message here, do you see the one that says, wonder what Scott is going to do when he comes home? I have his stuff thrown out and the Mexican living in my barn. See that from your mom? By your mom?
Yes, sir.
And then February 6, 2018, one with by your mom, it says, he went yesterday after sleeping till noon, get his hair cut, beard trimmed, beard oiled, went to visit Randy and Raleigh, stayed out all night. Then today, don't start doing anything till 2. I'm so far past done. His job is to report to G. Wayne. What's your father's name?
Gary Wayne Farris.
What I do has an unlimited credit card. You see her talk about you having a credit card?
Yes, sir.
And I think the defense had this one here about my patience with you is gone. I promise you things are going to change here. I'm not continuing to live like this. Your life is not going to continue like this. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Counsel asked a lot of questions about these guns and ammunition and all these things. He's pointing to you, is he not? That you're the one that killed your father?
He's trying to, accuse me of doing that. Yes, towards me.
Is anything that he's presented you or anything that I presented you change your answer from earlier today that you did not murder your father?
No, there was absolutely nothing here that changed my opinion because I did not murder my father nor help her move him.
Is anything that's going to come out of this trial going to show that you murdered your father?
No.
Nothing further on.
I beg to differ.
You sit down.
Now call him back to the stand. I got some more
All
questions.
right. Not talk to anyone about the case, Mr. Farris, that's testified or any other witnesses. All right.
No, Kerrville, he's still
Anything else before we
practicing.
choose the jury? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the week. Again, everything I've told you all week about
My judge like this. He
about
don't
the
know
jury
who
service,
care
please
about
remember
this
that.
case.
Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. I don't even want you going on the internet. I know I can't stop that, but please limit what you look up.
They better not go on the
And
damn
I
internet. They better not.
anticipate, as I've said, as this case continues, there'll be more information about it that is out there. Do everything you can to avoid it. All right. If something unforeseen happens, let us know about it and we'll discuss it. But remove yourself from the situation and then give us a report next week. We're starting same time Monday morning. There'll be other trials going on, but again, y'all will have your designated spaces, so we shouldn't have an issue finding a place for you to park. The other jurors will have issues trying to find places to park. All right. With that, y'all can be excused. Yes. We'll do lunch on Monday. We have some other, we're going to do
I know
the
that's
extended
right.
day
Lunch
on
is very
Thursday.
important.
We'll get more information about that.
Judge.
Wednesday, we'll take lunch earlier. I have an important meeting about courthouse expansion and the consulting group that are looking at that. And so they've agreed to work around my schedule a little bit at 11:30 to 12:30, but we're bringing lunch in that day. So we'll break a little bit early. I'll have my meeting, eat lunch during my meeting, and then we'll start back 12:30 on Wednesday. But we'll try to keep an idea what the schedule is. But yeah, we'll bring lunch in for y'all Monday. All right. We'll try to find another option.
Dang. Okay, so we decided, I think from the poll, it looks like we are going to go ahead and we are going to start day 6. It looks like day 6 did win, and I am good with that. It's Friday. Y'all ain't got shit to do. What's that like? You know, from the movie Friday. It's Friday. Y'all ain't got shit to do. At least right now, like it's still early on the West Coast. It's only 3:19. Here it's only 4, so we good out here on these streets. Oh my gosh, like I don't know, Lynn. I don't know if you gonna get me there with her. I don't know. That son just did so much for me. He did a lot for me. Thank you, Scott. I mean, have y'all ever seen that? Where the defense attorney is like, this is exhibit Scott 99. This is Scott exhibit number 100. I've never seen them name the exhibits after a person. They didn't name the whole exhibits after this man. This is Scott number 2020. When have y'all ever seen that? I can see if he said this is exhibit number S is the Sam 123. Now my defense said no. This is Scott number 99. I want to let you know this directly ties to Scott. So when the jury is back there, they can say we need Scott number 99. I'm done. My guy on the defense is doing it. He doing it. I like him. Don't nobody else like him. I like him. I'm messing with him real tough. Okay, let me get day 6 up. That's my new friend. My girl Melody she looking worse and worse each day. Each day this trial is taking her to another degree. I haven't seen her cry too many times, but these times and moments have made my girl cry. Y'all know I'm always gonna be pro defense, so until they can convince me otherwise that Melody is guilty, I am free Melody. Y'all better prove it or lose it. Hey, Lynn, I ain't getting into our rich people problems. I ain't getting into rich people problems because, she could be in there with diamonds and pearls, like Prince would say, diamonds and pearls. But, oh, my goodness. Melody. Now, she does. Hey, this is the perfect trial during this period of time because she looked like the Grinch that stole Christmas in real life. Like, I will give y'all that. She definitely looked that way. All right, well, let's see how much of day 6 we can get done. If we don't get through all of day 6, don't worry, not to fray. We will get back into day 6. It looks like we will start whatever we don't finish. If we don't finish it all, we'll start back up on Monday. I do have a little treat on Sunday that I want to do. Sunday or Saturday. I'm trying to figure out which one we're going to do. Please tell me Amanda's going to testify. Don't tell me. Don't tell me nothing. That's okay. Don't tell me.
Judge, we have a couple of out-of-state witnesses that we need to do this week that are long, but we need to do them this week. So we would want to prioritize getting them in prior to scheduling that. But once they're in, I think we can try to work with whomever we need to work with to get a date. No, go ahead.
Rusty Barney is in town, so have that. We've given him some of the recordings. He obviously has lots of recordings, so you can go ahead and listen to those. We don't want to stop and go out and refresh him. Okay. I told the defense if they have anything he wants to listen to. He has an attorney, Judge, and we're trying to get a hold of him, and we're going to try to arrange a meeting between the defense and Mr. Barton sometime this week. The court may just let us break a little bit early so they can do that.
I would say try to do that on Thursday. That might be something we can do Thursday afternoon and not come back.
Right.
Y'all let me know.
We'll do that, and Judge, outside of that, we just need to anything else that we got witness wise. Got a couple coming in from outside.
Y'all think y'all wrap up into the week or still going to push to next week probably? I mean, that's fine. I'm just trying to, okay. All right.
Well, Judge.
We'll see. I know, but I'm.
And Your Honor, is it? My lost train of thought. Oh, is Wednesday the day that we need to take an extended?
Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday.
Wednesday, you have to break.
Wednesday, we have to break early, but we're still only going to break our, hour-ish.
Okay.
But we need to stop at 11:30 on Wednesday, and then we can start back 12:30, quarter till, depending on that. And because we'll bring food in that day, so it'll be quicker.
And then Thursday.
Thursday is a longer day, and if that's the day where y'all want to do some stuff additionally and take the entire afternoon off, I'm open to that.
I think that would make the most sense if we're going to have any time to speak with Mr. Farris.
Okay. And then if y'all want to plan on him for Friday.
We'll do that, Judge.
Okay. All right. Y'all ready to bring him in?
Yes. Do you want to? I guess I'll just call.
Go ahead and, go ahead and bring your witness in.
Okay.
All right. All right, good morning. Hope y'all had a good weekend. We had some issues with the court reporter equipment this morning, and they won't let me touch it. So sounded like they had to reboot it multiple times, and we worked on some logistical stuff for the rest of the week. So. All right, Ms. Franklin, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge. State Hall's Ted Pierce.
All right.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, excuse me, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. And scoot on close to that microphone so we can hear you. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Theophilus Pierce, but I go by Ted.
How do you know the Farris family?
I met Scott probably about 10, 11 years ago.
And how close would you say you and Scott are?
He's probably one of my closest friends.
Would you visit Scott where he lived at the farm?
Occasionally. I've been out there a few times.
What would you guys do together the most?
We played a lot of golf together.
Where would you play golf?
Mainly a place called Hampton Golf Village in North Forsyth.
Why there?
It was close to where, I guess closer to where I lived. My brother-in-law lived close to there. He'd play a lot with us, and it was relatively inexpensive golf course. We play a lot of twilight golf.
Did you say relatively inexpensive?
Inexpensive, yeah. So 25, 30 bucks around, you know.
So where is it that you live?
At that time, I was living in Dawson County at my family's lake house. I traveled a lot for work, so I wasn't home often.
What part of the lake? What lake was that?
Lake Lanier.
What part of the lake was that?
It would be considered the north side of the lake.
So this was back in 2018 you lived at the lake house there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what year did you meet Scott?
Probably somewhere in the 2014, 2015 year, I would have to say.
How did you meet him?
I met him through my sister. She worked at a restaurant in Johns Creek that I would go up to pretty regularly, and he would go up to there because they were friends. And so she introduced us.
And so Scott is pretty close to your whole family?
Yes, he is.
Were you with Scott the first week in July of 2018?
I was.
Every day? How frequently were you with him?
That week, definitely the first 3 days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we spent a lot of time together.
Were you at the farm the week before for Gary's birthday?
I do not recall if I was there or not.
About how many times would you say you visited the farm?
I've probably been out there no more than 6, 7 times, maybe 8 times.
In 2018, what did you know to be Scott's job?
Scott managed the farm, he took care of the animals, maintenance around the farm, pretty much anything his dad needed on the farm was Scott's job.
Did you know how he took care of the animals?
In terms of, I mean, he fed them, he'd, ride the horses, he'd make sure they got out in the pastures when they needed to. Basically just like, as I envision it, what you would do to take care of animals at a farm.
Sure. And if his mom were to call him back to the farm and you were with Scott, what would he do?
He would usually go back. It would probably depend on what the issue was, but in most of the time he would go back because it was usually a big enough issue he needed to get back to get something taken care of.
Sure. So I want to talk about that first week in July of 2018, and we have a calendar here in case you need to see what days of the week we're talking about. So I want to talk about this week right here, okay?
Okay.
What was your job in 2018?
In 2018. 2018, I worked for a company that manufactures dental x-ray equipment.
Okay.
And I still do.
Okay.
I'm still at the same company.
Were you in town that first week of July?
I was. I took that week off work.
Oh, you had the whole week off?
I took the whole week off, yeah.
And what did you do on Monday, July 2nd?
On Monday, July 2nd, I believe we played golf at the Manor that morning.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and our friends Joe and Ryan.
Do you remember what time you teed up?
It would have been morning, probably 9-ish, I guess, on that day. I picked up Scott from the farm that morning, and we went to the Manor because it was relatively close to where he lived.
And what did you do after you played golf at the Manor?
I dropped him back off at the farm to get his truck, and then we went to a place called Rosati's for lunch.
What did you do after Rosati's?
I left and went home.
And did you and Scott go your separate ways?
Yes, yes.
Around what time was that?
I'd say that'd be, if I recall, sometime middle afternoon. If we had finished up with golf that day, it would have been around 12:31. And then we would have went and had probably a drink and some lunch at Rosati's. And then, yeah, probably 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do you know if you and him communicated the rest of that Monday?
I do not recall. We may have, but it would have been a text or two at minimum. Not a lot of conversation at that point.
Okay. So the next day would be Tuesday the 3rd. Did you see Scott that day?
I did.
What did you do?
Scott came up to the lake house and we went out on the lake for the day.
Around what time did Scott come up to the lake house?
Probably early afternoon. Would have usually been about the average time he would show up.
What did you do at the lake?
Took the boats out, probably did some surfing off the back of the wakeboard boat. Probably took out the pontoon boat. I believe we went and watched fireworks from the water that night from one of the marinas up there. But that'd be about an average day on the lake.
Do you know, did Scott stay for dinner?
Yes, he did.
How late did he stay?
Scott left just before 11 p.m. on that night.
Was your house equipped with any security cameras?
Yes, I had a Nest security camera at my front door or front porch driveway area.
And after finding out what happened to Gary, did you have the opportunity to pull that footage?
I did.
And what did you pull?
I pulled the footage of Scott leaving that evening just for the timestamp out of more curiosity.
Statements to admit, I guess just Pierce one.
No objection.
I submit.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and publish this, Mr. Pierce. I'll go ahead and actually also move to admit Pierce 2, the screenshot of the timestamp.
No objection.
Pull this up first. This is Pierce 2 that I'm showing you. Is that the clip that you pulled down from
Yes,
Nest? And did you take that photo of the clip?
I took that photo with my cell phone, yes.
Okay. And so does that show the date and time of the clip itself?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember what day you pulled that down? And I say pull that down, I'm inferring that you pulled that off of a cloud or some account that you have. With Nest.
Correct. It's off my Nest account that I had at the time.
And you downloaded that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when?
I initially downloaded it back probably in 2018, but lost that thumb drive and recently was able to gain access again to my Nest account and was able to re-pull the footage down just a couple days ago.
Was it already saved in your account?
Correct, yes.
From when you first pulled it
From when I
down?
first pulled it, yes, ma'am.
And did you pull it down after finding out what happened to Mr. Farris, Gary Farris?
I did.
I'm gonna go ahead and publish Pierce 2. I'm sorry, Pierce 1, the video clip. And so is 10:55 the time that that clip saved?
Yes, ma'am.
So once he left that night, when was the next time you saw Scott?
The next morning at Hampton Golf Village, we had I believe a 7 a.m. or 7:15 a.m. tea time.
When you arrived at Hampton Golf Village, was Scott already there?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I believe Philip and I arrived around 6:45.
Had you heard from Scott before arriving at the golf course?
He did text me a little bit earlier that morning asking if we were awake and ready to go.
So you golfed at Hampton Golf Club on, that would be the day of the 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take you to do that round?
That round was probably about 4.5 hours, typical round.
18 holes?
18 holes, yes, ma'am.
So that puts you around lunchtime.
Correct.
What did you do next?
We went directly back to the lake house.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and my brother-in-law, Philip.
So did Philip golf with you that day as well?
Yes, ma'am.
You went back up to the lake house. Did you guys stop anywhere?
No.
Once you got to the lake house, what did you do?
Probably went back down to the dock, went back out on the boat for a little bit. I left at some point in the afternoon for a few hours to go visit a friend at, I believe, a pool party in downtown Cumming, and then came back up to the lake house a little bit later.
Was Scott still there when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
arrived back? And did you guys go back to that pool party later that
We did.
evening? Tell the jury about that.
After I got back up to the lake house, everybody had kind of started packing up to go home. My mom went home. My sister and my niece and my brother-in-law went home. And I was planning to go back to the pool party, and Scott came with me because it was on his way home. So
What time is that, do you think?
probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock, I'd say.
How long was that drive from your lake house to the pool party?
About half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour.
How long did you stay at the pool party?
I don't recall how long I stayed. I might have been there a little while.
How long was Scott there for?
Maybe an hour,
He
hour
did
and a
not
half.
stay as long as
He
you
did
did?
not stay as long as I did, no ma'am.
Did when Scott, let me go back to the night of the 3rd. When Scott left the night of the 3rd, did he say why he was leaving?
He had gotten a phone call from his mom, and the horses had apparently gotten out, and he needed to go home and take care of that.
Did he tell you why he was leaving the pool party on the 4th?
Just no specific reason, just to go home.
Did you all, when was the next time you heard from him?
I heard from him the following day on, I believe, the 5th, Thursday the 5th.
Okay. Did you guys have plans that day?
We did.
What were your plans?
We were supposed to go meet a friend of ours, club fitter at PGA Superstore down in Roswell to get fitted for custom golf clubs.
Did you end up doing that?
I did. Yes,
You did go.
I did go.
Did you hear from Scott that day about what happened with his dad?
I did.
When he called you, did he say anything about what happened?
He had called me a couple times, if I recall correctly, that day. He had called me initially to tell me his dad was missing, and they were starting to look for him. And then a little bit while later, he called me again and said he thinks he found his dad's remains, or he found something that day.
Have you ever met MelodyFarris?
Briefly, a couple times at the farm in passing, no like real conversations though.
Would Scott share anything with you about his family when you guys would hang out?
Not a lot, no. I mean, guys don't. I mean, we don't really talk about that.
After all of this happened with his dad and Scott finding the remains, how was Scott when you guys would hang out?
Afterwards, I mean, outside of being upset and frustrated with everything that was going on, he was still pretty much the same Scott, just in terms of still good friends, still there, still talk to you when you needed it. But he was different in terms, he was sad. He was sadder than normal.
Did he ever open up to you about his dad?
Not really. I didn't ask. It was a hard subject to bring up.
What did Scott eventually get a job after finding his dad's remains?
He did.
What job did he get?
For a little while, he was doing odd jobs, helping a friend of ours out with like cabinetry work and like just kind of home remodel, general contractor stuff. But then he got a job at a friend of ours owns a nursery in Fort South County. He got a job working for him full time.
Did Scott continue to take care of the animals on the farm?
He did.
How do you know that he did that?
I talked to him pretty regularly, and he was still out there, and we were still, we're still friends. So I mean, he would still tell me a lot of what was going on.
Who was providing the feed for the animals and doing all of the work that needed to be done?
He was from working. He was trying to keep it going as long as he could.
Did Scott love the animals on that farm?
He absolutely loved the animals on that farm.
How do you know that?
He talks about it now all the time, but I know he did. He absolutely loved working for his dad. He loved being out there on that farm.
1 second. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Good morning.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent MelodyFarris. Just a few brief questions. So 7-2 that Monday, you guys went and played golf at the Manor Club, which is kind of closer to where Scott lived.
Correct.
And y'all went to, like, what time was that tee time?
I want to say it was probably around 9, maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock that morning. I want to say. I don't 100% remember, but.
And you took the whole week off of work. Were y'all planning just like a guys' week, a golf week?
No, I traveled a lot for work. So when there were holiday weeks, I would typically just, for myself, just take the week off work and just kind of do whatever I wanted to do.
So Monday it was you and Scott and your brother-in-law.
No, on Monday it was me, Scott, our friends Joe and Ryan.
Okay. All right. And y'all played at the Manor, and then you went to Rosati's.
Yes, sir.
And that's a pub over in Cumming?
Yes, sir. Off exit
Sports
13.
bar?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how long were y'all there?
Couple hours, probably 2, maybe 3.
So if you could get, how much did Scott drink that day? Can you remember?
I don't keep tabs on what he was drinking or how much, but no more than, maybe a couple beers at golf and maybe a drink or two at lunch.
Sometimes you guys smoke marijuana too, right?
I never have, no, sir.
But Scott does with you.
I've never seen him do it, but I've heard of it, but I don't know how much he did back then, no.
Okay, so you didn't see him smoking marijuana that day?
Not on that day, no, sir.
All right. And what time did you say you guys got done with Rosati's?
It's 3:30 probably mid to late afternoon.
All right. And he drove home by himself?
Yes, sir.
Then Tuesday the 2nd, y'all played at where?
Tuesday would have been the 3rd. We did not play golf on Tuesday.
Okay. What did you see him at all?
Yes, he came up to the lake house and we spent the afternoon and evening with
what time
family on the lake.
You remember?
He probably got up there early afternoon. I'd say probably around 1 o'clock. That's pretty average.
Yeah. What did you guys do on the lake?
Same thing we always did. We'd either take the wakeboard boat out and go do some surfing off the back of it, or we would just leisurely take out the pontoon boat and just kind of putz around the lake. I've got friends that live on the lake. We'd go, dock hopping as we call it, go visit friends at docks and hang out and just hang out on the lake, enjoy the weather.
How much do you think you guys had to drink that day?
I'm the boat driver, so I typically did not drink very much out on the lake when I was driving. Again, I don't keep tabs on what anybody else was drinking, but Scott was not a heavy drinker that I recall. So maybe a couple beers.
Maybe a couple beers?
Maybe a couple beers.
Did you see anybody take any shots that day?
My sister and brother-in-law sometimes would, but that day was not a very heavy drinking day. We had a less than 1-year-old on the boat, my niece. So we were just enjoying the weather and just kind of being chill.
And you remember this phone call that he received that night from his mother?
Well, I don't 100% remember it, but I know he got that phone call. He told me he got that phone call. Yes, sir.
When did he tell you that?
Right before he left.
Right before he left. So you didn't hear the phone call?
No, sir.
And what made you, in your mind, think, I need to go and get in my nest and pull up this video of Scott leaving? When did that happen in your life?
Probably a couple weeks after everything had happened, and I knew I was going to get a phone call from Detective Hayes. There was some questions, and I guess just from my own memory, I was like, "What time did he leave?" I watch a lot of TV, so I watch a lot of crime dramas. And
so you thought Scott's probably a suspect, or you already been alerted to the fact that Scott was a suspect?
I don't know if I've been alerted to that. I just, for my own memory that day, because once I got back to the lake house that night, I probably had a little bit to drink. Once I was done driving for the day.
That night.
That night of the 3rd, probably, yes.
Yeah, so probably.
Because I lived there, so I slept there. I didn't have to go anywhere.
Right. You're pretty definitive about a lot of things that happened in those days, but you believe yourself to have probably been intoxicated by about 11 o'clock. Yes.
I don't know about intoxicated, but
You couldn't drive a car. You'd say that.
I
Right?
wouldn't have, no, sir.
All right. Scott, prior to this, you guys would go play golf about how often?
I wouldn't play as much. Again, I traveled a lot, but on weeks where I was in town, we tried to get a couple rounds in of twilight golf if we could.
Do you ever remember Scott telling you, I can't today, Dad says I got to work, stuff like that?
Not to those exact words, but there were times he couldn't play because he either had stuff he had to get done on the farm or whatever.
But he would complain sometimes that his father wouldn't let him go play golf, right?
I've never heard him complain about his father.
Okay. You're his best friend, right?
One of his closest friends. I mean, I don't know if I call best, but we're good friends.
How would Scott pay for things? Do you know that?
No, not really. I mean, he had a credit card or a debit card. I mean, he always paid with credit or something, a card.
Were you aware that he didn't have a credit card in his own name?
I was not aware. No, sir.
He had to use his father's credit card for everything.
I did not know that, no, sir.
And then Wednesday morning, you guys went and played golf.
Correct.
And y'all went to Hampton.
Yes, sir.
Did that used to be called Hampton Farms? Because you call it Hampton Village. I didn't know.
It's always been called Hampton Golf Village.
Hampton Golf Village. And that's up closer to Dawsonville on 400.
Correct. It's north Forsyth County.
Right. Because then you guys went over to the lake.
Yes, sir.
Where is that lake house, by the way?
It's in Dawson County, South Dawson County, off Highway 53 and War Hill Park.
War Hill Park.
Yes, sir.
And how did he seem that morning?
He seemed himself. We were all a little tired. I mean,
Everybody was a little tired.
Well, I mean,
because your brother-in-law testified the same.
Not a morning person myself, so I mean, I was always just a little tired. But it was kind of something we'd started doing, playing golf in the morning on 4th of July for I think this was our second or third year.
So it was a tradition.
We had started one. Yeah, we wanted it to be one.
And it was something that you guys were going to keep no matter what, right?
We were going to try to. Yeah.
You seem to remember in relatively good detail a lot from that weekend. So what was Scott doing prior to leaving the party that afternoon?
On which day?
The 4th.
On the 4th?
Yes.
What do you mean by what was he doing?
What was he doing?
Well, we were just hanging out with friends at a pool.
At a pool?
Yeah, there were like 15 people we knew there, and we were just talking, hanging out.
Where was this pool?
An apartment complex somewhere off exit 14. I couldn't tell you the name of the apartment complex right now, but it was pretty close to the highway.
Do you remember all the people that were there?
I could probably name 7 or 8 off the top of my head. It's the same typical group of friends that we always hung out with or always were around and still are around to this day.
Was there a keg at this pool party? I mean, most pool parties.
I
keg,
don't
right?
recall there being a keg, no.
Shots?
I don't recall that either. No, sir. I'm not saying there wasn't, but I do not recall seeing it.
Beer?
Sure.
Mixed drinks?
Probably.
Probably. You don't remember?
Well, I mean, I didn't bring anything because I wasn't drinking. Scott didn't bring anything because he was heading home afterwards. And so we went by there.
For sure, or is that a probably?
That's a probably, but I didn't see him drink anything.
So you don't remember?
Not 100%, no, sir.
You either remember or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. That's all, Your Honor.
You're right.
When Scott called you to tell you about Gary, did he say anything about his mom?
He did.
What did he say?
He said, I wonder if my mom finally did something.
That's all I have. Thank you.
No follow-up.
All right, you can sit down.
State called Emily Payne.
All right, morning stretch.
She gonna take advantage of that stretch. I almost thought she was about to get down and do some goddamn real stretches the way she was stretching. Wow. I guess they doing a morning stretch as their witness comes in the room. My girl Melody, she looking rougher and rougher each day.
Before you have a seat, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat. And if you could scoot up to that microphone for us. Thank you. You can probably adjust it a little bit lower. Your head's pretty tall. There you go.
Who is this?
If you could please.
Wireless mic out this morning. Stick one on that. Look. I think it'll do it all by itself. There you go. Just tap it and see it. Seems like it's too small, but it's not. Nope.
If I just squeeze, just shove it. Okay.
Yep.
Shane's the one that usually does this for us. There we go. Okay. I don't know what to do.
You can laugh, Melody. It's okay. You can laugh, boo.
Just break things.
Go ahead, we'll just work on it.
I think you need a dime or something.
You can laugh. It's okay.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm MelodyFarris Payne.
Where do you live, Emily?
Oh, this is one of the daughters.
I live in Spring Hill, Tennessee, which is about 25 minutes south of Nashville.
Okay, I'm going to scoot this down a little bit.
Okay,
Sorry. Kind of speak over it.
speak
There
over
we
it.
go, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. Okay. A little quieter than the last couple of witnesses. How do you know the defendant in this case, MelodyFarris?
She's my mom.
And is
Oh,
MelodyFarris
she
your
said
dad?
she's my
Yes,
mom.
yes. When did you all, as a family, move to Georgia?
I believe it was in 95. We moved from Hoover to Atlanta.
How old were you when you moved here?
Well, I was going into the second grade in Alpharetta, so I believe like eight, I guess is how old I would have been. Yeah.
Were you around when your dad was in law school, or did you come after he had graduated?
So I was born like literally right before he graduated from law school. So I was at his graduation from law school, but I was an infant. Yes.
Okay. And so you have always known your dad to work at Byrne Foreman.
That's correct. Yes.
How was your dad's work ethic with that firm?
Very good. He was very loyal to Byrne Foreman. He always took it very seriously, at least from my perspective. Yeah, I mean, he was dedicated to it. So yeah, he took it very seriously.
When you grew up, how was your parents' relationship when you were younger?
It was good from my perspective. You know, from everything that I saw, they were very loving with each other. You know, like physically, touchy-feely, kisses, hugs. I mean, they certainly, from my perspective, seemed like to have a healthy relationship. Yes.
And from your perspective, did that change at all?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it did change later in the years. I would say not till I got into college was there a difference.
Do you know what caused that change?
Yes. Basically, my mother began having an affair with Ted Wiley, and when my dad found out about it, that's pretty much when things went south.
Okay, let's talk about Ted Wiley for a little bit. Around what time did you become aware of that relationship?
I gotta pause this. Okay, who is Ted? Ted is this not the aunt's boo thing, is it? I need it because I'm concentrating on Rusty. So I'm just trying to figure. I gotta make sure. So are we talking about multiple affairs? Y'all let me know in the chat. I just need to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. Ted was her first affair. Gary with Gary's sister. Oh, I don't believe that. Why they trying to think that she slept with her sister's husband? No, dang. Why they trying to make it like Melody just this low down, box giver? Like she giving up her box. Okay. So now they trying to convict her on just giving up her box to everybody. Okay, so she didn't have two affairs. I mean, because okay, all right. Y'all really think she slept with her? Is the sister gonna testify? Tell me that. Is the sister gonna testify? They can't lie on the stand. Oh, Tanya, they always lying on the stand. I don't know. They always lying on the stand. Okay. Ted Wiley had a secret romantic relationship with Melody that started around 2008 and lasted. I'm so retarded. Sorry, film. lasted for nearly 4 years. Ted Wiley had previously dated Mel. So he previously dated. So she wasn't messing with him while they were still together. Oh, I wonder, is he gonna testify? Okay. Let me go back and see what the daughter talk about. Yeah, but I'm not saying that even if she didn't have all these affairs, it don't mean that she had to kill. I mean, it's very clear. Gary wasn't going nowhere, no matter how many people she gave that poo nanny up to. Okay, Gary was gonna sit there and take that, just like Diddy would say, take that, and he was just gonna sit there and he was just gonna wait on it. He loved her. He wasn't trying to go no doggone where, but. So I don't know if she really had to re-drum him because she was having her cake and her ice cream too, so it didn't matter. Right, that's my thing, Kirby. Like he wasn't going nowhere. Like Gary dipped his pickles in some of the ranch too. Yeah. Oh, okay. So they was both because it seemed like they wasn't even sleeping together. He was sleeping in the basement and she was sleeping 2 floors up. Yeah, so it seemed like everybody was doing they want to, and they was just together because they was together. And that's okay. Man, I tell you, Frank, some men out here are they down for the cause, baby. And some women. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was on track with what I was hearing while she was saying this, while she get on the stand happily talking about how her mother was sleeping with her uncle.
Probably 2009, maybe 2008, 2009. I specifically remember when I found out about it. I just can't remember exactly the year, but I think it was.
Sure. How did you find out about it?
My dad called me. He called me. I was working, and he called me when I was working, and I took a break to talk to him. And he told me that.
Okay. Just FYI, a little tidbit, guys. Hate when parents involve you into their marital relationships, grown or not grown. I will say that only because, like, who she grown, she talking about her daddy, then call her at work talking about how her mama cheating. Like, okay, handle your business, dad. Like, why are you calling me? Go to your counselor, do what you need to do. Why are you doing it? Calling me with this crap? It seems like it's like putting kids against each other, or trying to get a kid to take one side, like the dad's side or the mom's side or somebody's side. And I think that's not a good way of doing things. I think keep your personal business to yourself. Do you, boo? You decided to marry that person and procreate or whatever the case may be. I don't be involving us in it because it puts all the kids against each other, because some gonna be like, well, I'm hanging with mom or I'm hanging with dad. And if anybody has been through that type of time when they were younger and as a kid with your parents like separating, like, don't be trying to come call me and tell me your case and what mom then did. Just, I don't know, do something different. I don't know. Yeah, don't dump on me. Like, I just want to love y'all the same. Don't call me, talk about my mom is the scum of the earth because she giving up that JJ, that box, to somebody else. Don't call me at work with that stuff. Because it seemed like Gary was so butthurt about this that he would tell everybody, hey, look, I'm going to divorce your mom because she doing this. Or he taking them out to breakfast, talk about, hey, she was dancing with Greg at the wedding. Well, if you didn't say nothing at the wedding because if you had any balls about yourself, Gary, why didn't you use those balls and come up there and tell her, hey, I don't like what you're doing right here at the wedding? Because it was at her wedding, this daughter's wedding. And he could have checked that stuff. He gonna wait all the way to the next day, talk about she not gonna embarrass him anymore, talking to the kids. Like, he doing too much with the kids for me. For me. And it makes the kids start taking sides and stuff. Yeah, Baca. Yeah, he needs some balls. Now, shoot, coming and complaining and crying to the dog on kids trying to turn them against the mama. Yeah, I'm ranting because I don't like the way Gary was handling this stuff, running and telling the kids everything. Shoot. Nobody got time to be telling no kids know everything. It ain't none of the doggone kids' business as far as I'm concerned. Okay, let's see what else she about to tell us.
That my mom had moved in with Ted and that they were in a relationship. And that was pretty devastating.
Melody said, deuces, I'm about to move in with Ted, kick rocks, Gary. So why she had to underline him? She had did it once before. Oh, man. Yeah. I don't think she did it.
Who was Ted Wiley? How did you know him?
So Ted, sorry.
Okay, take your time.
Ted dated my Aunt Sherry, who is my dad's sister. They've been together for a very long time. I mean, like, I remember Christmas gatherings when Ted was around when I was like 7. I mean, he's been around for a very long time. But Ted was dating my Aunt Sherry.
She definitely the one that could say her mama was kissing Santa Claus. I'm just saying.
And you had mentioned that your mom moved in with Ted, and that's the information that you had at the time.
Yes.
How long did she stay gone?
It was quite a while. It was, I mean, certainly longer than a month. I want to say it could have been like 3 months. We couldn't really get a hold of her during that time. And, you know, it was so long ago, it's a little bit of a blur, but it was a good chunk of time for sure.
At any point during the Ted Wiley affair, was there a financial situation that you became aware of between your parents?
Yeah, my dad had called me and said that, like, right before she kind of, for lack of a better word, disappeared, she had withdrawn a significant amount of money from their home equity line of credit tied to the house.
And how was your dad when he told you about that?
I mean, he was upset. You know, I kind of can understand where he was coming from. If my spouse did that, I would be upset. I think anyone would, without communicating. But you know, I think that was very troubling for him, that because she had never done anything like that before.
Did you say she had never done?
She had never done anything like that before.
At some point over the next year or so, did your parents rekindle, for lack of a better word?
I think there was an attempt made. I moved back to the Atlanta area, and I feel like that's kind of when she came back home, was when I moved back to Atlanta. And I don't know how much effort was put into rekindling the relationship, but she came back home.
Okay. What year was that? You mentioned it was when you moved
2011.
2011.
Yeah. Because that was, after I graduated, so 2011.
So you moved back to the Atlanta area after you graduated?
Yes, from college. Yeah.
Did you move back to the Alpharetta house or somewhere else?
No, I was in an apartment in Dunwoody. Okay.
So at that time, did that affair change your parents' relationship in your eyes?
Yes, absolutely changed.
How so?
Completely changed everything. I just think that he lost trust that was once there, and it was just like we all knew it happened, but there was no explanation from her end on why it happened, or that there was no apology. So it was really hard as a family for us to move on, because it was almost like, we're just not going to talk about that now. But I definitely felt like it was still going on. If, for example, if I were to like go out to lunch, I would see like her texting him. So it's like, you know, things like that. Like, but yes, it was a very bad toll that was taken on our family. Hard to recover from that.
Did your parents' financial relationship change?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So my dad removed her from bank accounts, or he, I guess, closed joint, open new. So she no longer was on the bank accounts. So she can, she didn't have access the way that she did before.
I want to move forward a little bit to, well, let me ask you this. When did you move to Tennessee?
2015 is when I moved to Tennessee.
So your parents had the farm when you moved to Tennessee?
They did, yes.
Were you around when they were making the decision to purchase the farm?
I was.
What was your understanding of why they moved out of Alpharetta into a farm?
Well, I think it was probably a good try to start over. When my mom was in Florence spending time with Ted, he had horses and they would go horseback riding. It was a pretty big deal. And my mom seemed to really enjoy that. So I think buying kind of like a horse farm was kind of like my dad's way of trying to make her happy. I know that's a little strange, but I just think it was a chance to start fresh. I think from his perspective it was that, but I don't know why together as a couple they decided to move, but yeah, I think it was a chance to start over for sure.
So then you moved to Tennessee after they moved into the farm? Did you, would your mom visit you in Tennessee?
She would.
And at some point, did you get married in Tennessee?
I did. Yes, I did.
And well, before that, did your mom kind of rekindle a relationship with her cousin Martha Jane?
She sure did, yes.
Tell the jury about that a little bit.
So I can't really remember what year it was that Martha Jane had surgery. I'm sorry, I do not know what kind of surgery she had, but my mom kind of volunteered herself to go up there and help her with that. That from that point is when the relationship with Martha Jane came about and became stronger.
Where did Martha Jane live?
Tullahoma, Tennessee.
And did you ever go with your mom to Tullahoma?
The only time I ever went to Tullahoma was, I think it was once. We were going to go visit my grandmother, my mom's mom. I think it was for Mother's Day. It was going to be like a Mother's Day kind of visit. And so I drove from Franklin, Tennessee to Tullahoma, Tennessee to ride together with my mom and Martha Jane to Florence, Alabama to visit my grandmother. And I believe that was the only time that I ever visited there.
So you fast forward a little bit, end up getting married in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tell the jury a little bit about what happened at your wedding.
I mean, it was a good wedding. I was the bride, so I was a little, I was like probably in another world compared to everyone else. But our family was there, obviously. Everything was pretty normal with the wedding, but I don't know, I guess Rusty Barton came to the wedding. I knew he was invited. My mom included him on her guest list. He was there. And at that point we were kind of aware that maybe something more was going on with him, between her, my mom and Rusty, and he came to the wedding. And from what I understand, they were like dancing together, like canoodling, if you will, during the reception.
You mentioned that you all sort of knew prior that something may have been going on. How did you know that?
Well, she would like talk, like say before I even moved to Tennessee, if like I was like out with her, like if we were like running errands or going shopping or something like that, like she would talk about Rusty. Like she would just like bring him up, and she would say something about like, oh, he's such a great grandfather to his grandkids, or blah blah blah. And I'm just like, okay, like that's nice. But I don't know. When I told my mom that I was moving to Tennessee, I expected her to be upset, and she wasn't. She was almost giddy, and that to me was like another sign to me that it's like a reason for her to go to Tennessee, is because I'm up there now. And then there was one night after we had moved to Tennessee, my sister was in town. She was working for Tory Burch at the time, and she had to help out at the Green Hills location. And so she was staying with me, and we had planned a dinner with my mom, and I believe I knew Martha Jane was going to go, and they were going to drive up from Tullahoma to Franklin, and we were going to go to dinner. And when my mom arrived at our apartment, Rusty was with her, and we did not know that Rusty was going to be with her, so that was very uncomfortable. I can remember how upset my sister was about the situation. It was very odd to see him there. And then when we went to dinner, they sat next to each other, and just the interactions between the two were of a couple. Like there was, like I felt like under the table leg touching, like getting really close together to talk, just like whispering to each other, like into each other's ears. Like it was so uncomfortable that after they left, after the dinner, my sister was like, we need to tell Daddy. Like we need to tell Daddy that he was here tonight. And we had a conversation on whether we should tell her dad or not. I mean, it was that uncomfortable. But that's kind of when I knew that, I mean, why would she be spending time with this guy? We were already kind of suspicious after Ted. So it was strange for us to see her spending time with another man, for sure.
The conversation that you and your sister had, was that with Amanda?
It was.
Did you end up telling your dad?
No, we didn't. And I actually was the one that told her, I just think all it's going to do, we don't know anything. Like, we don't know. And I just felt like all that's going to do is upset him. And so I just, and she was like ready to tell him. She totally was. And I was just like, I just don't think that we should right now, because it's only going to make him upset. And we don't know. We don't know. We haven't seen anything. Like, we haven't caught anything, So I told her no.
So I want to fast forward to the wedding. Is that how you all kind of knew something was maybe going on between your mom and Rusty?
Yes, for sure.
And then your mom invited him to your wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a conversation about that with anyone?
So basically, I asked for guest lists from both of my parents, and they separately provided me guest lists. I saw that Rusty was on the guest list, and I called my brother and his wife at the time, Jenna, and I said, what should I do? He's on the guest list. She wants me to mail him an invitation, and if I press her on this, she will cancel my wedding. Like, she will cancel my wedding. It'll be over. Like, I felt like my hands were tied. Because that's how she was. They said, why don't you just send her guest list to Daddy, just so he can see it? And so that's what I did. I emailed it to him. And I think in the email I said, here's her guest list. I just wanted you to see who all she's inviting. And he never actually responded to my email.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? Okay. And I'm going to show you states exhibit pane 1 through 10. Defense already had those exhibits, but this one I'd like to tender state exhibits pane 1 through 10.
It doesn't matter, but.
And I'm just going to walk through those with you on the screen, okay? The first few are, I guess these are pictures you provided the state from your wedding?
Yes.
Okay. This is a family photo? Mm-hmm. Okay, and that's your mom in the kind of silverish dress?
Mm-hmm. It's like a blush pink, but yeah.
It was a blush pink. And then who's this next to you?
That's my sister, Amanda.
Okay. And Scott, and your dad?
Right.
Chris and Jenna?
Yes.
Okay. That's you and your dad. Okay, so what are we looking at? Who are we looking at here?
So obviously that's me, that's my husband, Chris, and that's two of my husband's friends. Jeez, I can't remember his name.
Sure.
And oh gosh, her name is blanking on me too, but they're Chris's, like colleagues of Chris's. So
your husband's name is Chris too?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about your husband, Chris.
My husband, Chris. I'm sorry, my Chris.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
Should have explained that to the jury. And you sent us this photo. Who is this back here in the background?
That's Rusty Barton.
Okay, and who's that right there?
That's my mom.
What year did you get married?
2016.
And this is you and your husband dancing?
It is, yes.
And right here in the background, who are these two folks right here?
That's Rusty and my mother.
And some more pictures of you and Chris dancing. And is it the same, your mom and Rusty back here?
It is.
When you got these photos back, did you notice
Oh, yes,
These
I
photos?
noticed that.
And is this the same, your mom and Rusty right here?
It is, yes.
And then I want to draw your attention to, well, who's this right here?
That is Chad, Bruce, and Ella, my niece Ella.
Okay. And this is you and Chris.
Mm-hmm, That's right.
And then over here, we have what looks like Mr. Barton.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
And do you know who this is in the black or the dark color dress? Maybe blue, I don't know.
Yes, that was her name. Sherry. She was a friend of my mother's, also a neighbor.
And then is that your mom in between the two? You see her dress in between?
Yes, that's her. Mm-hmm.
And who are we looking at here?
So, starting from the left, that's Chad Bruce there.
Okay.
In the sunglasses, that's Rusty Barton. That's my bridesmaid, Natalie Keene. And then that's Sherry, my mom's friend and neighbor.
Okay. And then who do we have here?
It's my mom and Rusty.
And then who's that back there?
That's my dad.
Who are we looking at here?
So that's Rusty in the red tie there. My dad is to his left.
Right here?
And then, I don't know who that is. Right there, that lady.
Okay.
I don't know if that's Sherry or not.
And so those were photos that were taken at your wedding.
Yes.
After the wedding, did anyone discuss Mr. Barton's presence? I mean, amongst your family, were there conversations? What was the fallout?
Yeah, not with me. My siblings actually did a fabulous job not making me aware of the situation while it was going on during the reception. I, was talking to everyone in the room. So I honestly, during the reception, did not notice
You weren't
that
paying attention
much.
to that.
Yes. And so even like that after the wedding was over, I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it at all. Even like my mom came up with Sherry to bring something to me after we had left, and I went down to the lobby and met her and Sherry, and I didn't think anything of it then. But I think it was in the days after the wedding, it was, I think my brother Chris that brought up the anger that everyone was feeling during the reception. There was a lot of my siblings staring down the situation. I know my sister told me that she was almost having to be held back. She was so angry at her behavior with Rusty on the dance floor. She almost wanted to it was a reception, we were all drinking, but she was very angry, and Chad almost had to hold her back. And there's just they were telling me things, and I would think back on the reception and remember glimpses of interactions. I didn't know what was going on, but I remember my sister almost looking like she wanted to do something, and Chad kind of calming her down. But my brother did tell me that later, I can't remember how long it was after the wedding, but we were, I think, all just at that point discussing it. Can you believe that? Oh my gosh, that was so crazy. And then my brother Chris was well, we had gone to eat before we left town, and Daddy said that's the last time she's ever going to embarrass me like that again. I can only imagine how devastated he was by that.
I want to talk about the days leading up to the week of July 5th of 2018.
Okay.
And Emily, you and I have chatted before today, right?
That's correct.
And I've shown you some text messages in those conversations that we've had.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit P 11. You can go up and flip through that silently, please. And before we get to pane 11, State's Exhibit. I know. Thank you. And before we get to this exhibit, what did you have going on in 2017?
I had a baby.
What year, or I'm sorry, what month in 2017 was your baby born?
Olivia was born November 27th, 2017.
And did you have a baby shower in Tennessee?
I did.
Did your family come up?
They did.
Who all came up?
My parents, my mom and my dad, my brother Chris, his wife Jenna at the time, my brother Scott, my sister Amanda, I think Chad was with her, I think, and Martha Jane was there. think that was it from my like the family. But like all the immediate family were there for sure.
After, what month was that?
I think it was October. Yeah, I think it was in October.
When was the next time you saw your family after your baby shower? Did you go up for Thanksgiving or Christmas or down, I should say?
So I couldn't travel for Thanksgiving because I was pregnant and technically was supposed to have had her by then, but she was a week late. So I was being induced like literally right after Thanksgiving. So I had to stay in town. So I did not go to Atlanta for Thanksgiving that year.
Did you go down for Christmas?
We did.
Who all was together for that Christmas?
So it was all of us, my parents, Chris, Jenna, Ella, Addison, Scott, Amanda, I believe Chad was there. And then myself, my husband, and Olivia.
So Olivia was less than a month old.
Yes.
Pretty much.
She's tiny.
When Olivia was born, did your mom come up and help ever?
She was there. She came when I was induced. She was there. So was my dad. So was Martha Jane. And my mother-in-law, Carla. She came up as well. And yeah, she ended up staying with us for a couple of weeks to help with Olivia.
And that was in November, December?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, mostly in December because she was born on the 27th. So I think we stayed in the hospital for a couple days.
Did she come visit you in January of 2018?
I'm sure she did. Yeah, she did come to visit, yes.
And when she would visit, you were in what city in Tennessee?
We were at that time, we had moved to Thompson Station, Tennessee, which is it's like in between Spring Hill and Franklin.
And state moves to tender, which I already have it up. State's Exhibit Pane 11.
Okay.
Emily, if you could look at this screen, this is a text conversation between you and your mom from January 20th, 2018.
Yeah.
It appears you're telling her to look for some food on a menu. And you are in blue, or it says from Emily to Melody, and then Melody is in green. It appears you guys are getting ready to order some food.
Yes.
Okay. And is that place where y'all are ordering from in Tennessee or Georgia?
Yeah, it's in Franklin, Tennessee.
So your mom was coming up to stay with you in
Yes,
January 20th?
she came up. I don't know if there was a specific reason, honestly, but she came up and she said, "Why don't you and Chris go get something to eat, and I'll stay here with Olivia." And I thought that was great, so we took her up on that offer.
Okay. And so then this is you checking in on Olivia right here?
Yes.
Okay, and that's about 8:00 p.m. And then Olivia's laying here talking. She's very talkative today. And then you let her know when you're about to leave the restaurant. Is that you and Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next thread, it looks like there's a little bit of a break. So this is the next day on the 21st. You say, "Did you make it there?" Was your mom going somewhere that day?
She left. Yeah, she left. I mean, if I'm asking her that, I was making sure she made it safely wherever she was going.
Do you remember where she was going?
I don't necessarily exactly, but a lot of the time she would go to Tullahoma. She would go to Florence sometimes. She would have no other place to go in Tennessee other than Tullahoma, to be honest with you.
Okay. And so she's confirming she made it there about 2:00 p.m. You send her a photo, what looks like a photo of a TV show. She says you have to record it for her. And then she states she's on the way back at 8 p.m. So she was gone from what looks like about 2 p.m. Did you make it there? So she may have left a little bit before that until 8 p.m. She started coming home. Is that your understanding of that? Okay.
Yeah, and I mean that makes me think that she was probably in Tullahoma because of that time range. Especially leaving at 2-ish, she would normally would not go to like Florence to see her mom. Like she would have left really early in the morning to do that just because of the nursing home hours and things like that. So that makes me think that maybe it was Tullahoma that she would too.
Would you go with her to see her mom sometimes?
Yes, not all the time. But like we went and brought Olivia. Yeah, we brought Olivia. I think it was the Mother's Day after Olivia was born. We drove down. She and I and Olivia drove down to Florence to see my grandmother.
So it would have been May.
Yes.
And then she tells you that she's getting off 8:40, which is at your exit or highway or something.
Yes.
Okay. And that's 10:10 p.m. You let her know, open the garage, Olivia's asleep. Okay. So the next thread is from June 25th, 2018. You say, I think we're going to come this weekend. What were you coming here for?
It was for my dad's. We were coming to celebrate my dad's birthday, and I think Father's Day was also wrapped up in there, but it was to celebrate my dad's birthday.
Okay. And it says right there, we can have a cookout for Daddy's birthday with everyone. Was that the plan, to have a cookout?
It was, yeah.
Okay. She says you're welcome to stay. She meant to send that to Amanda, that you were coming down with Olivia. And then you let her know you managed to get a jumper for the house for Olivia. Now, Olivia would have been about 8 months, just under 8 months.
About 7 months. Yeah, so
Okay.
7 months. Sorry, I had to think about that.
So you let her know that it'd be helpful to have that for Olivia. Okay, so then you mentioned kind of your timeline, trying to leave the office by 2, stop for dinner in Chattanooga. That was sort of the plan to come down
Yes.
for your dad's birthday?
Yes.
And that was June 26th, 2018?
Yes.
And she confirms, and that she confirms they bought the jumper.
She did. She bought a jumper for her.
And she's excited to see her granddaughter. Gets her diapers. And then she got wash and lotion for Olivia, wipes, food, cereal. You chat about what kind of cereal Olivia's been eating. And then you guys chat about the plan for Saturday. And that Scott is going to smoke meat. And then it looked like, well, tell Jerry about this text.
Yeah. So my brother Chris and I thought it would be kind of fun to host, if you will, at my parents' house, the cookout. Like my brother Chris was going to smoke the meat and I was going to make the sides. And I told my mom that we would really like to be able to do that for the family. And after I told her that, I found out that Scott was going to be smoking the meat. She had gone out and bought Scott a brand new smoker to smoke the meat. And I did reach out to her about that because I was like, why is Scott smoking the meat? I thought Chris was going to smoke the meat. So that was what that text message was about.
Okay. And then she lets you know, apparently Chris has to work. Him and Scott were talking. And then that's where you kind of let her know you were a little frustrated about that.
Yeah, I was kind of being passive aggressive with her, you know, being like that's kind of rude of Scott to just make that decision. I knew she was behind it, but I was just saying like, that's not very nice of Scott to do that when he knew that Chris was going to do it.
Oh, so that's where you say it's not very nice of Scott to have done that. And she kind of, have you met with your brothers?
Yeah,
She lets you know Chris didn't seem upset, asked what time you're leaving, and you were driving through Murfreesboro. And that was the 29th.
Yes.
And Olivia was asleep. And then you let her know you forgot the infant bathtub. She says, don't worry about it. We can grab one. And then you update her when you're in Chattanooga. All right. She tells you to be safe. Do we need anything? We're on the way back to the house. And then Melody says, we're going to get ice. And then this must be, okay, so then you arrive at some point, I guess, did you arrive on the 29th or 30th?
I'd have to look at a calendar. We left on a Sunday, so I believe we got there on a Friday.
You left Georgia.
We
on
left
a
Georgia
Sunday.
to go back
Okay.
to DC on a Sunday. Sorry.
No,
and
it's
we
okay.
drove down to
Like,
Atlanta on
took
a
your week.
Friday.
Okay, gotcha. So then on the 30th at 2 p.m., did you run out?
Yeah, I mean, Chris and I, we left. We went to go to do something with Olivia, and we always just checked in with her.
Your
to
husband,
make-
Chris?
Yes, my husband, Chris, sorry. We would always just check in with her before driving out to the house just to make sure she didn't need anything from the store or anything.
Okay. And then she's asking if y'all had breakfast. You said we ate breakfast, and she mentioned she had chicken salad ready in case y'all were hungry and you stopped at Kroger. Okay, I'm getting to the bottom here.
Just a lot of back and forth.
And then you're on your way back home, it looks like, on the 1st. So that would have been Sunday. And then she's checking in on Olivia. And then you get, okay, so at Gary's birthday / Father's Day, was there a conversation about a beach condo, Chris going to the beach with your dad, or anything like that that you were privy to?
I mean, I knew that they were going to the beach. They had invited me to go, but I did not have the time off from work, so I wasn't going to go. But yes, I was aware that they were going to go to the beach.
And so you left on the 1st, and on the 2nd, looks like your mom texts you about that beach, a beach trip. Can you read that, please?
Just giving you a heads up about things. Chris continues to charge his cable, phone, and airline tickets to Gary's checking account. Charged their honeymoon and their beach trip year you got married to us as well. Now another beach trip. After I told him no, and why. After I told him no and why. He never paid back Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity.
So you received that on the
Okay, so that's me pausing, guys. So from this last text message, so wait a minute, the daddy, okay, Chris is her husband, correct? No, oh no, Chris is her brother. Chris is living high on the hog. I'm hearing rings. What is going on? She's saying, yeah, because all the brothers and the sisters and the family was taking advantage of the daddy and the mama. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like so far. Right. Her no. Okay, so who are we talking about in this context, Tanya? Okay, so did her husband Chris borrow money from her parents to buy a ring and all of this stuff with daddy's money? Okay, I'm having a problem again. All right, I'm gonna see what she got to add to this.
July 2nd, so that would be the Monday before your dad's remains were discovered?
Yes.
When you received this message, what were you thinking?
I thought it was intense, to be honest with you, but I thought it was intense. I don't even know if I responded to her, honestly. I know I sent it to my brother Chris, just to kind of give him a heads up of how angry she was.
Oh.
I want to chat about generally the finances in your family and your father, his knowledge and control of that. What was your perspective, or what did you know about your father's oversight of the family's finances? Did he have a routine? Would he chat with everybody about what they were spending?
I just know, I mean, he was such a, like, he always had his habits. So growing up, it was Sundays. He would go down to the computer and he would check the bank account. And usually it's like Sunday's the day that, like, you like don't upset him because he's about to get upset about the checking account. I mean, if ever there was any arguing between my parents, it was usually with how much money my mom had spent that week during just shopping and stuff. I don't know if he continued to do that after we had all essentially moved out. But he looked at it. I wouldn't say he would do it every day. He's a very busy guy, but he looked at it on a weekly basis.
I want to talk about your house in Tennessee that you and your husband purchased. Tell the jury a little bit about that and how your dad had to get involved.
Sure. So we bought that house in 2016. So anyway, you know, my husband and I, we were getting married. We decided that we were ready to buy a house. So we started looking at a house, and we found one in Thompson Station, Tennessee. And we were going to purchase it. All was good until we got to the underwriting portion of the mortgage application, and we discovered that my husband was not going to be able to be on the mortgage because he had a previous judgment against him that would keep him from being eligible. So I pretty much went into panic mode. As a first-time home buyer, I was like, oh my gosh, like, we've already invested all this money. We have not only done the down payment, but we've upgraded and things in the house. It was a new build. So we had put a lot of money into it. And so I was very nervous about losing it. I mean, my husband reached out to me, and he was very upset that he wasn't going to be able to be on the mortgage. And I was like, let me just reach out to my dad. He will help us. And so I did. I reached out to my dad, and I said, this is a situation. Like, is there any way that you're willing to be a co-signer? Because, you know, my husband and I both worked full time. He had the higher salary of the two of us. So myself alone on the mortgage would not have been enough. So I did reach out to my dad for help, and he said, I know what it's like starting out, and yes, I will absolutely help you. So I'll be honest with you, we did try to keep it kind of a secret from my mom, just because we knew she would be upset about it. But then in the state of Tennessee, whenever you go to purchase a house and you're married, your spouse has to give you permission to do that. So we had to tell her. She's very angry that he was helping me, very angry. But basically, she said the only reason that she would agree to it or allow him to do it is if she were put on the deed to my house.
Okay. What does that mean for those of us that
She
don't
would have
really know the
ownership.
process?
She would have ownership of my house. That was upsetting, but I was in a really bad situation and I knew I really had no other option. And I was like, it's okay. That's what I told my husband. I was like, it's okay. We'll do this right now, and we will refinance once, like we'll let a year go by. We'll let this, judgment fall off, or like settle on your record. We will refinance and we'll get it under our name and it'll be fine. But it made me very uncomfortable to have her. My dad was a very reasonable person. He's very logical. So like, I knew he would never give me a hard time. I knew she would give me a hard time. And that made me really uncomfortable. Basically, her reasoning was, if anything ever happens to him, I want to be able to essentially have some sort of like act. So that's what she said is her reasoning. And she had made some comments like about him unexpectedly passing away. So she like brought things up like that before. So anyway, again, just to do it, just so we could get the house, I said, that's fine. So it was me, and then it was my parents together, like on the deed. So we closed and we moved in.
Did your dad give you money for the down payment?
No.
Did he ever pay your mortgage?
No. He actually, in fact, told me before he did it, he said, Emily, if anything happens and you guys can't make the mortgage payment, I cannot make your mortgage payment. And I said, I understand.
Did you expect him to?
No, absolutely not.
You mentioned that your mom would make some comments about what if your dad unexpectedly died? What kind of context was that in?
It was more like there was, my dad was having these like medical health issues where he would feel, they would call them spells, but he would like feel like he needed to lie down, like he didn't feel well. So those were starting to happen more often. And I remember I came to Atlanta from Nashville to go visit my parents one weekend. I think I was by myself that weekend. It was before Olivia was born. And my mom and I had run out to like go to a local nursery, and we had come back and we were in the car, and she said, like my dad's health came up. She brought it up and she said, I'm not on any of the bank accounts. And I said, oh, yeah. And she said, well, like what will happen if he like passes away unexpectedly? And I was like, what do you mean? Just like, well, he's having all these like spells where he's needing to lay down and all this stuff. I was like, Mama, I just think he's depressed. Like, I just think like, that was the time where it was like their relationship was really bad. And I was like, I just think he's depressed. And when you're in that kind of state, you just need to go lay down. And I was like, but I did what every child would say to their parent, like, Mama, if that were to ever happen, it would be fine. Everything would be fine. Don't worry. She did bring up something about him having her removed as his beneficiary on her 401k. And I work in HR, so I'm kind of familiar with that. And I just said, I don't think that he can remove you as his beneficiary unless you got a divorce. And she said that he made her sign a piece of paper removing her from the beneficiary. And at the time, I didn't know that much about it. But I was like, if you're legally married, I'm pretty sure your spouse has to be your beneficiary in your 401k. So I just kind of put her at ease in that moment. Like, no, everything will be fine. Like, we'll make sure everything's taken care of. Like, don't worry. If anything like that were to happen, it'll be fine.
Okay. I want to jump forward again, kind of to where we were the day of this text message, the second. Where were you that week, geographically, physically?
I was in Tennessee.
Did you have to work that week?
I did, yep.
And was your husband also in town with you that week?
Yeah, we were both working. Mm-hmm.
So on Monday, July 2nd, did you work?
Yes.
And what about Tuesday, July 3rd?
Still working. Yes.
What about the 4th?
We had the 4th off for the holiday.
What did you do?
We went to lunch. My husband, Chris, and Olivia, we went out to lunch that day.
How do you remember that you went out to lunch that day?
I just think that after all of this, there was just like sticking points in my memory. But we went to Scouts Pub over in West Haven. My husband is in the restaurant industry, and he was the like the director of operations for a Marshall Family Foods, and like they own Puckett's. Anyway, Scouts was one of their newer restaurants. So part of his job was to go eat at the restaurants pretty frequently just to make sure everything was operating smoothly. So every time we had an opportunity, we would try to go to one of the restaurants to eat. So we did. We went to Scouts that day. I do remember, again, vividly, just because of the situation, I did take a picture of Olivia at the restaurant, and I sent it to kind of the family group email. I would try to do that quite often just because we were in Tennessee and they were all in Georgia. I would send pictures of Olivia almost daily to them.
And that was on the 4th?
Yes.
Did your dad ever respond to that photo?
You know, he didn't, and that was odd for him.
Would he typically respond?
He would. Yes, definitely.
To his photo of his adorable granddaughter?
Yes.
So that was on the 4th, and then what did you do after lunch?
You know, I think we probably ran a couple errands, but, you know, Olivia was little, so she was on the sleep schedule. So, you know, we would have gone home for her to take a nap, and we would have stayed home the rest of the day. We were home at that night for sure.
Your life was dependent on naps at that time.
Pretty much. She dictated everything.
I think this would be a good time for mid-morning break.
All right, take a mid-morning recess. We'll try to keep it 10 minutes.
Found out that he was in the hospital and I wanted to come, and he was actually the one that said, no, don't come here, it's fine. But yes, I knew he was in the hospital.
Okay. But was that the only conversation that you guys ever really had about it?
No, I mean, I spoke with my mom, and I also spoke with my brother Chris. I didn't talk to my dad again or like on the phone until I think the day he was leaving. But I mean, I think the reason why I was so upset was because when I would talk to my mom, she made it sound like it was really, really bad. Like he was in really bad shape. I was expecting in my mind, I was thinking like it was really bad. Like he was going to the hospital. And it wasn't until I heard from my brother Chris that he's like, no, Daddy said, don't worry about coming up here. Please don't worry about him. And he's like just sitting up in the bed and talking and watching TV. Like it's not as bad. That put me at ease, like, you know, kind of hearing his version of the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't end up visiting him?
No.
Because you learned it really wasn't that bad.
Right. And then I did ultimately talk to my dad, and he sounded normal. He sounded like himself, and he said, I'm going home. Like, no reason to worry. Like, my dad was always very much so like to put us at ease. Like, everything is fine. Please do not worry. I'm going home. Everything's good.
Now I want to talk about the morning of July 5th. What did you and your family do that morning?
So I worked on July the 5th. Office was open, so I was driving. I drove into work that morning. I dropped Olivia off at daycare, and I went into work that day, as did my husband.
And eventually, did you get a call from any of your family members looking for your dad?
Yes.
Who called first?
So my brother Chris called me first when he was driving up there, and he said, so I just talked to Amanda, and apparently they can't find Daddy anywhere. And I think I said, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean they can't find him? He's like, they're apparently looking everywhere and they cannot find him. He said, I'm on my way up there right now to see what's going on.
Okay. And at that point, what was going on in your head?
Well, honestly, that morning driving in, I thought about that text message that he sent with Olivia's picture. And I thought back to that moment, like literally in the car on my drive in, I was like, that's weird. He didn't respond to that message. He always responds to pictures of Olivia, and he never responded. And so that's really weird. And so that made me pause. But then after Chris called me, it just made me think about it made me worry even more when he called and said that, because of the fact that my dad hadn't, I had realized that morning that he hadn't responded to my text message. And that really made me worry.
Who was the next person you heard from?
I did talk to Chris a few times. He would kind of keep me up to date. The other person I spoke to was my mom. She called me.
Around what time was this? Do you remember?
It was before lunchtime. Tennessee's Central, so we're an hour behind. It was maybe like 10 or 11-ish.
Okay. Yeah. So 11, 12 here, our time.
Yes.
And what did your mom say to you when she called?
She said, well, your daddy's missing. And I said, what do you mean he's missing? And she said, well, we're out here looking for him and we can't find him anywhere. And I said, well, go look. Are his clothes still there? Is his CPAP machine still there? Like, did he leave? And like, did he just leave? Like, you know, and I said, go look for that stuff. Look for his keys, look for his phone, look for his wallet, like go look for that stuff. And she just kind of was like, okay, and got off the phone with me. Okay. She did call me back, however, and she asked me if I was on any of his bank accounts. And I said, no, why would I be on any of his bank accounts? She's like, well, I just thought that maybe you could log into the accounts and see if there's been any activity. I said, no, I don't have access to that. And we hung up the phone.
Okay. Was that shortly after the first phone call that you had with her?
Yeah, I mean, she called me, like literally called me right back and asked me that question.
And then who did you hear from next?
I think it was Chris. I mean, he would keep calling just to like let me know. And I think I even said to him, like, call local hospitals, call, maybe like he went to the ER or something. But I know that when I like first got word that he was missing, I called my dad and it went to voicemail. And I don't know if I texted him, but I did send him an email to his personal email and his work email saying like, we're trying to find you. Where are you? Please call me back. Like, just, it was very brief, something to just be like, hey, if you get this, call me. Mm-hmm. And then the next call I got was from Chris. And he said, he's gone. I said, what do you mean he's gone? What are you talking about? And he said, Emily, he's gone. I was like, where did he go? He said, no, he's gone. He is gone. He's like, we think he's in the burn pile. And that's just kind of when it went. I just said, I'm coming. I'm on my way. And then I think I talked to my sister, Amanda, and she was very upset. And I just said, I'm on my way. I'll be there as soon as I can. And so I left the office. I called my boss immediately and I packed up. I left. I went and got Olivia and I called my husband and he met me at home and we packed up as quickly as we could and we drove to Atlanta.
I want to talk about those phone calls briefly. How did Chris sound on the phone?
Frantic. Like it first started like what is going on? Like, you know, when he said, I'm going to go up here and see what's going on. Like, it was almost like, I need to figure out what's going on. But like, when he got there and started looking around and like, they couldn't find him, like he was frantic. And when he called me about them after they had found him, essentially, it was just devastation in his voice.
What about your sister, Amanda? How did she sound?
She was crying. She was crying. I mean, we were all extremely devastated. My mom called me when we were driving to Atlanta and we just cried. We cried. I think the only words that I got it was, I'm on my way. And she just said, okay.
And so when you arrived to the house, do you remember what time it was, to the farm, I should say?
Yeah, it was early evening. The sun was setting. But it was early evening when we finally got there.
When you arrived, what was the feeling, the vibe of the scene when you got there?
It was very quiet. It was very, like, eerily quiet. Everyone was just standing around. No one was talking. And I was, when I got out of the car, I got Olivia out and I just immediately handed her, I think it was to Amanda or my mom. And we were all crying. Just tears.
Was law enforcement on scene at that point?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember speaking with any law enforcement on scene?
I did eventually speak with Detective Hayes, yes.
How long was that conversation?
I mean, it was a pretty good amount of time, maybe 30 minutes or so. I can't really remember exactly how long it was. It was a good length.
And while you were on scene, did you hear Scott mention anything about a gun?
No, he was just like, he's like, there's something going on here. Like he was like his senses were up. Like he's like, there's something going on. Like this isn't normal. I definitely, like, driving down, in my mind was thinking that some terrible accident had happened. Like, he had caught on fire, you know, doing something with the burn pile, and he had caught himself. Like, I thought he had had a terrible accident. And then by the time I got there, it just quickly started to sink in the seriousness of what happened. And just reading the room essentially. I think a lot of people, their suspicion of what actually happened was starting to grow.
Did Scott mention anything about blood to you?
No.
When did you find out that your father had been shot?
Well, it wasn't like confirmation, but the first time I ever heard of him possibly being shot was Friday. So I guess that was the 6th. My brother Chris called me very, very early in the morning and said, Detective Hayes called him and said that they had found a bullet in my dad's rib. And I said, what? Like, it was surprising to hear that. And they were like, yeah. And, he's asking, me about it. He's asking where I was. And that's also the time he filled me in. Like, I didn't know that my mom and Scott were being questioned at the precinct. Like, I had no idea that was happening. And Chris told me, yeah, they're apparently still there. And honestly, my first reaction when I found out that my mom was still being questioned, I said, do we need to get her a lawyer? That was my first reaction. I said, I don't know what's going on and I don't know what happened to him, but I don't want her to get in trouble for something she didn't do. So maybe we should get her an attorney. That's kind of what we discussed at that point.
So did that happen? What did you guys do next?
We did. I think Amanda called maybe somebody at my dad's law firm with recommendations on what to do. And she got a name and she called and we did later that day end up going to an attorney's office. Yes. Yes.
Did the whole family meet with the attorneys?
Yes, it was me, my husband, and Olivia were the first to get to the office, and then Chris and Scott followed, and then Amanda. We were able to get her out of the room with questioning, and Amanda brought her down to the office.
Brought who?
My mom. Sorry, down to the office.
Were your brothers there as well?
They were, yes. And Chad Bruce was there too.
Chad Bruce.
Chad Bruce.
And who's Chad Bruce?
Amanda's now husband, then boyfriend.
After meeting with the attorneys, did things change among the 5 of you, your siblings and your mom?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I think something was brewing, I should say. That experience over that weekend, I know for me personally, definitely had me starting to lean towards somebody did this to him. And it was not, I mean, I think we all had our own perceptions of what happened and we were taking it all in differently. But I know for me, I was kind of naive in the moment. But just the interactions over the weekend, how people were talking to each other, like by the end of the weekend on my way home, I told my husband what I thought would actually have happened. So
you mentioned that you started realizing that someone did this to your father, but you had heard about a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
So were people not sure that happened?
We basically had the attorney saying they could just be lying to you. It's not like they're not.
It's not the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. It just goes to the feelings of the parties.
Repeat the question.
My question?
Yeah.
What made her essentially say, we thought this could possibly somebody did this to him? Why was there hesitation when there was a bullet found in his body? It's to explain why they thought they did. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Repeat your question.
Sure. When law enforcement informed Chris that there was a bullet in his body, and you had mentioned that you were coming to the realization that someone may have done this to your dad, but knowing that there was a bullet in him, why did people still think that? Why did you think that maybe it was not a bullet?
Well, the attorney, I heard the attorney say, they could just,
Don't go into what the attorney told you, just what your response was.
Well, Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's to explain why she thought that maybe he wasn't shot.
I don't know that she needs to explain why she thought maybe he wasn't shot. She just say that she wasn't sure because she didn't know.
But I'm trying to get out why she didn't know. Not the truth of the matter asserted.
She
Judge.
didn't know because she hadn't looked in the.
It just goes to the feelings of all the parties afterwards.
You can talk about that. So you can go into all that without going to what the lawyer specifically said to her.
Okay. So, at any point, did you actually realize, and was it confirmed that your father had been shot?
Yes, I did receive confirmation later that my dad had been shot, and that was pretty much the sticking point for me.
Okay, so prior to that, it was still essentially up in the air with the family that
Right.
that was confirmed.
Like this possibly could have happened.
Okay. You mentioned that was a sticking point for you. What does that mean?
I guess I just needed to hear that that's actually what happened. Like I just needed to hear that from like a professional, so a trusting source that that's what had happened. And when I heard that, I thought, I mean, it just confirmed my beliefs.
What was the relationship like between you and your mom after this? Before you found out about condition of the bullet?
I mean, it was normal. I mean, I was still talking to her. I mean, it kind of blurs together, but I mean, I know that there was a lot of her. I mean, we were all like just trying like all hands on deck just to help with getting information. Like we had no idea if my dad had a will. We didn't know really anything. We were completely hit by this out of the blue. So we were really just trying to figure out what to do, just to kind of take care of things and get access to things. And I mean, I was talking to her during that time. I mean, she's still my mom. So like I didn't like act any differently with her.
Okay. And at some point did that change?
Yeah, I mean, she became more hostile. She was more aggressive with us. She was demanding money. Like she would like bring up instances where my dad had lent us money. Time to pay me back. Like I need you to pay me back now. And I was just like, well, you know, I had a payment plan with him. Like I wasn't just going to give him like a lump sum. And, you know, she was getting pretty aggressive with that. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the best way to describe her behavior.
At any point, did she show up in Tennessee to your house?
She did.
What was that about?
Well, she did, I guess you can call it showed up. She did it twice. There was once where she kind of did a drive-by at my house. She circled my house a couple of times with Martha Jane. There was another time where she showed up at like 9 o'clock at night out of the blue. I had no idea she was coming, and she showed up at the front door and she came in. At the time, I had received a letter from Sally Sims. She's the coroner, I think. She had, you know, we were again trying to get access to money so, you know, we could take care of things. We were talking about, you know, getting a funeral together. What we learned from the funeral home is if there is a life insurance policy and someone's the beneficiary, like you could basically use that to help pay for the services. So we were trying to kind of get things together. And so because we didn't have a death certificate, that made it really difficult to do anything. So Sally was so graciously, or Miss Sims was so graciously offered me a letter basically saying like, you know, my dad's birth date and, you know, expected death date, but it was not a death certificate. It was just like on a letterhead.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that? To see if you could start paying down bills and stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. It was simply business related, just trying to like take care of things. Yeah.
And so your mom showed up at your house?
She did. She showed up demanding that letter. And I didn't want to give it to her. I didn't want to give it to her at that time. Again, I had suspicions and I just didn't want to give it to her.
Did you ask her questions during that confrontation?
Yes.
And what did you ask her?
I can remember, you know, she was getting angry that I wasn't giving her the letter. And I was saying like, it's not a death certificate. You can't do anything with the letter. But I don't want you to have it. If you want it, you can call up to the coroner's office and you can get your own copy. But we did go into, I was like, you know, Mama, like things aren't lining up. Your story, because like she would start going into like, well, when Scott reached down and picked up your daddy's skull. And I was just like that's the thing is like, things aren't lining up. Like your story's different than their story. And I was like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And the conversation did not end well. She ended up storming out.
What was her response to you confronting her?
She was calm. She didn't.
Did she answer your questions?
I mean, not really. I think I was a little erratic at the time. But I don't really remember her saying anything like there was nothing that would like stood out to me that she said in the moment. You know, ultimately she turned around and walked out.
When was the last time you spoke to your mom?
So it was probably so my husband and I decided that with everything that was going on, it was best to try to do something with the house, because one, we were worried of the result of all this investigation was going to be, and also like we knew that we were going to want to move into a bigger home for our family's future. So we said, let's just kind of kill two birds with one stone. Let's get this out from under your dad's name or your parents' name, and let's find a bigger house. So I did reach out to my mom just to see if we could have like a cordial interaction to get the house sold. I told her, I said, my intention is to do what I said I would always do and get this house out from under daddy's name. That's what I would like to do, and we're going to start that process. And she was not easy to work with. It was really bad. She just, you know, I don't know if she wasn't understanding me. I was basically trying to get power of attorney for her in the matter of selling the house, so she didn't have to like come up to Nashville to like sign stuff. Like I could basically sign for her. She did not have trusted me to do that. And so she asked me, like she would ask me to send her all the paperwork, and I would, and then she just would ghost me. Like she would just go quiet and she wouldn't. I even offered to give her money. I was like, hey, I'll give you $3,000 if you'll just do this for me. Like I'll give you some money. And even then she said no. And so ultimately we talked to our close friends there in Franklin, and they recommended an attorney to help us. We about it. And ultimately it was decided in my favor, and the house was transferred into my name.
That was the last time you talked. That was the last thing you talked to your mom about.
Well, she was I think the court date was actually like the day after she had gotten arrested. But when we decided that we were going to hire an attorney, I think that's when we decided, that's when communication stopped.
Did you communicate with Amanda during this time prior to your mom's arrest?
Communication started to slow down with Amanda. Amanda was very supportive of our mom, and she did not agree with the fact that we weren't going to be very supportive, me and my brothers. And she was very angry that we weren't being supportive. And, you know, we were very honest with Amanda, like, you know, if you want to support her, that's your decision. But like, we're not going to like be angry at you for doing that. But she seemed to be so angry at us for not supporting her that, I mean, she would send explicit text messages to us. She was very verbally aggressive. So the communication started to slow down quite a bit with Amanda, just because every time we would talk to her, it got pretty contentious.
I want to talk about your dad a little bit. Was he ever suicidal?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Did Melody ever seem concerned with finding out who did this in front of you?
No.
That's all I have for you, Emily. Thank you.
All right. My name is Michael Ray. I represent. First off, you were interviewed by Detective Hayes on July the 5th, 2018, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would have been the day you came down from Tennessee. Where was that interview at? Was it at the Freeholm precinct, or was it at the house?
It was actually at the barn on the property. So it was on the property, but it was at the barn.
Okay, so still on the property.
Yes.
Was everybody else still on the property?
Yeah,
That
everyone was
being,
there.
you know,
Yeah.
Scott, Chris, Melody. Okay.
Yes.
Amanda, Chad.
I don't know if Chad was there at the time, but Amanda was there.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and say, because your interview, your direct, the order of it, I'm gonna have to kind of jump around. Okay, so if I confuse you, just let me know. You recall in that interview telling Detective Hayes that you knew perfectly well that your parents lived in separate rooms, correct? Slept in separate rooms.
I knew that they slept in separate rooms. Yes.
In fact, you actually told Detective Hayes that you found your parents' relationship odd.
I did.
You also he had talked to you about any history of violence between your parents, and you recall telling him that you never even really saw them argue anymore, correct?
I don't know if I said that. I've never seen any physical act of violence between my parents.
Do you recall telling him that when they get upset with each other, they just don't speak to each other?
Yes, I would believe that. I would say that. Yes.
And also, in fact, that you said that essentially for the past, at this point, at least the past decade, they essentially lived as roommates.
I don't know if I would call it roommates. I think that they slept in separate bedrooms, but I mean, their clothing were still like they still had closets in the master bedroom. I mean, my mom had closets of clothes all over the house, but like they still went to the master bedroom to get dressed. I know my dad still used the master bathroom. My mom used the bathroom upstairs to get ready, but you know, she had like a ton of stuff. So, I don't know if roommates is the best, but yes, I mean, they were still contentious with the fact that there was a rift in the marriage.
Okay. We'll come back. You don't recall any money issues between your parents, or your father did not have any money issues to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Were you aware of the level of financial support your parents had to give Chris and Scott?
Oh yes, I was.
And Gary helped you out too as well, right? Not to that level, but
not to that level, no.
But he co-signed on the house for you. He also helped you with condo prior to moving to Tennessee.
Condo.
Apartment.
I paid my rent for my apartment in Atlanta, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Did Gary ever pay your rent?
No.
Okay. Did Gary ever pay your insurance, anything like that?
I was on our family plan for cell phone,
Okay.
and then I decided to go on my own account. I think that was like in 2012, I want to say, but I did actually separate from my family cell
Okay.
phone plan.
Did you know that essentially Chris's entire utilities were paid by Gary?
I was aware of that, yeah.
And did you know essentially Scott's entire living existence was funded by Gary?
Yes,
Okay.
I knew that.
And did the whole family know that?
Yes, I mean, yeah, we all knew that. For
Okay.
Sure.
And did you have any access to, did you have a Gary credit card or debit card?
No.
Did you have access or know any of his account information?
I did not know.
Okay. And kind of just jumping around on the 5th when you got here, you had a conversation with Chris where you had to loan him $20 so that he would leave.
Yeah.
And I believe you had to loan him that $20 because he stated that he had bounced a check and his accounts were overdrawn.
I don't know why I needed, I mean, I assumed he just didn't have the cash, but I don't know what happened, why he needed it from me. He asked if he could borrow some cash, and my husband went to the ATM, got some out, and gave it to him.
Okay. But you don't know what he was using it for?
I assumed just to get home.
Okay. Kind of just jumping around. So all the kids knew about Ted Wiley around 2008.
Yeah.
Okay. And at this point in time, Chris is a grown man, right? In 2000.
Yeah, yes.
So is Scott.
Mhm.
I think you're in college at this point, right?
I am, yeah.
You're grown. And I think Amanda's in college too.
Yes.
Okay. So all children are now adults on their own.
Right.
Okay. Now you had told on direct examination, I think that Chris is the one that told you about Ted Wiley.
No,
No, I'm sorry. That Gary had told you directly about it.
Mhm.
Okay. And what did he called and told you that?
He did.
Okay. And then you had went through, and you had talked about this account where Melody had taken money out that your father told you about, the HELOC account.
Mhm.
Okay. Are you aware that it's around this point in time that Gary had actually filed for divorce?
I don't think I knew that he had filed for divorce, like leading up to it or when it was happening. I think I found out about that like later on. I don't think I knew in the moment that he had filed for divorce.
Did you know that Melody taking the money out of the account coincides with being served with the divorce papers?
I probably don't, I couldn't tell you exactly when she did it or exactly when he filed for divorce. So I don't know if this happened together.
Okay. Regarding the money, do you know, did Melody just take that money when her and Gary got back together, or she put it back in the family account?
She did not return it, no.
Okay. And did your dad ever tell you what happened to it?
No, she just didn't give it back.
Okay. Gary, do you know where it was?
She did say, I did ask her if she still had some of the money left, and she said she did have a little bit of it left, but I know my dad said she never returned it. He said that several times.
Okay. And that account, because you called it a HELOC account,
Mhm.
it wasn't like she went and took out a mortgage. It's just money in an account.
No, they had the HELOC. They had it already open with the house that they were in, so it was like something they can draw from.
Yeah, so you can pull money out. It's not like going to
Correct.
get a new loan.
Right.
Because your mother wouldn't qualify for a loan because she was a stay-at-home wife.
Right.
Yeah. Now, Rusty being at your wedding,
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you. Megan, you turn it off. So Rusty was at your wedding,
Mm-hmm.
and you knew who Rusty was previously, right?
Yes.
You knew who the person was.
Mhm.
All right. And I believe you testified on direct examination that I want to make sure I got it correctly. That essentially that your dad was devastated.
Yes, I mean, he was very
So
upset.
your dad's devastated at your wedding. and I'll show you what Marcus Payne 10. Your devastated dad is standing directly next to lighting a sparkler with Rusty Barton. Okay, good. And he's devastated at that point.
I would say he was probably more devastated. My dad was a very selfless person, and he would not have been sulking around angry. He would have never made a scene at my wedding. So my dad, I think at that point, with how much they had gone through with all like this stuff, I think that he was able to like compartmentalize things and focus on the event, what was going on.
Okay, but you'd agree with me, even if he's not wanting to ruin your wedding, which I would agree. I don't think any father would want to ruin their jobs.
Right.
Especially their favorite child. I think everybody agrees you're Gary's favorite, just so you know. He doesn't have to stand next to the man you supposedly believe is devastating the wedding, right?
Yeah, no, when I saw this picture, I thought that was weird for sure.
By the way, when was your wedding? What year?
2016.
2016.
July 2016.
July?
It was in July.
Okay. All right. So 2 years before Gary's passed. Because he passed
Yes.
in 2018.
Yes.
Or that's when the remains were found. All right. So you had talked a lot about how you didn't want Rusty being at the wedding, right? Okay. And you said something interesting, I thought, that you couldn't do anything about it, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, because Melody would cancel your wedding.
I believe that, yes.
Okay. Now, you also testified previously that after the whole Ted Wiley situation, that your dad had changed all the accounts and took Melody's name off. Right? That's what you testified to. All righty. Melody didn't have a job. She was a stay-at-home mom, right? Okay. Gary's the breadwinner. If any of y'all need money, who do you call?
I mean, both my parents, but
Who's got the money?
my dad has.
I mean,
my dad has
they're
the
married.
accounts,
It's
right.
their money, but
Right.
it's Gary's money, right? He's the one making it.
Right.
Okay, so-
He is the income.
Okay. So how can Melody cancel your wedding?
She
Doesn't even have a credit card.
She has a lot of influence over, especially my dad. I mean, even though my parents were having a troubled marriage, I would say, he listened to her and did not want to upset her. And if she said, Gary, don't do this, he'd listen to her. He would do absolutely everything that she said.
You're telling this jury that the man who removed his wife from all financial accounts and, according to the state, controls every ounce of her spending, still listened to her and would do what she wanted him to do?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
That happened, when that happened with Ted, that was many years before. And I think, he did it in an emotional reaction. But my dad spent a majority of the years later trying to get her back, essentially, trying to make her happy. And she still got everything she wanted to or wanted, it wasn't anything like that. But yes, if my mom said, don't do this now, he would have listened to her.
Well, that didn't work with our house, with your house.
I'm
He didn't.
sorry.
That didn't work with your house.
What do you mean?
When he went on there to get on the mortgage, you said Melody was all mad about it for
She was
whatever
angry.
reason.
She was angry. And
he still did it.
That is because she said that the only reason she would agree to it is if she's added to the title of the house as one of the owners. And in the moment, I agreed to it because I was in a tough spot, and that's what had to happen. And I told my husband, we will refinance a year from now, and we'll get under our names. So she agreed to it, but that was the terms of her agreement.
And you had mentioned on direct, there was something about some Tennessee law where your spouse had to know.
I didn't know about that, but apparently that's something like our broker had said to us, that in Tennessee, when one spouse buys, I guess, real estate, the other spouse has to sign off on it.
Growing up, did you ever hear the name Angela Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. You realize that was your father's longtime assistant?
His secretary. Yes,
Yeah.
the secretary.
And she had actually moved from Alabama to Atlanta.
I don't know. I was so young. I didn't know if she came from Alabama, but sure.
Oh, that's right. Because in '95 when they moved, you'd have been like 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Right.
but you remember seeing her in Atlanta, right? When y'all lived
She
in
would
Alpharetta?
she would be at the office when we go up there to visit my dad. And then there would be times where Angela would kind of like babysit us. She'd come into the house and watch us while my parents were doing whatever they needed to do. Yeah.
And you had no idea that your father had at least somewhat of an affair with Miss Phillips.
I have no knowledge of anything like that.
Okay. And just on Amanda and Chad, they were both at the wedding, right?
Yes, actually, my wedding weekend was the first time I met Chad.
I know you stated at one point that Amanda was extremely upset, right, at the wedding.
Yes.
Right. And we'll agree that that's Rusty, right?
It is.
And Chad.
Yep.
And they're just sitting there drinking beers.
Mm-hmm.
Chad's Amanda's then boyfriend, now husband.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you married a man named Chris Payne?
That's right.
Yeah, two Chris's in the same family. That gets confusing.
It does.
Trying to read my own handwriting. Just give me one second. Oh, so your daughter was born in 2017. Melody came up there, and I think you actually said stayed a few weeks with you.
Yes, that's right.
Stayed in your house.
Mhm.
Okay. Did I know Gary had come up to the hospital? Did he leave after that?
He did. Yeah, he stayed for a couple of days. I think he left the day that I was to be discharged. I think it's when he went back home.
Now, I want to. I'm sorry, I happened to jump around like that. This is that message that Ms. Francis was going over with you. This was sent on July the 2nd, and then about Chris charging money and all that stuff. And a trip you weren't going on, so you probably didn't care about. I'm assuming that's why you didn't respond. Then Ms. Francis did go over the following messages, which is on here, and this is pane 11, July the 4th, 2018. Melody has sent you, I Miss the Little Princess. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm assuming that is in response to the photograph that you had sent of Olivia.
That's right.
Okay. And so that was at 8:15. And then the following day, because you had kind of bounced around on directs between, who calling and texting when everybody was looking for Gary. But you can see here, July the 5th at 12:23, Melody had texted you and said, call me ASAP. Okay. So, and if that was 12:23 here, that would be 11:23 your time in Tennessee.
Right.
Okay. So that kind of makes sense. So Melody texted you, and I'm assuming you would have called her back, and that's when she would have said, we can't find your dad. Okay. Now, who out of your two brothers, who are you the closest with? Chris?
Probably, yeah, Chris.
I want to ask just because, I'm trying to figure it out with the whole Gary birthday, Father's Day celebration thing, in these text messages, you said about with Scott. All righty. But then you're also testifying that, Melody had something to do with it.
Yes.
So what my question is, well, first off, because there's multiple Chris's. So who's going to smoke the food? Your Chris or Chris Farris?
My brother, Chris Farris.
Okay, so Chris Farris is going to smoke food at Purcell Lane. That was your plan. And then the plan just kind of changes, or for whatever reason, and Scott's going to smoke the food. Okay, who cares? Why is that such a big deal?
I just thought it was rude that my brother and I were planning to do these things. We thought it was a nice gesture for the family, and it seemed like we were trying to get roadblocks.
Why are you there? Why are you? Why are you dating? Why are you throwing Scott and Melody in together? There's no indication of any of that.
Well, she went out and bought Scott a brand new smoker. I mean, I just thought I thought it was like very, I just felt like, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, that's fine. I'll move on. Moving to the episode that Gary had. So if I understood it correctly, somebody called you, said Gary's real bad. And then later on, Chris calls you and says, no, he's actually fine. And you just thought that was strange. Does that sum it up?
I mean, I thought it was strange that my mom was making it sound like he was at death's door. Okay. And then I hear from my brother, and it's not as heavy as a situation as I thought it was.
Okay. Would you be surprised that Scott testified and being one of the people that took him to the hospital of how bad he actually was?
No, I mean, I'm sure he was bad. I mean, if you're wanting to go to the hospital, I would imagine you're probably not in good shape.
Yeah. And it was only just because he had gotten some treatment, and then when Chris got there, he was feeling better.
Possibly.
I mean, that would kind of make sense, right? And,
sure.
When you get lucky, you go to the doctor, you feel better.
Right.
Now, out of your two brothers, which one are you the closest with?
Probably Chris.
Well, let me ask you this way too. You and Amanda, are y'all fairly close? Were.
We were, yeah. I would say that once Amanda and I got into college and then into our young adult lives, we definitely got closer.
Okay. So but out of the two boys, you're probably closest with Chris.
I mean, at that time, I would say I was probably closer with Amanda at the time out of all the siblings. But ever since this, yes, I have grown significantly closer to my brother Chris and Scott.
Okay. How often would you say that you speak to Chris and Scott?
I would, well, sometimes we'll go through stretches where Chris and I will talk like every other day. And then there's times that we don't talk for a few weeks. And then Scott, we probably talk about once or twice a month,
Okay. How much have you talked to him? How much have you talked to Chris, let's say, past 2 weeks since his trial's been going on?
The past 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Pretty
Since
often.
beginning of October.
Yeah, pretty often.
Every day?
Sure.
How about Scott?
I mean, no, maybe every other day. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty often.
Have you talked to him since they testified here today?
Just because, I mean, yes, I'm staying at my brother Chris's house, and Scott is watching my kids today. So yeah, I have talked to them.
Okay. Did they talk about what they testified to?
No.
So again, they did not?
No.
Okay. All right, moving up to around July the 5th. There's a lot going on back and forth with the whole bullet issue.
Yeah.
So who gave you confirmation that there was a bullet?
Manny Aurora, the attorney that was representing my mom at the time, he called me and told me.
So he called you?
He called me for the confirmation, yes.
So you didn't learn that from Detective Hayes or any of your brothers?
No, I mean, the first time that I heard of a bullet was from my brother Chris saying that they had found a bullet in the rib. But like I said before, we didn't have any kind of confirmation from any kind of like professional. Not saying Detective Hayes isn't a professional, but just saying but just like we didn't have no, we just didn't have the confirmation at that point, I guess.
Oh, you had also, you're talking about with Miss Frankish, saying that Melody was demanding money back from y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. But you also said you had some kind of loan with your father?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much was it?
It was about, I think it was $3,000, yeah.
Okay, $3,000. Were you paying him back?
The plan was to pay him back, yes.
Okay. When did he give you that money?
It might have been like May of 2018, I want to say. It was like early summer, I think it was when that happened.
What was it for?
My husband needed to hire an attorney.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it was for legal counsel.
Yes.
All right, for your husband. All right, and I'm assuming because you said that was the plan to pay him back, you had not started repaying him.
No, in fact, I was supposed to make the first payment to him in July.
Okay. Well, when you were with this supposed conversation you had with your mother,
Mm-hmm.
do you recall telling her that you had this loan with your father and you're not going to repay her?
I did say that in anger. I did say that to her that I wasn't going to, I had it with him. I wasn't going to pay her back. I was with him, but that was kind of in the moment. I think I just reacted in a hateful way, I should say.
And you agree because Gary, I lump them together. Gary and Melody, they're married, right? It's neighbors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like you and Chris are married.
Mm-hmm.
So what's Chris is yours and what's yours is yours.
Right.
That's what my wife says.
Right.
Okay. So I mean, you can understand her saying, "Hey, repay the debt," right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Moving up to this whole Sally Sims thing. What kind of letter did she send you?
I mean, I probably still have it at home, but it's just kind of like recording his birth and death date, and that he was deceased.
Okay. Why would the coroner or deputy? Why would she send that to you?
I was communicating with her, just trying to see if we got any updates. I wasn't reaching out to detectives, just to kind of respect her attorney at the time's wishes. But I felt comfortable reaching out to her. She was so nice, and she always said, like, if you need anything at all, just reach out. And so I don't remember like requesting it. I think I was just talking about the issues that were coming up with not having a death certificate, and she offered that to me.
Okay, basically like as a compromise of, well, we don't have a death certificate, but I do have.
Right.
And because it's 11 months and some change before the actual autopsy was released. Were you aware of that?
I don't know dates like that.
Okay. One second, Phil. Just gonna look up one thing real quick. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
I don't want to redirect.
All right, you sit down. Thank you. Probably a good time to break for lunch. I don't know if the food's here or not, but it'll be here shortly. So we'll break and shoot for, try to get back right around 1.
Judge said, I don't know if the food here or not, but it's time to break for lunch.
Y'all are wanting to wander, but if y'all are going to stay near the building, I need you to stay with the deputies and the bailiffs and not go off on your own so that I make sure that no one's interacting with y'all. All right.
Okay, so this is a good place for us to kind of stop for the evening. We'll pick back up tomorrow. He said, I don't care. I don't care. It'll be here in a minute, but we about to stop. I need a smoke break. Y'all know our judge. I heard he smoked. I don't know for a fact. That's just me talking stuff. Okay, so our plan is that we will get back into this tomorrow morning. I'll set up us a premiere. Are we good? We good with this testimony? I wonder, should I premiere this testimony too? I think I'll play the whole day 6 again, if that's okay with y'all. Because I wouldn't mind listening to her testimony again. You know, I'm kind of, I like listening to testimony over and over again. Call me very, very special. But for some reason, each time I listen to testimony or listen to a case again, I find something that I didn't hear before. So, you know, so it wasn't that bad of a deal. So I will get us together and we will set this up. I'll set up a premiere that way, because I know Merelda didn't get to see any of this. She sleeps. She about to get up in a minute though. Ain't that funny? How we are winding down for the evening, and Merelda, she'll be up probably in about 4 hours getting her day started. It's like amazing to me sometimes, like the whole distance. Her and OnlyFans, they'll be getting up when we wind it down. Yeah, so we kept going, like she'll come pop in because she getting her day started, her Saturday. But I know she would love to watch it with everybody. So I'll rewind it and just completely play it all the way through day 6 again. Then that way we can all watch it again all together. Okay. Okay. Well, I thank you guys. Thank you. A shout out to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to everybody that hung in here. We done had us a day. We didn't get us a verdict today, but hopefully Monday, right? Everybody be good. Have a safe evening. I will see you in the premiere tomorrow morning. And peace. I'm going to play our little song. Our song. You know I'm going to play our song. That's going to happen, right? Oh, we got the courtroom. Wait a minute.
Courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corners were coming.
I'm trying to get out of my Christmas thing that I got going on. Oh, there it goes.
Magician keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film free, kindness, man, it's always on display. Farris, sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we'll forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, keeps us trending, replay queen, holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Junkie the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Just sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
I'm telling you, as soon as I learn how to hit these notes, y'all gonna be in trouble. And I do mean trouble. All right, guys. I will see you in the morning at the premiere. We'll do day 6 and we'll see about day 7, I guess. All right. Have a great evening. Peace.